All right, it is Wednesday, 6 December 2023. The year is ticking down quick, and we are getting ready to set up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show. Waiting for the crew to come in. They should be here pretty soon. Tonight we should have Brent Hamachek in with us, and possibly even Mel K. We'll find out. When they come in. Do, 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 do. Just getting set up here. Should be here. They should be coming along anytime now. I'd like to welcome everybody out there on the platforms tonight. From Kick, Josh Hugh TV, Twitter, Telegram, Twitch, Odyssey, Live Space, Rumble, and I think I got them all. We'll find out here in just a minute. All right.
So
Hello, hello,
with
hello.
him and Santos out, man, that's not looking good for the old Rhinos.
No, it isn't. How you doing, Mark?
Pretty good, and you?
Good. We got fresh blood in here with tonight with Doc.
Mark, how are you, sir?
Really good, and you?
Doing well, doing well. Thank you.
All right.
And we got the Bullhorn Berry in the house.
All right.
Yeah, whenever he's going to come on, right? How do you like my new background?
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool.
Thanks.
I dig that kind of ambulance look too, you know? That van.
Yeah. I had you in mind when I took and did it. Van, you know?
Yeah, my guy with the ham radio stuff can't make it. And Brent's not here either. So we got Doc to fill in instead.
We
Oh,
got
I
Deep
thought we
State.
had,
Yes, the Deep State is with us tonight.
I
Welcome
thought
to
for
Deep
sure
State.
we had Brent Hamachek in with us tonight. Or is that next week?
That's next week. He had
okay.
to do a
Oh man, that means that. Well, I'm not changing.
community.
I'm not changing any of the music then, because it's
That's
too late in the game, and we're gonna have Bruce Springsteen 2 weeks in a row then. See, I thought.
Oh, you don't have. You can do it if you do it this week. You don't have to do it next week too.
Yeah. It's just easier that way. I'm gonna.
I mean, I'm sure he likes other music
I'm gonna
too,
do my
you know?
Subgenius in Slack. All right.
Guys, I'm going to be right back. I am preparing some hot cocoa for this evening because it's that time of the year. You feel that Christmas vibe going?
Dude, it's like 80 today. I got my fans going. Yeah.
It is kind of warm. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
All right. Big shout out
pouring
to
down rain
Nicky
here.
Tude over on Live Space and Robin Dew on Live Space. Doing good. How are you doing? Be over as soon as the shows and that are over tonight. I'm always there to support you. Thanks for your support as well, Nikki. I enjoy watching you play bass because you do it a little better than me at times. And that pink bass, that really gets me too. Yeah, all good. Let's see who we got over here on Kick. Marco DJ. Hey Marco, how you doing tonight? Appreciate you, man. Always in helping me out, moderate over on Kick. Much appreciated. Who we got over on Twitch? Nobody yet. We're getting there. Rumble.
How is Kick?
People are coming in on Rumble, but we're just waiting for them to speak. Drop some lines in there. We don't know who's there yet. Got about 4 or 5 people in there lined up, knowing that we have a show tonight. Yep. Telegram.
You guys are live everywhere.
Yeah, we're on Telegram too. Thanks, Vicky, for moderating over there because I couldn't. I can't be everywhere at once. Appreciate you. Vicky Vass is is one of the hosts on Cafe Enigma, and she and Nancy Planetta moderate the that room when Cafe Enigma's on. So glad you're here with us because we got better content than the RNC is going to have tonight. So stick with us. You're going to love it.
What's the RNC doing?
They have some sort of convention tonight that's going to be streaming on, I believe, Rumble. But don't go over there. You know, we got better content.
Well, you're gonna go watch a bunch of also.
We all know that Trump's going to do this. All right, so
yeah,
we
Trump's
don't need
already
any.
won that debate.
Yeah, okay. If you want to go over and see who may be the vice president, maybe, well, you open a tab, but
I don't even think
keep us
we
in
used
the
to say
foreground.
that, but I don't even think that's the case anymore. Like, I don't even think any of them have a chance as VP at all.
I don't think so.
I think that's legitimate. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think Trump trusts any of them.
I wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you?
And folks, if you're listening in tonight, we've got with us Bullhorn Berry's here, of course, but we also have Doctor 420 over
That's
there.
That's right.
DOCTORE 420.
Yes. I am here to witness and to speak on things or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Even on the show, I would say it half a dozen times at least, maybe 10 times.
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe 10 times before.
I've been on a couple times, yes.
Yeah, you've been on with us quite a few
phone,
times.
Mine's chat doesn't work for me anymore because I got a new phone. So, yeah, so I can't chat on there, and so that's why I had to tag you.
No, that works fine. Like it's I use the chat to do my Wednesday show, but I record my Wednesday show on Sundays now because my co-host got a real man's job. He's working the 9 to 5 shift now. But it's not a lot of people use it. Everybody was surprised that I do my podcast on it. I'm like, yeah, why not? It's there.
I think you're better off on Josh TV, but anyways,
Well, that's just where I record it. I don't do live. For whatever reason, my computer combined with my connection, every time I try to do live stuff, I can't actually do anything other than just stream and talk. I can't show articles. I think it's my cheap computer. I got a $350 laptop I work with, so.
Yeah. With that sea of green out there, though, it won't be long. You can get a good laptop.
Yeah. I'm hoping that that is the case. Although we're trying to build up a wait for the housing market to crash and buy a house fund. That's what we're really saving up for. Me, the kid, and the wife, all saving up together, trying to get a house out in Western or Eastern Oregon, where it's a little more open, get away from Portland a little bit. It's really expensive to live up near Portland.
Oh yeah, and I don't only see downside to that housing market up there too. I mean.
Oh yeah. You're correct. It only can go one way as far as the way things are being done here. It's very similar to what's going on in California, New York, Washington. Same stuff.
Yeah, San Francisco, man, they're losing. Oh God, I was reading about some of the people that bought during the peak of the COVID are just losing hand over fist right now.
Oh yeah, they would be better off hanging on to the property and waiting for BlackRock to come buy it from them.
Yeah.
At this point, than trying to sell it on the open market. Nobody's moving into San Francisco.
Yeah, no, I mean, I sure wouldn't. And even with Portland, like every major business is leaving.
Over 6,000 of them from last count I heard.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just terrible downtown. Everything's boarded up. They're trying. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're doing some small things here and there. But when you have Democrats who have no motivation to actually make any changes, and they're completely all in on the climate change agenda, the 2030, clean air, no gasoline engine stuff, when they're dead set on that, the economy's shot. It's just going to keep going down. And that it just spirals. The crime comes with the no economy. You get crime, your economy goes down, then the economy gets worse. The crime gets worse. Just keeps spiraling out of control. And that's what Portland and Seattle are both headed for San Francisco territory.
And Detroit, Baltimore, a number of cities in Jersey I can think of.
Oh yeah, the East Coast went through all this before too. Yeah, absolutely.
That's nothing new. It's not like, hey, we're making this up.
No, for the people who are extremely wealthy, it'll be very profitable.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, you could have been buying the dip in Detroit on real estate for a long time. I don't think you'd be looking too good.
Well, no, but see, there are some things that are going on in Detroit, like that are a little bit different than, like, for example, the whole Rust Belt is gone, so they lost all their supporting population. Without the jobs, everybody's moved elsewhere. They've gone past the point of recovery. And I think actually San Francisco has too. I think San Francisco will never be the same. But yeah,
Detroit has like this big suburban innovation area where they do a lot of like the aftermarket stuff for cars.
Yeah. And
that's done really well. But I mean, Detroit, the city is big, but if you look at the city, it's shot. Right, it's the 8 Mile is that famous movie from Eminem, 8 Mile, which is right in the beginning of the suburbs, and even that is bad, right? Right up to the borders, it's bad. But then if you go into Google Maps and look around at how big the suburban area is around Detroit, it goes for 100 miles, out, and very prosperous, nice areas,
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Like you get depending on the neighborhood, of course. You get a couple miles outside of Detroit, and you still have vibrant neighborhoods that are. But the problem is those downtown areas have been destroyed to the point where the only chance of recovery is to go in and level it and start over from scratch. And who's going to do that?
Yeah, and they tried to move the football team downtown there, the Lions, and renovate that area with a bunch of casinos and whatnot. But that's never works.
No, that's grasping at straws.
Like casinos are just corrupt holes where politicians make a bunch of money and no one else does really.
Well, yeah, they're poor tax.
Oh yeah. Like the lottery, they call it the dumb tax.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
The stupid tax.
Yep.
But,
I mean, some would say that about the investing world too, but I think the investing world, there's you can pick up breadcrumbs from certain people and make money. You don't have to exactly be a genius, If you follow Pelosi's portfolio, you do all right.
Yeah. When you're 3 months behind, you're still doing good.
Yeah.
Haven't heard much from the Crypt Keeper. What's she up to these days?
I don't know. I'm trying not to have David DePape actually talk to the police, the public. Oh, I really don't know. What has she been up to?
They finally vacated her office in D.C. once Johnson became the Speaker of the House.
Yep. Yeah.
Still had an office there, which is weird. Sort of like Obama still hanging out as well in D.C.
Well, he's right across the street, isn't he?
Pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
With that communication device.
Yeah. Well, you got to be within a certain range so Joe can hear it.
Oh yeah. Well, even then, he may not hear it.
This is true.
Oh shit, man! It's actually hot today.
He called President Trump Congressman Trump the other day, so he's definitely fading quickly. We've talked about this on the show. I don't see how he's going to be able to run it. I mean, they're going to promote him to run. The globalists will. Some of the left don't want him to run, but who knows how bad he's going to be in a year. I mean, I looked at him today. His eyes look shot. I mean, he looked like there was nothing behind those eyes. There's a picture of him today in the news. He just looks shot.
He looks like he's within a couple months of death. He does. For real. Yeah. And I hate to say that, but that's just kind of the truth, man. He's just. It is what it is. Like you look at the guy and you're like, I used to take care of elderly folk a long time ago, and he looks like the people that were getting near the end that just kind of fade off at the end. They don't really. They just fade out, and one day they don't wake up. That very well could be a possibility for him before we even get into the election season, let alone him trying to run a campaign, which
they've already seen the Hill. The Hill already did an article saying this may be the first time ever that we'll not have presidential debates. So they're already, because they do realize that he might actually run, and there's no possible way to have debates if he runs. It's not possible.
Nope.
Can you imagine what Trump would do to him in a debate? I mean, it would just be a political slaughter.
I don't. They can't allow it to happen. They can't.
Yeah.
That's elderly abuse.
So it's going to be interesting, no doubt about it. We'll see where it all goes.
I'm trying to think of a subject we can kind of focus on in the first half hour. I want to keep it macro. Let's talk about the escalation of wars across the world, right?
Okay.
Where we are, sort of the World War III front. That could be interesting. And then, so Doc, this is a 3-hour show now, and you're welcome to stay with us for the whole 3 hours, but you don't have to.
I will stay as long as I can.
Okay, yeah, then 3 hours it is. So what we try to do is sort of like hit on a subject for each segment, like to consider 3 hours broken into 3 30-minute segments, or
okay.
six 30 minutes. So we try to like get on something and stick with it, and then get to the next break, and then maybe move on in the next segment. So we don't like exhaust everything in the first half hour and end up covering every news article I have.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, and when the weather starts getting rough and the tiny ship is tossed, we can all bail out on the island.
I kind of want to spend maybe close to an hour with you on crypto stuff, right? So maybe 2 of those segments will get into some different aspects of crypto.
Okay.
And that's something else you are specializing in lately and want to talk more about.
Well, I mean, not particularly. The crypto thing is, I think, the most important thing for everyone to hear because it's coming and it's the future.
Okay.
It better not be CBDCs.
Oh, that's your 2 options. It's cryptocurrency or central bank digital currency. That's your options.
I choose Bitcoin and other
exactly.
crypto.
Exactly. I was just reading some stuff about RWAs. A bunch of companies are getting ready to put real world assets on chain, make them derivative, just like cryptocurrencies.
How would that pan out?
Well, they were talking about that with real estate for a long time to keep
That's true.
a ledger on real estate ownership.
Yeah, BlackRock just had one put together for securities, some sort of debt securities, I believe. Yeah, interesting stuff. They're going to play around with it at first. It's going to be a slow trickle, but then all of a sudden there's just going to be a wave of money into the industry as a whole, whether you're a developer, whether you're a project that has a product that a business might use, or if you're just a straight up cryptocurrency being decentralized stuff like Bitcoin or whatever, the money's just going to flow into the market. And they're going to have to turn the printers on. We've seen that. They've got the debt to the point where if they don't print it now, they won't be able to pay the debt. So,
yeah.
I can't believe what they've done with the debt, though. It's insane. I've watched it balloon my whole life, just being like, "Are you kidding me? Really?"
Well, they just got to be as reckless as they possibly can. I mean, that's all part of tanking everything. They want to tank it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been saying that for about a year and a half now. Currency reset. That's what they're trying to do.
Well,
the Great Reset, and that's part of it. The economic aspect. I was looking through that book, The COVID Reset, and that's one of the chapters is the economic reset.
Yep, centralized control over, so that they can control the climate, quote unquote, all that fun stuff.
Yeah. These guys don't want to control anything. They're not control freaks. Come on, man. They just they want to help everybody out. It's not about control.
Sure.
There has an incentive to do anything about it long term. Nobody in the government has a long term vision. You look at China where they think 100 years out in the future and act accordingly. We think 2 years out, 3 years out, 4 years out, because that's when the next election is. They can't look past that. They just want to get as much money spent into the right hands as possible, as quickly as possible, so they can get reelected and do it again.
Yep.
No incentive to try to say, hey, we need to balance this so our children, and our grandchildren can have a balanced budget in a healthy country.
That's how the banks operate too, and business. They're all about the quick buck. They don't think about. I mean, sometimes it's done that way. I was actually watching a documentary on. Let's see. I think it was Bezos. I mean, he sucks now, but he started out with vision. You know what I mean? A lot of them do, and then they get just corrupted along the way. Because they just keep getting more and more money and power, and then to get to that level, you got to kind of play ball with them.
Yeah. There's certain aspects of the game that if you don't participate in, you just won't make it.
Not to that level. You just can't. You'll end up being a Napster or,
a
MySpace.
Rich, but not multi-billionaire rich.
Oh yeah, they'll let you have your little mom and pop shop, make a couple $100 million a year, but you'll never be Bezos or Elon Musk if you don't play.
Exactly. Yep. You nailed it. Yeah, he was all about the long term. He lost money for the first 10 years. He was.
Walmart did too.
They were all about let's do this, but if you think about it, it was kind of bad too because they were thinking about basically owning the world. No, that's why they had that vision. They were like, once we get to the point of where we're making money, we're going to have everything. We're going to have books. We're going to have electronics. We're going to basically corner the market.
Trying to build a modern monopoly. Yep.
Yes.
No, but that's the thing with the way that our government encourages that behavior. They encourage maximizing profit over treating the customer well,
True.
Because of the stock market and how that whole thing is the perverted incentive of profit making in our system, which is why the stock market can be doing great, and meanwhile we're paying $5 a gallon for gas. Doesn't make any sense. They're totally disconnected.
Yeah, they don't. It's just all about money, man. Money and power, and then it becomes a competitive thing amongst themselves too. I think. I can't prove that. But it seems like that everybody wants to one up the other guy.
That is nature. I mean, you can't take that out of the human being, no matter how high up in the rank they get. There are people who just thrive on doing better than the next guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly think. I certainly think Bezos was a guy like that coming up. But ever since he got wealthy, like you said, he just kind of just put it in the hands of other people, and he's just the playboy now. He doesn't really. He's not the innovator that he once was.
Well, he's going along with the globalist agenda, all the AI stuff, and getting rid of the jobs, treat the employees like crap. They're always complaining about the quotas are not reasonable, then they cannot be reached. And I've even listened to their spokesperson in a documentary. He couldn't answer the questions, man, that were being targeted at him, because they're falling short of basically putting their customers and their employees first. It's really about they're like you said, the stockholders and their business, and don't care about anything else, man.
Especially when you get to that size, everything's just a number in a column on a sheet. It's money in, money out. That's all that they really see at that level. And how can you have, like, when you're making a business and starting it off at the ground level, you're intimately integrated in the day-to-day workings of that business. But when you get to a mega business level, all you're looking at is spreadsheets, and you're having meetings, and you don't actually have any connection to the business anymore. And I think that's part of the problem of the current economic system, the way that we operate it. It allows for a company to grow outside of being focused on being a company. It becomes almost like a bank, like in the way that it operates its cash flow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I love their little canned answers whenever they get confronted. It's like, well, we're doing everything we can to ensure that our employees are treated to the absolute best of any employees. Many of our employees think it's the greatest job ever. It's just always this canned answer, but there's never any proof of anything. And then when somebody goes, well, hey, can we come down and check it all out? Oh, no, give us a couple of weeks and we'll let you come in then. After we cleaned everything up like they did in San Francisco for Mr. Xi Jinping.
Yep. Well, the raccoon is loose and the hounds are after him. See where he goes this time. Nope, not going to the playground this time. Oh, he's going to the neighbor's cat's food. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, cats are pissed off at the raccoon. Man, oh man, there goes the hound dogs. Raccoon got smart. Climbed up the rain spouting. He's on the roof, looking down at them.
Doc, don't worry about it. He goes through this every pre-show. It's no problem, really. He's really not disturbed.
The wheels are spinning.
We're not sure what's really happening, but
we will be here on time, and we are on the radio side. We've been live on the other side. The platforms like Kick, Telegram, Twitch. Odyssey,
Barstool,
Rumble, Facebook, Live Space, new. That's only a couple weeks now. We've been starting out streaming there. Real easy to stream. And we have Reaper over there listening to us. And we got all these other great platforms too that I'm connected to. Before we even get on the air for the radio. Isn't that great? And everybody that listens to us, can hear us right now, gets to hear all the nitty-gritty of behind the scenes and behind the commercials. That the people who are driving around listening to us in the car or wherever, they're not hearing that.
Well, they're not special enough. That's okay.
That's it. Yeah. You guys are special, man.
pretty close too.
Yeah. I feel that a 30-second countdown is any moment now.
It's imminent.
Imminent. It's imminent. A cyber
Danger,
attack
Will
is
Robinson.
imminent.
Slow down. We got plenty of time. I know it's radio and things like that go quick on the radio, but don't rush.
With the way you do it, it's very quick. Okay, 30 seconds. 5, 4.
You're live.
It's amazing how it goes from 30 to 5.
Oh, I got this from Vicky Vass. I'm going to copy this and send it to you. And you guys can take and maybe talk about that in the... and that came... This is coming from Telegram. Let me switch over here real quick so that I can drop this little link to you. Or... if it's going to do it, let's see. Oh, there it is. Just takes a minute. Guys, take a look at that. Something about Texas. I probably heard about it, but if our buddy David Hogg from Mines was here, he'd probably be able to say more. Give it a few minutes. It's going to take a little bit to... There it is.
Is this the lawsuit they filed?
Yeah, you mean Ken Paxton?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's why they were trying to impeach him, man. They knew he was getting ready to go scorched earth.
Yeah.
They had nothing on him, too. That's the crazy thing. Nothing. I mean, nothing.
Didn't he get completely cleared?
Oh, completely. Because that's the way the left operates, man. They just...
Well, of course.
They're ruthless, man.
I remember when I was a young lad, and we were like, man, the Democrats are such pansies. And little did I know they were evil. That whole pansy thing was a front.
I guess so, man. They were sandbagging us.
Yeah, it's. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's crazy how diabolical they've been the last 10 years or so.
Oh yeah. I mean, they're ruthless, but they're also weak and
30
pathetic.
seconds. And you know how 30 seconds goes here.
Yes, we do.
Look out, cats, dogs, and kids, because guess what? Here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. What's also known as the fastest 3 hours of radio. Not 2 hours, 3 hours now, folks. We're going from 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time all the way up into 9 p.m. Eastern Time, or 3 to 6 on the West Coast. So sit back, get comfy, grab some hot chocolate or so whatever you need, a cup of coffee, whatever floats your boat, tea, and get comfy. We're going to dive into all kinds of news and everything going on in the world, and we've even got a special guest with us tonight. So, first of all, co-host Bullhorn Barry, how you doing?
Doing good, man. Glad to have this guest on tonight. Excited about it.
We've got Dr. 420 with us in the house. How you doing, Doc?
Doing wonderful, gentlemen. And yourself?
I'm doing good. You were commenting when I first started talking to you tonight how you were happy to see such a sea of green on your screen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been watching the charts in the crypto space. After a long, cold winter, it seems that money is starting to flow back in. So it's looking pretty good out there.
Exactly. Now, you do a podcast that talks a lot about crypto. So we're going to get into that a little later in the show. But first of all, tell people where they can find you.
The easiest place to find me is either on Minds.com or Rumble as well. And you can follow me on Twitter, but really follow me on Minds.
And it's DOCTORE 420, correct?
That is correct, sir. That is correct.
All right. Excellent. Now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about the state of the world and the backdrop in which we're seeing this crypto run bull market. And, again, too, I'm getting notifications on my phone every day. This is up 5%, 4%, like across the board up. It's just crazy. But the backdrop is a little bit different because we've got a lot of geopolitical fires flaring up around the world, from Ukraine, which is now in almost defeat mode, right? They're just looking to sort of clean house and sort of end this without too many more people dying, which I think was Donald Trump's stance, 9 months ago, right?
Yeah, sounds about right. Yep,
sounds about right.
But now the Republicans are insisting that we fund the border before any more money to Ukraine. And they're walking out of meetings, and apparently Zelensky was supposed to be on a Zoom call or something with a bunch of members of Congress today, and he canceled it and just said, what's the point? So that seems to be leveling out and wrapping up. What will be the fate of Ukraine? How much of it will still be part of Ukraine and how much of it will be part of Russia going forward is hard to say. Everyone is afraid to cover it in the United States as far as the news is concerned because they don't want to admit that the war that they've been hyping for the last how long is this now? 2-3 years?
Yeah, couple. Yeah.
Has just really
about 3 years.
Yeah, it ended in a fizzle.
And they kept telling us that Ukraine is winning. Russia doesn't stand a chance. We got to keep funding because we're winning. And we're like, no, that's not what we're hearing on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are fake news.
Always are. They always are. The Ukraine situation from the get-go was never even Ukraine never was even a match for Russia, technologically speaking. Their manpower mostly fled. The ones they were able to keep in the country died almost instantaneously. They've been throwing 50-year-olds at the fight now for 6 months. What we did to that country in the name of stealing money is horrific.
I agree.
Yeah, and Biden has so many strong ties back to that country when it comes to the Ukrainian business that his son worked for, Burisma. He was on the board making $1 million a year. Actually, $1 short of $1 million a year, to be more specific. But yeah, real odd amount of money, but that's what they paid him. And that has shown to be blatant. I would call it treason. You're selling out your country for money. You're taking big chunks of money and then running foreign policy to benefit the people that are paying you, i.e., when he went to what was the name of that organization he was speaking in front of when he said, gosh darn it, they fired the prosecutor, Shokin, right?
I think it was the Council on Foreign Relations, wasn't it?
Yep, yeah, Council on Foreign Relations, exactly. So yeah, went in there and bragged about it. I got him fired. You're not going to get the $1 billion if you don't fire the prosecutor.
Stop prosecuting. Yep, stop prosecuting. He's guilty. That's okay. Just stop prosecuting him, please.
Well, he was looking into prison and all their corrupt acts, and they were told, hey, if you hire Hunter and, we got his dad, you get that reputation, that business, the brand, the Biden brand is yours. And lo and behold, it worked. I don't know what more evidence you need, folks. Millions and millions of dollars. They're saying $24 million.
He probably threw in a few Hunter Biden paintings for free, if they stop prosecuting.
Yeah.
They do make good money laundering tickets. They do.
I mean, the primary market for those is really hot, but I don't know what the secondary market for a Hunter Biden painting is worth.
It depends on how hot the fire is that they get caught in.
Yeah, right. But I mean, like, if you bought one of those, good luck selling it to somebody else for the same amount,
Exactly. No, exactly.
No.
They weren't the only ones, though. The Pelosi's had some connections over there. One of the other senators, I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but he had issues with corruption. His son was over there doing business deals. This has been in the playground of the corrupt politicians since the Obama administration.
And with the shamdemic having happened, a lot of people, specifically politicians as well, have questions about the biolabs over there.
As they should.
Yeah,
as they should.
As Putin should. He should have been
anybody in that region should be concerned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're the president of the country next country downwind from them, you probably have a vested interest to know what's going on in those things and to not let these things get out into the public, because it's going to cross that border in no time.
Well, that's why Turkey has been so unwilling to commit to either side in this particular issue. They've been a lot more willing to commit to one side than the other in this other fight we got going on in the Middle East. But this one in Ukraine, they tried to straddle the middle as much as possible because they know it has an impact for their economic well-being as well. They're right at the hub. This whole issue is really over gas flow through that region, really. I mean, that's what they're concerned about.
And it is possible for world conflicts to happen, and America doesn't really take a side or care. It's like, you guys want to fight each other, go for it. Fight each other.
Let them work it out.
Well, anytime we've tried to be the policeman of the world, it's never panned out better. So shouldn't that be a good indicator?
Mm-hmm. And our founding fathers were firm believers in American independence. We're going to be here doing our thing, and if other countries are going to break out into war, that's why it took us so long to get into World War I. It just was against American identity to go and jump into a foreign war in another continent for what? World War II, obviously, they said, well, Hitler, and you had to stop Hitler. Okay, maybe, but, really.
Even there was still a lot of resistance to that one as well until the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The warmongers love war so much that they call people that are non-interventionists, people that don't want to go to war unless it's absolutely necessary, as isolationists. We are Notice how they always put new words on things to make them sound bad when they're actually good. I think a non-interventionist foreign policy is a great policy. You don't get involved unless you absolutely need to get involved. And then if you do get involved, you fight it to win it, not to stay there forever and go into nation building and have all this corruption surrounded around that. And we lose rapport with the rest of the world when we do that as well. I mean, non-interventionist policy is a good policy for the whole world. We're more respected when we do that.
And they're still trying to push Ukraine into the EU and all these other aspects of it. And it's like, that's what started this war in the first place. When NATO is trying to knock on the door of Ukraine to say, hey, let us get in there so we can use your country as a frontline base against Russia. Well, of course, Russia's not going to like that.
Oh, yeah. That's especially considering many Russians do consider that to be part of Russia. Whether Ukrainians like it or not, that was the birthplace of the Russian country, the Russian people. So the reality of the situation is we went and injected ourselves into a Slavic civil war.
Yeah. And in a large extent, yeah. And I've seen polls like Crimea, when Crimea was overtaken by Russia, they were showing polls and voting blocks coming out of there showing 90+ support for Russia. They wanted to be part of Russia. So now this is a different part of the country with the Donbass region. Is it really, though? Are they actually they all hate Russia, or do many of them speak Russian, have Russian relatives, travel back and forth to Russia, and, would love to be part of that? I can't really say for sure. I've never traveled there and surveyed the people on my own. So how would I know that, right?
I guess we should just count our blessings that it didn't lead to World War III, because a lot of the things that Biden said would lead to World War III, he ended up doing.
Well, it ain't done yet.
Well, they'll keep trying. They got a couple more months left until they have to focus on the election.
It ain't done yet, but we'll see where things go from here. But we've also got, let's kind of go around the world. On the other side of Russia, there's the China-Taiwan thing, which, who knows, that clock is ticking. If they want to do anything on that front, they better do it in the next few months before it's really going to be obvious that Trump is definitely going to be the next president. They didn't like Trump, but they respected him. They love Biden because they don't respect him. And they know if they did anything on Taiwan, Biden wouldn't do a thing.
But I think that they don't want to actually have to fight for Taiwan. I think they want to take Taiwan from the inside like they did Hong Kong.
Yeah, which is a hard press to do in Taiwan. The people there don't seem to be wanting anything to do with China. There are factions there, of course, that are very much pro-China, but they're government parties, right? And they're not typically winning over there. Let's put it that
right.
way.
No, that's true. That's true. That is true.
Yeah. They can, wrangle 20, 30%, but to break that 50% block is a big thing. Because then, hey, once they get that 51% power one time for one day, boom, the first thing they're going to do is surrender to China and become part of China. So you can't ever
welcome them right in. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So you can never let them get there even for one day.
No, Taiwan has done some interesting things, though. They have done. They've adopted the libertarian porcupine principle. They have started strapping everybody with guns, teaching everybody how to shoot, and that's a start. I mean, they have to take some of this onus on themselves if they want to stay independent, because we, like we just got done saying, can't be the world police. We can't do it anymore. It causes more problems than it solves.
And it's really a burden on our economy. I mean, we don't really take any spoils from it anyway. And the people who do get the spoils would be elitists, not us. And they would come and buy more things up and strip us more of our power. I mean, there's just no benefit. I take the high ground on war. I don't want to do it unless it's absolutely necessary. But I understand that some people are like, oh, well, spoils. But we don't even get that now, right?
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, that's the thing, man. Everyone said, the war in Iraq was for oil. Well, we never took the oil, In fact,
BP did.
I think Trump complained about that. Complained about that.
We should have taken the oil, he said, like it's not, we never was for that because we never got there. Or we never took it. We could have walked in there and just filled up tanker after tanker after tanker and sent it back to Houston and said, here you go. Spoiled
the UK and the European Union that got most of it, right? Isn't that right? I don't remember. It's been so long, but
I believe so. I believe that's correct. Yes, because that's this. These things are actually tied together because the goal has always been to separate Germany from Russia so that they don't join together and take Germany's commercial superpower and combine it with the resource power of Russia and make Central Asia, the powerhouse of the world. It's been the whole goal since the end of World War II.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't know. Let's keep moving around the world here. We can get, I guess, all the way back around to the Red Sea and the Houthi rebels. Boy, whoever had Houthi rebels on their bingo cards were really just they're stacking up bases here. They have been shooting missiles into outer space aimed towards Israel, and Israel blowing them out of the stratosphere with lasers. So sort of intergalactic battles going on here. Yeah, right. First of its kind ever, sort of like out in outer space battles. But hey, it's something. At least they're shooting them down and they're not making it there. But the Houthi rebels have also taken a couple Israeli-linked tankers and ships and have fired on a U.S. destroyer, really raising the temperature during shipping lanes, those key shipping lanes that tie Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, UAE, Dubai, all those areas into the Suez Canal. Heck, anything that wants to go from East Asia into Europe has to go through the Suez Canal, has to go through the Red Sea. So very critical shipping lane, and they're making things very dangerous over there. So that's the sort of thing that the Marines were founded on, from to the shores of Tripoli, right?
Yep, the Barbary Coast, yep.
Exactly. That is a direct threat to the prosperity of not only the United States, but much of the modern world and their ability to ship goods back and forth through one of the main shipping channels in the world. And we're not about to let some, tribe of people living in huts and tents to take that out.
No, we never would. There's no way that we'll. But what we're trying to avoid is an international incident against a Muslim nation when we got the other problem brewing in Israel. I really, because I mean, if you look at the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Egypt all joining the BRICS Union in 2024, it makes what we do there that much more important. If we screw up and get on the wrong side of these guys any further than what Biden has put us, and somebody in charge has to know this, if we get any further on their bad side, and really do something like obliterate a Houthi village, and it turns out that's not where the rockets were coming from, it's going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad for us. It could really spark things off again.
Well, it might be their plan. Who knows? These people are diabolical, man. I mean,
it's true. It's true. Yeah.
Who knows? I mean, nothing that they do makes sense. So, really, the only other sense of that would be it's on purpose.
And you have to remember, too, the Arab world is not a monolith. It's basically divided between Shiite and Sunni. And those two factions have been at war with each other forever, right? Iran and Iraq. Think of that war, right? Sunni Shiite.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, you know, they will tend to align more with each other. And it seems like a lot of the countries like, say, Saudi Arabia, who, and I get these two mixed up all the time. I want to say they're Sunni, they're majority Sunni in Saudi Arabia, are a little more tolerant towards, say, the Abraham Accords and recognizing Israel, and they opened up direct flights and, you know, between Tel Aviv and Riyadh or whatever. And so you get into situations where some of these countries over there are definitely not going to want to sit back and watch these Iranian-backed Houthi rebels blow up their economies as well. Because let's face it, Dubai, UAE, all these different areas over there are all very dependent on those straits. And if they get shut down, their wealth goes right down this hole with it. And you'll be left with, look at some of these cities like Dubai, again, would be a rotten, empty city in the desert with no one there if that money stopped flowing.
Yeah, 100%. The reality is we should have some sort of negotiation with somebody that is. I mean, I know the Yemeni government isn't really in control of anything over there, but we should get in on the ground with somebody, our actual staff of people that know what's going on in that region, and start figuring out what we can do to have these people taken out from the ground, so we don't look like such a terrible gargantuan empire stepping on these little people. Because really, this game nowadays isn't about how powerful you are; it's about the propaganda. That's why you know, they're winning the war. The Palestinians are winning the war, even though they're getting crushed, is because they're crushing it on TikTok.
And then people ask Biden, like, what's going on, and he just always avoids things. And, you know, we don't ever really know what their intent is on this. And he changes his mind, says one thing one day, then the White House has to say, oh, no, that's incorrect. Joe Biden, he misspoke. How many times we heard that Joe Biden misspoke? You know what I mean? We don't even know what their intent is, what their agenda is, you know, what their goal is. I mean, they just keep it all in the dark.
Or what Biden said, my favorite one is, well, that's not official White House policy, what Biden said yesterday at that press meeting. Yeah, no, that's not.
He is the commander in chief, though, right?
Yeah, how does he not know it is?
Well, that's what they tell us.
Yeah, isn't whatever his brain thinks, you know, that's official policy. It's his head and what he thinks. That's it by definition.
It's just more proof he's in charge of nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And cognitively suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So the new tactic in Gaza is they have these giant pumps, and they're pumping seawater into the tunnels to force everyone up.
I mean, look, I'm not on either side in this issue. I could give a shit, let them as far as that goes, as that part goes. But yeah, I mean, what else are you gonna do? These tunnels, like, if you're not gonna fill them with some kind of gas, if you're not gonna, you know, send troops down there, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, smoke them out, flood them out, something. And you know, the ocean's right there, so it seems pretty straightforward to just get a giant pump and just start filling them up, and then say, hey, you know. And they announced it. They all know it's coming. You know, they've had days to move all their boxes of ammo up to the surface. But that's the thing, though. They've eliminated. They've spent. That system was as big as the New York City subway system. You know, and they've pretty much made it null and void in like a day with one big water pump, which is kind of interesting. They spent so much money and time and effort building that out, and no one ever thought, hey, what if they flood us out? What would we do then? Oh, well, I don't know.
And the longer this thing goes on, the more heated, you know, the protesters get.
Yeah.
It's that's all by design. I don't think they're trying to resolve anything, but I mean, I could be wrong. I'm just telling you my gut instinct, you know, and having studied the globalists so long, man, you know, for 20 years, I've been studying how these people operate. And I don't think they're trying to resolve anything, man. I think they want to milk it for everything they can, whatever that means.
When
I agree.
And protest at Christmas tree ceremonies.
Oh yeah, they had to shut it down, right?
They canceled one in Sacramento because it's coming up, and then Gavin Newsom
the one that Newsom was going to do. Yeah,
too dangerous, can't do it. In the capital city of California, it's too dangerous for Christians to go to a Christmas tree lighting ceremony.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I mean, I think if I was a diabolical, nefarious globalist, I would be like, yeah, let's just ruin everybody's Christmas. Let's just make Christmas as bad as we possibly. Let's put the hurt on them emotionally.
Yeah. Imagine if, Christians came back next Ramadan and said, hey, we're going to eat pork in front of all your places or whatever, and hold signs that say, save Israel. Israel must be free from the river to sea.
I think it was the Iowa. They had a satanic Christmas decoration out there, and I thought, what does Satanism have to do with Christmas? Absolutely nothing.
It's the absurdity of it. That's the reason.
If I were the devil, I would keep on doing exactly what I'm doing. On that note, we're going to go to a break. We'll be right back after this.
Hold on, guys. You went to break a little too early. You got 2 more minutes, man.
With a low of 65, with a light breeze coming off the ocean, folks, it should be a nice night to sit on the porch and talk. In Bismarck, North Dakota, the low today will be 20 below, and the high will be 10 below.
Yes.
40 mile an hour wind out of the north, and drifting snow up to your waist.
All right, I'll take us to break right now then. All right, we'll be right back after this. We're on break.
Why wouldn't you have gone to break there?
Well, because you normally take your break at 25 after.
Yeah.
It wasn't 25 after, it's 24 after. And when you
it's
said...
26 now on my clock.
Oh, I got 24.
Okay. On your
we
computer?
didn't sync clocks here,
yeah,
guys.
on my computer.
The atomic clock. We got to be on the atomic clock, man. The computer clock's probably the atomic clock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if my thing is 2 minutes fast, maybe it is.
Okay.
Mine says... I'm not going to get involved in it.
We're in the
We're all
future.
good.
That's what it is.
Actually, Doc, what time is it on your computer? What do you
26.
26:36? Okay.
It's 3:26.
Military time. New military time, 26:36.
I
Galactic,
got 17:25 here, military
Yeah.
time, so I don't know.
No, but I was going to say,
all good.
The Christmas tree lighting thing, Portland, the people who went to the tree lighting here in Portland actually booed the protesters down.
Nice.
Good.
Are you in Portland?
I'm outside of Portland, yeah.
Wow. How is that, man? I mean, looking on the outside in, what's that like?
I live outside of city limits. It's great.
Well, I mean, what's it like when you peek in? That's what I'm trying to say.
It's if you go to the where my son works at his car shop, it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Shootings, stabbings, that kind of stuff. Drug addicts everywhere. It's like any major city. Downtown areas are bad. Anywhere there's a lot of traffic where the hobos got their tents set up, it's bad.
And I mean, Oregon itself is a gorgeous state, like one of the top 5 probably for sure.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Yeah, there's so much to see here as far as natural beauty. Absolutely.
In Tulsa, we've got the refugees now that are out with the signs saying that have no money for food, rent, or for my children. Please donate. And I'm like thinking, well, Biden, you did that. You brought all people over here, And then again, I'm thinking they got to have money because I'm hearing they're giving $5,000 a Visa card right when they come in. So where did it go?
Yeah.
So the Coyotes.
Then they immediately go to the Buffalo Wing place and
spend $5,000.
Yeah, right. And they find out about Uber Eats and all that. Doesn't take long to go through $5,000.
Anyway, man, it's going to get like that because there's no jobs for these people. I mean, they've done nothing to stimulate the small businesses. We've talked about that 100 times. The small businesses left at the shamdemic, and they never came back. So bringing in all these people, there's no work for them. There's no work for these people. It's just going to put even a bigger strain on our economy.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's break the next two segments up into crypto stuff. We'll start out, I guess, with the CBDCs and all that sort of plan for the future.
Okay.
Digital IDs and the worst of it, and then by the time we're done with the second segment, we'll have worked our way all into the best of it all and where things are going from there.
Alrighty.
So that's our next hour of our life. Barry, I know you're psyched. You love talking.
I like talking about it, but, I'm no expert, so I can ask a few questions, though. I can.
Yeah. By all means.
Yeah, no, I spent the last 2.5 years teaching myself everything I could, and now I'm in the crypto space all the way up to my neck.
Well, yeah. I'll know who to send a message to if I get stuck.
Absolutely. Absolutely, anytime.
Wow, man, why is that Mine's token 4 cents? It's 4 cents now.
Oh, man. And don't even talk about the cash earnings now.
30 seconds.
I was getting a cash earning every, 3 months. Now it's going to be 15 years before I get another payout.
The $100 payouts?
Yeah, about 10, 15 years at the rate it's going.
I get about 3 of those a week.
The payouts?
The $100? Yeah, I make I don't know, $5,000 a month out those.
Here's the countdown. 5,
right.
4,
Just kidding.
3, 2, 1. You're live right now.
Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. And tonight we've got with us, as always, Bullhorn Barry.
I just wanted to break the bullhorn out because I may not be able to get it out tonight because we're talking a little bit more about crypto, and you can't get too crazy with crypto and the bullhorn.
Sure you can. CBDCs, digital IDs, man, they're trying to take over your soul.
That is true. That is 100% true.
Okay, good point, man.
And we got Dr. 420 from Minds.com. The good doc is here with us. You run a podcast. How many times a week or a day?
I do the crypto show every Saturday. I run down all the news and all the big stories and stuff every Saturday. It's usually loaded up about by 10 a.m. West Coast time. So just in time to sit down before you watch college football.
I'm definitely going to be checking that out, though, now.
Good. Yeah, and you said you spent the last several years just really devoted to learning everything you can about this space. And what is your sort of what's the summary of your learnings so far? Not earnings. We'll get to earnings later. Learning.
Well, the summary that I've kind of concluded is that the technology itself, when applied to the everyday world, can provide us answers to a lot of the questions that we have to answer. Like we talk every Saturday about online censorship and stuff like that. Usually done by technology. Usually prevents a lot of that, especially the monetary censorship. That's what I've really come to understand about the technology itself, is that it could either be used to totally control us, or it can be used to free us completely.
Mm-hmm. And where do you see the inherent value? In other words, I majored in finance, and I studied all these different models about the present day value of a stock
online
being worth the present day
usually done by technology,
value of the future stream of dividends, off into eternity. So basically, you're just discounting future cash flow and coming up with a value today of what that stock would be worth. How do you get to a similar type of formulation to understand the value of Bitcoin?
It could either be used to totally now control us. When it comes to Bitcoin, it's a lot simpler than some others. You got market cap to free us. How much money's in there, and then of course you have that's divided by how many coins are left, and that gives you your current price, and then you can speculate based on how high that market cap's going to go in the future. That'll give you kind of a price action as to what you see. And of course, that's just speculation. But as far as a value proposition, what Bitcoin really is a decentralized monetary system. So you have right now centralized monetary systems in your fiat currency. It comes from the central bank prints it, gives it to the regular banks, they take their cut off the top, then the regular banks loan it out to the businesses, they take their cut, and then when it finally trickles down to the bottom, us plebs get that inflated dollar that's worthless. With the monetary system that is Bitcoin, you get this control, this printing is regulated every day by the miners, and they print the new tokens, and there's only so many of them. So the pool of dollars can never, so to speak, Bitcoins, can never be reduced or increased artificially like our system can. And that gives the monetary system itself a solid nature that doesn't exist with fiat currency. It can't be, your value can't be inflated away by printing new Bitcoin. Only the miners can do that, and they have to expend electricity and money on parts, and they have to pay their employees, and so they have to charge a certain amount to sell the Bitcoin that they mine, and that provides that backing to that decentralized network.
Okay, how long do you think people will be able to mine? You know what I'm saying? Bitcoin, like a couple of years, 3 years?
No. It goes out to about 100 years. It's a set every 4 years. The amount of Bitcoin that's released per solved block is reduced by half. This coming in 2024, it will reduce from 6.5 Bitcoin to 3.25 Bitcoin.
So you don't mine as much though, right? You don't make as much money mining.
But the key is you have to sell it. You have to sell your Bitcoin. So there does have to be a buyer, much like any other product. But the fact is there's no other way that you can transfer massive amounts of value directly peer-to-peer in any other manner. Like you can't take, like somebody right now in Russia can take $10 million worth of Bitcoin and transfer it to their cousin in California to buy property. And nobody can stop that. It just goes right to the person. There's no bank, there's no intermediary. So that ability to transfer value over a decentralized network gives it a level of security that fiat currency doesn't have, because you have all these other intermediaries. You have banks, like, for example, what we did to Russia and turned off their monetary flow.
I guess what I'm saying is like the little Bitcoin miner, that's mining out of his house. Will it still be monetarily
I don't
profitable?
Think so. I think that the age of that is probably over, I would imagine, at this point. It's unless, of course, you're running 5 or 6 of the top level rigs, and it's all self-contained. You got there's guys that do it, but as we go further in, unless the value of Bitcoin continues to go up, but that's kind of built into the system. It's the math on it is very interesting. I won't bore you with it, but basically it's supply and demand. So the fact that the supply is decreasing means that the value to purchase one is going to continue to go up. So, like, for example, going into this halving, the miners after the halving will have to have a Bitcoin maintain value of between $35,000 and $50,000 to maintain profit. Well, as we've gotten closer and closer to that time, the price has gotten closer and closer to that amount, because they're not selling for anything less than what they need to remain profitable.
But what happens if it does go below that? What happens if after the next halving, which is what, in like June of next year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so after that, the price is $15,000, and everyone says, "Wow, I can't do this." So they start closing up shop. That just means what? There's fewer people mining, so they're that much more likely to get paid out. So
that would be the case. The hash power would go down, which would increase the amount of flow going through those miners. But there's negatives and positives to that side of it. But the reality of the situation is that so far, historically, that has not happened. Once you go through a halving, even though there is a retrace at some point of anywhere between 60 to 80%, historically, it always comes back as we approach that next halving. And I think that's where the genius of it is. It really is the hardest asset you can own.
And in this last bear market, it went, I think, from what, $60,000 US down to what, about 1520?
I think the bottom was 1515. Yeah.
Okay, and that would be about a 75% decline, right?
Yep. It was. I think it was 78. I think was the actual number.
Okay. Is that a Fibonacci number, by the way? I think it is.
It may be. It may very well be. Yeah. There's the Fibonacci sequences. The guys that really do the charts. That's the new thing I'm learning. By the way, is doing charts. But the Fibonacci retracement layers are very much apply. All the traditional trading stuff very much applies to Bitcoin, except it seems to have its own cycle because of this halving. Yeah.
So everyone thinks, well, the stuff goes up and up and up and up and up, but no, it just went down 78%.
Right.
If you had 100,000 in it, if you bought 100,000 worth of that at the peak and you're looking at 22,000, whoa, this stuff sucks. This is really risky. I don't like this.
There are people, and that's the one thing that people see when they see it as far as price goes. But if you are looking at it as an investor, you're looking at that as an opportunity to gain more position, right?
Yeah, I always talk about dollar cost averaging. And by the way, folks, this is not financial advice. We do not give out financial advice on this show whatsoever. But
Never.
Dollar cost averaging is a good way to get into these types of markets by saying every month I'm going to buy $100. $100 every month.
Yeah.
And then you're buying through that dip. You're buying it at 15. And when you were buying at 15, it's up to what, 30 now. So some of that investment has already been up 100% in what, 6 months or so?
Yeah, we hit 44 today before we retraced a little bit. So yeah.
4. Okay, so 16 to 44, that's a 200% return almost.
Yeah. And it's basically like it's a 4-year cycle every time that it goes these ups and these downs, as long as the idea behind it being a hard asset continues to spread like it has. And we haven't even hit full adoption yet. We're still at a point where maybe 20% of the world's population even knows about cryptocurrency at the level that we're talking about right now. Like, So,
yeah, at the level we're talking, I think the vast majority of our audience is learning something here. You know what I mean? This is a very cool area where, I don't think a lot of people have any kind of in-depth knowledge of what it's worth and why it has that value. I would also get into why it's valuable. I got the aha moment watching Ethereum because I saw all of these different websites, portals, businesses integrating with the ERC20 token, which is it's a token that underrides the Ethereum network. So it's part of the network. It can be interchanged and swapped with Ethereum, and they can do whatever they want with it. They can print their own tokens. They can reward people. You could have a job board where you go in and do jobs and they pay you in ERC20 tokens, and then you take those tokens and trade them in for Ethereum, and then off you go. Right?
Yes.
So it's very useful in that type of an element. And I see so many businesses integrating and building on the back of the network, the ERC20 tokens, that I just see hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours pretty much on a daily basis that are spent across this planet putting together those types of work. And these are highly paid developers doing this type of work.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So it's, if you tell me that doesn't have a future, why are some of the smartest people in the world investing so heavily in it? Not necessarily with their money, but with their time.
Well, and that's, I think, an even more valuable of an asset to invest in something. If you're willing to spend hours, and I talk to these guys on a regular basis on Twitter. These guys will spend 8 hours a day at a bank job that they absolutely despise, and then come home and spend 8 hours coding every night as a gig programmer for one of these ERC token economies, whether it's Uniswap or whether it's Mines or it's one of these other companies that uses these tokenomics. These guys are dedicated to it. You would not dedicate your life to something, and that is a dedication of lifetime. And so you got to understand that people understand that there's a real use case for this in everyday life, but we're at the very baby beginning of it. This is like buying the first thing over the internet ever back in the 90s. That's where we're at with this technology.
Yeah. Gosh, what was the first transaction that occurred with Bitcoin was a pizza, and I think they paid about 1,000 Bitcoin for it.
100,000 Bitcoin.
Oh, wow.
100,000 Bitcoin for a pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he regrets that now.
Nah, he laughs about it now, but he said there were a few times where he was very
Wish
mad.
He had the 100,000.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
What you take $30,000 or $45,000 and add 6 zeros to the end of it, and that's what that's worth, right? That's just massive.
Yeah. Well, that's why you have countries buying it now, like El Salvador. Their investment just went into profit this last week, and they've been buying, like you said, dollar cost averaging every month. They make their buy, and now their country has an asset, a hard asset that no other country can resist or restrict. And it's theirs. They own it, and it can't be taken from them. And
I've heard Max Kaiser talk about that a lot, which brings up one question I have for you. And I'm sure a lot of the people out there have this exact same question, because I've heard Mr. Bitcoin guru himself, Max Kaiser, say he believes that at some point, and I heard him say a couple of numbers, that Bitcoin will hit 250,000, and lately he's been saying million. Do you believe that's even possible?
It is absolutely. I believe that was the intention of Bitcoin to eventually reach $1 million, to reach parity with the U.S. dollar, one Satoshi equaling $1, and a Satoshi is the smallest unit of a Bitcoin.
Wow. John McAfee famously said that he would eat his. How do I put this in a family-friendly way? His, you got your twigs and berry. He would eat his twig if it didn't hit 1 million by a couple of years ago. So I don't know. He didn't have to do that, but he swore up and down that was an inevitability and about to happen.
Well, it's mathematically speaking, it makes sense, especially when you consider that that's the breakdown of it. You can break one Bitcoin into 1 million pieces. So
that would make a lot of people wealthy, though, really, at some point in time. Then that means there would be a lot of millionaires out there in the world. That would kind of equalize the poverty that we see.
Well, and here's my theory. My theory is there was a couple guys working on this that worked for the whatever government agency was paying for it, and they realized what they were building, and they put the code out because they knew if they gave it to the government without having it out in the public to work with, the government would have used it to control us. That's my belief.
Now, do you believe Toshi was Japanese, or do you think he was somebody working in the FBI or some government agency?
I've always believed that Hal Finney was at least part of the group known as Satoshi. Okay. But other than that, I don't. There's at least two other people, I'm sure.
So, but yeah, when you get back to talking about buying that pizza, it's a transactional currency. It's not meant to be every penny you get, you hold on to. It's meant to be, hey, I owe you $100. Here it is. And I say, oh, great. You just sent me $100 in Ethereum. I can cash that out and go have dinner or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that was the intention of Bitcoin. But I think that we've reached a point now where people have realized there are some issues structurally, like cost effectiveness wise. So it makes more of a sense to try to change some things. That they're working on things like they have the Lightning Network wallet, which allows the network to batch up a bunch of smaller payments into one big payment. So the fee is reduced for the smaller payments. So there's some things like that would need to be done for it to be a currency. But yeah, you're right. It absolutely was intended to be used as both a store of monetary value and a transfer of that value. That's exactly what it was designed for.
What do they call that crypto that's supposed to be, within, $1 or not even $1, like a few cents one way or the other? It's always that way. Stable coin, yeah. Is that going to be something that's going to be able to be established? Because we see like a lot of that's coming into question, like with corruption and, so is that going to be something that, people could, if they thought coin was going to be volatile, they could move it temporarily into a stable coin. And then
that's what traders do. That's what we all do. Yeah. That's why the stable coin. I actually think the U.S. government has two factions in it. There's one faction that wants the central bank digital currency, and then there's another faction which is led by BlackRock that wants stable coins, because stable coins are commercial entities, and then they control it, not the central bank. And so that there are some issues, but yes, there's a big future with stable coins. It's coming. They're building them everywhere.
Well, it turned out that some of those stable coins that they weren't like backed by dollar. You know, they were backed by money.
Exactly what I was going to get to. So there's been some concerns about that. Tether, especially, like Coinbase is a little more transparent. Tether had some issues where they were buying some certain assets that may not be, like if you were buying and holding U.S. Treasuries, long-term Treasuries over the last couple of years, you're getting smoked in this inflationary period. Those are just,
exactly. And a couple of the companies, but the majority of the long-standing dollar tokens generally are either backed by Bitcoin and U.S. debt or just U.S. debt. That's why they love them. That's why I think they're going to be big in the market, because that's another buyer for that tremendously large amount of debt that we have.
What would happen, and how likely is it, and what would happen if Tether suddenly we wake up tomorrow and it's 50 cents?
That would devastate the market. It would. Yeah. It just would. Yeah. Like there's no questions about it. What we're talking about is definitely the future of finance, but it is probably the most risky asset you can play with. And the only reason I've dove headfirst into this is because I didn't take my financial future seriously when I was younger. Because I was silly with my money and I didn't take it seriously. And now that I'm, getting up there towards the middle of 40, I have things I need to do with my life. And I'm not going to make that money just working a job and regular investing and stuff like that. You have to get into it's like investing into internet bubble stocks back in the 90s. Some are going to hit, some aren't, but hopefully if you're smart about it, you make some money.
Yeah, so it's wise that if you're going to do that, like you've done, you do a lot of research before you just dive into it. Start out small, start out with the more trustworthy Bitcoins, crypto coins like Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, Cardano. Those are the three that if you're going to start, those are the three to start with. But yeah, I mean, as far as trustworthiness goes, they're the most robust. They've been around the longest. XRP you could throw in there. They just got their lawsuit resolved with the government, so they're available in the United States again. But these are tried and true. They've been around for a long time. But it is, we're talking about investing in a future technology. It's the bleeding edge. And so there is a lot of risk. There's no doubt that there is risk. There's ways to manage it, but it is risky.
Yeah. And that is financial advice.
Yeah, absolutely. Know what you're getting into, honestly.
Yeah, it's the Wild West in a lot of ways. It is okay. We had the what was that exchange? FTX that blew up, Sam Bankman-Fried. And I always want to talk about this whenever we bring up crypto. The people that put that money in that exchange and left it there, you could have it in Ethereum, whatever. If it's on the exchange, it doesn't matter. It's like when the bank goes under. If the bank goes under or the exchange goes under, your account goes under with it. And it's not going to be FDIC insured, right?
Exactly.
So we always talk about the importance of keeping your assets in a wallet. We've got about 2.5 minutes left. Why don't you talk about wallets for a little bit here?
Wallets are very much what they sound like. They're a place where you store your digital assets. There are lots of good wallets out there. You can do all that research on your own. But the important thing is, if you don't have your wallets, if you don't have your coins in a wallet that you own what's called a seed phrase to, then you don't actually own the tokens. If they are on an exchange, you don't own them. It's just like having money like he said, in a bank. What the wallet allows you to do is get a 12 to 24 word phrase that you save, and that will give you access to a storage device that allows you to store all of your tokens on. Now, you don't need that seed phrase every time you log on. That's just your security, so that no matter what device you're on, you can download the app, plug in your 12 to 24 word phrase, and you have your stuff. That means your stuff is safe and secure. And that's the beauty of digital storing. That really is revolutionizing the industry, because you take away a lot of actual physical holding that companies have to do. That's why the financial industries are so interested in it. But the ownership of your tokens, the ownership of your own financial future, is what the wallet actually gives you.
Yeah. And think about it like this, folks. You've got good savings, honest, true savings. You invested in Bitcoin a long time ago. You got, I don't know, $1 million in your account. And something happens, God forbid, where suddenly you're sent to jail for 5 years, right? If you have your phrase, your 12-word seed phrase memorized, burnt into your brain, and you go to jail for 10 years, you can walk out and poof, get a phone, download the app, put those words in, and your balance is right there in front of you, and it might be 10, 15, 20 times what it was, 10 years ago.
And they can't get it from you. Can't steal it from you. They can't take it from you. It is yours.
You're in a war zone, and you need to get out with your money from a war zone. You know you're going to have to, get abducted, searched, everything by the enemy. This is a way to get through that without having to have any concern about anyone taking those assets from you. But on that note, we got to go to break, and we'll be back with a whole lot more on this subject. Stay tuned.
Wow. I don't know. My clock says 5:53.
I got 4:55 on the
I
nose.
got 55 as well.
555.
Oh yeah, you're in Central.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Mark, you're still working on daylight savings, aren't you? You're moving your clock forward 2 minutes every couple days, right?
No. I don't know. I mean, we've never.
He's living on Willie time.
We've never been off like this before, and all. I mean.
Yeah, but we're all reading the same thing I'm reading.
Yeah. Odd. Very, very odd.
That's super odd.
Because even on my on the broadcaster that I'm getting, it's like 4:54, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that discrepancy is happening. That's weird. It's almost like. Yeah, I mean, how does. That's the one interesting thing about today's day and age, as far as what time is it? Remember back in the day when it was New Year's Eve, and you'd be ready, you knew you set your clock perfectly, and then all of a sudden you'd hear on the other side of the room somebody start the countdown, and you're like, "No, dude, it's another 30 seconds out. What are you doing?"
Yeah. Well, let me check let me check my computer settings to see if I'm gonna go in.
I don't even know what setting. I don't even know what setting there'd be for that.
You got to go into where the time is, and then you just update the your
check. Use correct time. Where you didn't check that.
You just update where you sync, where it's syncing from. Okay. Oh, okay. Now it's syncing. Now I got 57. Okay.
08, 4:57, 08, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah. I don't know why it did that. But now it's up to date, and it's showing everything else up to date now.
Okay, I'm sure all our listeners.
It could have been. I know what it was. I know exactly what it was. When I took in.
Listening to us.
When I rebooted my computer. When I rebooted my computer, this is what happened. Okay, I turned it completely off, and then I unplugged to clear the cache for about 2 minutes. So when I plugged it back in, it didn't catch up the time. So, but we're all good now.
Yeah.
Time travel, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, this is a long break, so we're good.
Yeah, we got another 7 minutes or so. So if you need to go do anything.
Well, 5. Well, 6 minutes.
Like that. Yeah. I think so.
Like hey, all those people over Rumble, thanks. Please drop us a line or something, letting us know that you're there. Probably that's you over there listening, Yotivation Nation, who never signs in, just listens. Because folks that do that that don't have their own channel in that over on Rumble, they can take and listen and watch, but they're not, if they don't have an account, they can't chat. That's part
And
of
yo, if you are listening, feel free to come in for the last hour or the last 90 minutes or whatever you'd like to do.
Hey, man, I got some bad news in the political arena. Johnson reverses and caves to the deep state Democrats. Remember, he didn't want to have that spy bill authorization. He now slips FBI spy power reauthorization into the defense bill.
Yeah. The
Schumer, who would hold hands with Schumer? He holds the speaker's hand through the oh man, that's betrayal right there, brother.
I hate the Uniparty so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it looked like he was going to be really strong. It looked like he was going to. He said no, and now all of a sudden he's caving. What do they do to get a guy that? I mean, what are they doing to cave?
And they talk about compromise and meeting in the middle, but this isn't the middle. This isn't the middle at all. This is they won. He just caved and gave them what they wanted, which is the ability to spy on all Americans, sight unseen through weird, foreign
He's
subpoenas.
A traitor at this point. Yeah, that is treason. I hate to say that. That's our own guy, and he's just committed treason.
Yeah.
Well,
it's been a running theme for the Republican Party to be traitors for the last 5 years. I mean,
I mean, he's better than McCarthy. I'll give him that much. I mean, McCarthy said today he will not be. He's done with politics. Thank God. Thank God he's not coming back.
Yeah, there. I don't know, man. Ever since I had a politician try to get me thrown out of high school when I was 18, I have not been a fan of politicians. So,
what did you do for him to want to throw you out?
I asked him why he would expand the highway into the city when truck drivers don't use that highway, and then try to claim that it was going to increase business traffic. Because my dad was a truck driver, and I was like, nobody drives on that road that's a truck driver. There's red lights every quarter mile. Nobody's taking that route. I don't care how I don't care how wide you make it. You're not going to try. And then when he didn't answer me, the person next to me was like, I had a question, but I can answer to his question. And then the whole room was kind of like, yeah, I don't get it. And then, my school got escorted out
like Alex Jones or
something. I almost turned that bomb there, so I do want to remind you to be extremely careful.
Yes.
Okay.
But yeah, it's
okay to be passionate, but we got to watch our language once we come back on here.
Yes, sir.
We can do it in the breaks. I just try to avoid it everywhere. Because
I don't want to get in the habit of doing it because then,
exactly.
It's
too easy to just slip up, and then when you can't slip up, there's no slipping up.
Yes, no slip-ups.
Yeah. So let's see. What were we just talking about when we left? We were really on a hot subject
wallets.
There.
The self-custody of the Bitcoin and the wallets and that stuff. We can go into the central bank digital. I can transition right from the wallets into that. Why owning your own stuff is going to be so important.
Okay, yeah, that's actually a perfect transition. And then we didn't even touch the CBDCs in the last half hour, so we might as well get to that now.
Yeah, I've just figured since we didn't go that way, we'd just flip it around and go.
Yeah, I wanted that way, but it just kind of naturally went its own way, so I wasn't going to fight it.
Such is the conversations of these type.
Huh? You got to let it go where it wants to go.
It does make for the best shows.
Unlike owning a dog.
Yeah, no. No. Firm leash control when it's a dog. Firm leash control.
Exact opposite, yes. You go outside. Outside. I'm kind of parked near this guy, and he keeps staring at me. He keeps looking over here. It's like, I don't know. He might just be looking at the sunset behind me. It's pretty nice, but.
And you do get some burner sunsets down there.
Oh, they last forever.
Yeah.
That's
the one thing I've missed about living in the desert is those sunsets.
And there's no trees. There's nothing to break the horizon. You know what I mean? It's just you see all the hills and mountains around you in every direction for like 20, 30 miles.
Oh yeah, and the color change of that brown, like how the brown rocks as the colors change and it goes down, the rocks start to change. They go from like brown to purple.
Okie dokie, 30 seconds.
Shadows in there.
Yeah, yeah.
That's really. You know, I'm gonna roll this one.
Of course, you guys have to go potty right now. Come on.
And get ready for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Hour 2, where we sit down and hang out and talk about everything going on in the world. Tonight we've got with us Bullhorn Barry, as always.
Hey, it's going well, man. I just got almost done with the cocoa. Almost.
The cocoa?
Yeah, the hot cocoa.
Oh yeah, you had some hot chocolate, didn't you?
Yeah. It's more relaxed. It's a more relaxed show, so I probably won't spill it on myself and burn myself.
And we'll get into the holiday season, right? I had some eggnog I got the other day, and I've been just slowly working on it. I finally killed it today.
Like milk eggnog or almond milk eggnog, because there's so many different options these days.
It's just I don't know. I got it from the dollar store, Shamrock eggnog, traditional.
The classic.
Yeah, it's good stuff though. I think the next one as we get closer to Christmas is going to be an actual bottle of the liquor, the hard stuff.
Good old traditional
mixed into the eggnog. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. That's how you do it.
Well, no, it's just you don't have to mix it. You just pour it straight over ice and off you go.
Oh, you're talking about the
eggnog
flavor.
Comes like that, huh?
Well, it's it's like
eggnog?
15%. Yeah, it's like 15% or so, 30 proof, something like that range. It's just already made with the alcohol in it, and you buy the bottle, and it's you don't have to try to. It's always fun to mix whiskey with milk. It just you get that. You end up with a bowl of cottage cheese in front of you. But anyway, the Doc in the house, Doc Torre 420. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Got the
Excellent.
dogs arranged and out to potty in the break, so we're good.
Podcast is on every Saturday morning at what time?
It's usually up around 10 a.m. I record it and then load it up, so around that time it should be there, just in time to sit down and watch it before you get to the college football.
Unless your teams are on the East Coast, I imagine.
Well, I mean, if you're watching East Coast football, what are you doing with your life?
I had someone ask me if I ever, would, consider like living in the Midwest, which is, I originally came from that area. So, and I just was like, no, gosh, no, I can't imagine that.
Yeah, I'm the same way about the East Coast. I came from the East Coast. I'm never going back. I'm fine with it. I'm good. I'm a West Coaster for life.
And you live in Portland.
Outside of Portland, yeah.
Yeah, but still, like one of the biggest rundown cities on the West Coast.
When I moved here, it wasn't like that.
Yeah, no. I went there 20 years ago, a long time ago, and it was one of the most beautiful cities I'd ever seen. I couldn't believe a city like that could exist. Like it had this old downtown feel, but like super modern and West Coast and hip, and it was cool.
That was the prime time. There was a 10-year stretch there that it was just prime. It was the center of West Coast culture, really. I mean, it's San Francisco and Seattle. Yeah.
Now, those are three cities I wouldn't even really want to visit. If someone said, hey, meet me up here. Someone like you way out in the suburbs, fine. That's not a problem. It's a totally different world. But to go into that city and spend any time there, no.
Don't recommend it. Nope.
San Francisco, none of them. LA. San Diego is probably the only major city on the West Coast that I would, Santa Barbara, of course. Cities like that are totally different, but get into the big ones, and they've just been destroyed by these George Soros prosecutors and the far left governments. I mean, like we were talking about in the first hour, they're canceling the Christmas tree pageant or whatever they want to call it in Sacramento because of the dangers of pro-Hamas counter rallies that already got the permits to be right down the street from them.
Yeah.
Wow. And, forget about a Hanukkah party.
No, I don't think that would be too safe in some of those neighborhoods down there. No. I don't think so. But I mean, this destabilization is kind of part of their plan. I mean, we've talked about this many times before. I'm sure you guys have as well. That they want to break down the best of the American culture, and our financial districts in our cities are some of the most powerful that human beings have ever built. And destroying those really destabilizes our economy and hurts us. And it gives them a chance to bring in those central bank digital currencies that everybody's always worried about.
I wanted to just talk a little bit more about the wallets, because I feel like we were on a really important subject there. And the fact that you have that 15-word passcode to get into a software application like, say, a MetaMask, or I don't know, what are a few other ones that exist out there?
Well, if you're really looking for a wallet that I trust, it's actually called the Trust Wallet. That one's a good one. It was built in part with help from Binance, and so I know Binance has been in the news lately. Don't listen to the news. The news is mostly crap. That's just how it is. They're really well built. Trust Wallet. Exodus is another. But MetaMask is solid if you want to work with it. But if you want to store your stuff, I don't recommend MetaMask for storage. I really do recommend having something else for storage. It's great for transactions. It's just not great for storing stuff, in my opinion, safety-wise.
Again, this is a place where you can buy, $2, $3, $4, $5 million worth of, say, Ethereum or whatever. Put it in there. Memorize that passcode. Memorize it cold. 10 ways from Sunday. And then rip it up, burn it, and walk through a potential war zone.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, in fact, this literally did happen in Ukraine. Many Ukrainians loaded up all of their savings onto stable coins, U.S. coins, and put them on wallets, wrote down the passwords, kept their passwords, however, and just left the country with just that. That's all they had. Clothes on their back and their password. And they made it out and they survived, and they were able to actually have some money when they got there to make things a little easier, because being a refugee from a war zone is terrible. If you have a little cash, it helps. But you're not carrying gold. The border guard stole your cash and your jewelry. So what are you going to do, right? I mean, it actually solves a real world problem in that situation, for sure. And this could go for your government as well. I mean, because look at Canada.
Well, yeah, let's transition there from that sort of a safety and freedom to what they're trying to do with central bank digital currencies as they tie it into your score, your credit score.
Yeah. Well, it's so.
Your carbon.
Yeah, carbon emissions, all of that. It's very interesting what the whole idea is. But if you want to really get a good picture of it, you got to look at what China is doing. China has this where you get basically a behavior score that acts as a credit score. And if you do things that they don't like, your score goes down and you can't access public transportation. If you for some reason acted a fool on the bus and they didn't like it, they don't let you get on the bus anymore. Your pass won't work for the bus. If you didn't get your updated vaccine, your pass wouldn't work for the grocery store. You wouldn't be able to get into the place of work that you work if you didn't get your updated shots, different things like that. And it's all tied to a digital ID / digital wallet, just like what we were talking about. The problem is they control that one. And this is where the safety issue comes in. This is why it's so important that you actually can, with the technology of Bitcoin and others, Ethereum, Cardano, others, of the blockchain, is that you can actually store your own value yourself without having to trust someone else. And that gives you economic freedom that is immeasurable when you're dealing with something like what China is doing. And the reality is China is a test ground for technology that they want to import to the rest of the world. In fact, the European Union is voting on the parameters of their central bank digital currency called the digital euro right now. That's going to have a $600 spending limit so far. That may change or go up or down a little bit, but the reason is they want to stop people from being able to, quote unquote, launder money for terrorist attacks. Now, of course, that can be applied to anything they don't like, because again, they called people protesting the Islamic stabbing over there in Ireland, they called them alt-right terrorists. So
that's correct.
Once you give
$600, that's such a magic number. We hearing that number $600 show up all over the place when they try to monitor your transactions. But I mean, most people pay some great multiple of that on rent or mortgage or all kinds of different things. I mean, handbags. There's handbags that go for $3,000. You know, shoes. Go to Beverly Hills, and you're going to be hard pressed buying anything on Rodeo Drive for less than $600.
I would have to report my rent payment every month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the reason for that limit is very much for the reasons that you might think. It's that they want to know who's making big purchases. If you're Johnny Dum Dum going to the corner store and buying, your booze and your Cheetos, they don't care. That's great for them. They don't care. But if you're taking $1,000 and buying investments, well, they want to know about that. They want to make sure.
Or maybe you're taking that money and buying too much meat. Too much red meat.
That's when it gets really scary. When you start talking about the climate agenda, the carbon credits that'll be tied to it.
How that will all tie together with that. Now, you said the European Union is voting on the European Parliament. I can't imagine that every nation, though, will go along with that, even though, I don't think Hungary would go along with that, will they?
I don't think so. I think there will be certain countries that they'll adopt it as far as they need to. Maybe, the government will pay their bonds or debts or whatever in that. But I would imagine what will start happening is the local paper currencies will start picking up again. I would imagine something like that starts happening. Or they start transacting in cryptocurrency, which is kind of why the European Union has been pushing so fast for theirs to get done. There are a couple countries over there that are very friendly to cryptocurrency.
Oh, yeah.
And they're getting a lot of the financial business. They don't want that happening.
They don't like competition either.
Exactly. That's
no
the big
competition.
Thing. Yeah,
it's such a massive market, and the U.S. is trying to do everything they can to get in the way. I just saw an article the other day about some judge was really pissed off about this government prosecutor because they tried to get some sort of a secret last-second lock on this exchange's different bank accounts. They lied to the judge and said that this company was trying to move this money overseas and all this stuff, and it just wasn't the case. The judge ordered it and said, okay, freeze everything. Now it's a couple weeks later, and they're like, well, you lied to me. None of this stuff was happening. And I froze his company's accounts.
Well, it's really giving them a lot of power, isn't it? It's like giving them unfettered power where they can just be all up in your business.
It would be absolute total control of everything that you buy, and they would know absolutely everything about your life.
Absolutely.
And we know that the international bankers and these internationalists, they've all said, oh, yeah, we're going to control what you spend it on, and we're going to actually, maybe just allow it to be towards certain things, give you more money if you spend it this way, less money if you spend it that way. It just sounds like they don't want you to have any kind of financial independence is what that sounds like. That sounds like a control freak.
Yeah.
It's true. It's true.
The thing is, the countries like Singapore are going to make, Singapore needs the money, but they're just going to be making it hand over fist over the next decade or two because they're embracing it and allowing it to happen, and they want it there. We don't want it here, so it's going to the places that are welcoming it.
Well, and it will continue to do that. You have tiny little nations. I don't know if you've ever heard of the micronation of Palau.
Okay.
One of the big things right now is Palau offers digital residency. So you can become a legal digital resident of Palau, and you can trade on any crypto exchange you want. You can do whatever you want in crypto because their laws are open and free. And this is going to become a more common practice with these tiny micronations that have no financial income. They're going to become bastion. They're just going to sell IDs. Just like Poland was doing for the illegal immigrants coming in from Africa. They were selling European IDs to them so they could get them out of their country. And it's going to be a similar thing, except to bring dollars into their countries. So, yeah, regulatory arbitrage is absolutely going to happen.
Well, they don't want anybody to be empowered because they won't be able to bring in their, full spectrum dominance. So they're going to be fighting us tooth and nail on these things. Anything that liberates people and empowers people. I mean, they like the third world being the third world. I think they would like to see America become a third world. They think about how many times they've talked about how disgusting it is that America lives so high on the hog. No, we want everyone to live this way.
And they want
everyone to be prosperous, the whole world to be prosperous, but the globalists would never allow it. That's why they, the World Bank gives these loans that these third world countries can never pay back, and they're constantly in debt to them. So they're constantly under their, foreign policy control, their economic control, and they're just puppets then of these globalists. It's never about freeing people, and that's the thing. That's one reason we got to break out in this thing that you're talking about, the crypto. I think it may be one of those things that will set a lot of people free.
I believe that's the case. I believe that with all the conviction in my heart. Like I do. I believe it gives you the ability to take back what was taken from you when they set up central banks in the 1900s. They took away your financial sovereignty. And at that moment, when you lost that financial sovereignty, they were able to take a cut off the top of every dollar that was ever made. And because of that, we now live in a world where the value of a dollar is 92% of what it was in 1918, I believe.
No, it's lost 92% of what it was.
It's lost 92% of its value since 1917 or 1918.
I would even think more than that.
It could be at this point. I mean, we printed so much in the last 2 years, it could be over that. That is an older statistic.
Yeah, because it's ridiculous. You used to, a nickel would get you a good dinner back in the day.
Well, right. And it was a nickel was 5 cents of basically whatever silver would buy you. I mean, and so that's what Bitcoin is. And this is the best explanation of what it is that I've ever heard. It is internet or digital gold. That's what it is.
And that's something we didn't touch on earlier, but there's Web 1.0, 2.0, and now we're moving to Web 3.0. And the concept of Web 3.0 is it has this sort of digital backing with the blockchain and different types of, say, tokenization, reward systems. You can go to the Brave browser. Just pays you to watch their ads.
Yep.
If you turn on ads, and they'll pay you, and they pay you it's not insignificant.
Especially if you use the internet, but even deeper than that, we were talking about what they want to do with these central bank digital currencies, this control system. What makes the control system possible with the technology that backs up the central bank digital currencies is the same technology that can set you free. Because what happens is the technology itself actually can't be censored. You can't take a Bitcoin transaction and stop it without shutting down the entire internet.
Yeah.
You can't. And that's unlike our current monetary system. If you have a Visa card and you swipe it at the store and it doesn't work, and your bank says you're locked out of your account, well, you're locked out of your account and you can't use that money. That's what they want to put on everybody with these central bank digital currencies. The ability to turn on and off your finances at their whim. And cryptocurrency actually allows you to circumvent that system. That's why they hate it so much.
Oh, yeah. I'm surprised they've allowed it. And maybe you can kind of fill me in on that. I feel like it's because a lot of them are making money off of it, and that's why they haven't totally tried to shut it down, is because a lot of these big wig billionaire corporations and big time leaders are making money off of it. So they want to milk it for what they want until.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a huge part of it. Absolutely.
When I had Scott Cunningham on, he's constantly now talking about the fact that banking institutions are allowed to put maybe 1% of their assets into
0%. We're on an infinite reserve.
No, but they can actually put some of their reserves into crypto now.
They can, but they're being discouraged from doing so.
Yeah, but if 4 of the largest banks in the world did it, then that would equate to the entire daily float of Bitcoin.
It would, but that's why BlackRock is paying the government to do it this way. You know, they're moving things. What BlackRock is doing is they're working. There's a couple other companies doing as well, but they're the ones really pushing. They want to get the Bitcoin and the Ethereum, NASDAQ Bitcoin, the spot ETFs, which basically you let BlackRock hold on to your Ethereum and Bitcoin, and you just buy shares in this ETF. Silliest thing ever. But they want that in place. So that
I see that it's safer than FTX, but nowhere near as safe as your wallet.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's there's levels to these things, right?
Nobody's going along with that, though, are they? I mean,
no, they are. They are.
They are.
Yeah. Oh yeah, BlackRock has won the fight. I suspect, and this is a big one. I suspect that we will see a Bitcoin ETF approved in January next year.
Wow. And you know, it's a way for somebody at home to just pick up the phone, call their broker that they've talked to every day for the last decade or 2 decades or whatever, and say, "Hey, what's with this, Bitcoin ETF? Should we buy some?" And the broker says, "Yeah, why not? You're early enough.
Yeah, let's put 1% in. Yeah.
Yeah, So suddenly, boom, he hangs up his phone. He just bought some Bitcoin, and he did it from the 9th hole of his golf club. You know what I mean?
So will the banks, and that's what I think the banks are waiting for. I don't think they want to hold and be responsible for holding their own coins. They just want to buy shares of BlackRock's ETF.
There you go. So, folks, we've got to go to break on that note, but really good conversation. I'm loving this, folks. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break, and I'm on time this time. And I'm not behind. Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, that ETF thing, it's pretty much a go. Like Gary Gensler, the reason they went after all the companies they did is because BlackRock is a big supporter of Coinbase and the Circle stablecoin.
But isn't Block shady?
They're very shady, but they own everything, and whatever they say goes.
Yeah.
I mean, will people get behind them though? Knowing, what we know about BlackRock, will people participate with them?
$25 trillion. Like,
what's that?
They've got $25 trillion under management.
Most of it's actually it's people's retirement accounts is what they work with. So they're dealing with bankers. Like, people don't even know they have their stuff with BlackRock.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think I would want anything with BlackRock, knowing that they're a bunch of fascists and knowing that they're a bunch of elitist, globalist,
people
woke
$26 trillion in assets all signed off on it. So
it's crazy, but they have so much power to push things the direction they want them to go financially that the central bankers, because of the way that things look financially, BlackRock's like, no, we need crypto so that you guys can turn the money printer back on, so we can funnel money.
All that they're doing or a bad thing, or is it sort of unknown? There's a big
uncertainty. I think there's 2 things that are for certain. One is it's going a ton of money in, which means price is going to go up. That's good for the but there's also, we probably have to
this entire conversation in about 3 minutes.
But the downside, this is also a guarantee, is that the BlackRock will now be able to manipulate the price of Bitcoin anytime they want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like they couldn't.
That sounds really bad. That they could manipulate it, like they could, if they wanted to, they could go, we can do this, and that, and
do that right now,
bring it down.
Well, they could do it now, but what I'm saying is that it'll become more like a traditional asset. Then it will have less volatility, which means less chance for the big gains. Once all that, what I'm saying? It'll become more stabilized.
But they're not going to control all of it, right?
No, they won't be able to. They won't.
Yeah. So, people still be able to be their own bank if they want to be.
Exactly. And the great thing is the technology spawned from Bitcoin has created some other projects that do even better things that allow you to actually step out of their investment system altogether.
Wow, I can't wait to hear about that.
Yeah, no, it's Cardano is building some amazing stuff.
And is Cardano like Bitcoin based, or is it just?
It's like Ethereum and Bitcoin had a baby.
Okay. Get ready for the countdown. We're coming back a little early. All right.
All right. Okay.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition, where we are up to our eyeballs in crypto tonight. I am loving it. This is a really fascinating time. Barry, are you enjoying this conversation?
Oh, man, I'm loving it.
Learning a lot.
Glad.
I got a lot of questions, obviously. That's what I've been doing, a lot of questions like behind the scenes on the breaks.
Yeah, well, let's cover some of the stuff we were talking about during the break, because I think we were really hitting a lot of really important ground that I want everyone to hear, not just, us in our little studio here.
Oh, absolutely. So go ahead. Shoot. Doc, you guys go into questions. Go ahead.
Doc, we're talking about the ETF. So just as we were leaving, I was talking about how, you can have it in your wallet. That's the best way. You got the 12 words. They're tattooed on the bottom of your foot, and you're never going to lose them. Okay, as long as no one ever looks at the bottom of your foot, you're good to go.
Yep.
Right? But if you sleep on your stomach in prison, your cellmate's going to know him, and he gets out a month before you, you're toast. Right?
Yeah, you got to watch out for that.
Yeah, so maybe not the bottom of your foot. I don't know. You get the point, though, right? Maybe you're going to need a mirror to actually read this when all said and done. But the second, the worst place you can keep an investment in crypto would be on an actual crypto exchange. Coinbase, FTX blew up famously earlier last year.
Yeah.
And billions were lost. They were just purely speculating with people's investments.
Which they lied and said they weren't supposed to be. And it was terrible. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that gets us to sort of this middle ground. You're talking about the ETF that BlackRock is putting together, and BlackRock is notorious for, I think, manage like 20 trillion in assets. They're massive. They're all into ESG and DEI.
They basically
all
invented
of these.
It.
Yeah. And like, we're not going to loan money to anyone who does anything with oil and all those types of things. The ground zero for all of that new woke investment stuff. And they manage $20 trillion plus, biggest company in the world as far as money management is concerned. And they're getting into this with their own ETF. And that, like I was saying, is the kind of thing where you're a doctor, you're retired, you got a $10 million portfolio, you're on the golf course and you're talking to your buddy and he says, yeah, you should put like 1% of your money in Bitcoin. It's easy. I did it today. And you say, really? It's that easy? You pick up your phone, you call your broker, hey, buy some of that BlackRock ETF. He says, okay, done. You bought it at this price. Okay. Make your putt.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? You didn't have to tattoo the 12 words to your Netherlands.
And they're a regulated holder. They actually are using a well-known company that does cold storage. That's their job. It's actually a subsidiary of Coinbase. That they have a special in cold storage for companies like BlackRock. They do it for companies all over the globe. It was that partnership, an in-country holder of the keys that actually allowed the ETF to get through. That's why BlackRock bought into Coinbase. Is because that they wanted to make Coinbase, because they're an American-based company, they wanted to be the primary company in the United States. But so yes, it's going to be an intermediate vehicle that the Bitcoin's safe because they're responsible for holding on to the Bitcoin, and you're responsible for the paper. And if you say, I want my Bitcoin, you just turn in your paper and they send the Bitcoin to you. Now it'll work just like a gold spot ETF in that regard. However, what this allows them to do then is in the background maybe play with some of that Bitcoin and do other things, which is where the scary part comes in. It's the intermediary between a fully unregulated exchange and owning it yourself. This would kind of be the intermediary. They're not the only company, though. So you don't have to buy BlackRock's if you don't want to go with BlackRock. You could go with another company. There's about 9 of them, I think.
And we were talking behind the scenes. A lot of people think, including myself, like Google, who's evil. Some people think BlackRock is evil. and don't want to, with a company that they think is evil or a fascist company.
Yes, and it's understandable. So there are other companies. For example, if you are the category of person we're talking about that wants to invest in this, just put this in your portfolio. Not financial advice, but you can go out there and look into the other ones. There's ARK Invest. There's Fidelity is doing one. I can't remember all the other.
Isn't it traded on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange as a commodity?
Bitcoin is, yes. Yes, it is.
So, yeah, I mean, you can treat it like it's a commodity with 3% leverage or 3% down,
Yep. And you could, I mean, the interesting thing, and this is probably for the ETF, the interesting thing about the ETF is it's going to give all of the boomer cash access to cryptocurrency. And once the Bitcoin one falls, then the Ethereum one comes next, then the Ripple, then the Cardano, then the Solana. Like, once you get one, the door's just going to open. And the boomers, I love you guys, but you're not going to get into cryptocurrency on your own. You're not going to. And you guys hold most of the wealth. And
as a generation.
Yeah,
it's still kind of complicated, wouldn't you say? I mean, it's complicated for me, I think.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Yes, for the base user at the base level, it is still not very user friendly.
I mean, you took what 2.5 years to do research, and I mean, do you feel like you after 2.5 years? That's like going to college,
It feels like it.
Well, let's not make it overcomplicated. I could take you within 2 hours, or Doc could, or anyone could, and set you up with your own wallet, with your own thing. You're all good to go. You got, a couple $100 worth of Ethereum or Bitcoin in it. And
well, I mean, I have some crypto and stuff, but I'm not real fond about. Moving it around is the thing that I've had problem with.
We could set it up in such a way for you that if, let's say, the pizza guy down the road had an Ethereum wallet and it lets you pay with Ethereum, that you could buy a pizza with Ethereum, right? You say, okay, here's $20, send the pizza on over. It's delivered at your door 20 minutes later. It's that easy. Once you kind of understand the basics of it, it's not hard.
Let me ask this question because, I was talking about moving it around because you have different blockchains, but I know there's like companies coming out that are like so-called bridges that allow you just to do it once and they do all the bridging from one blockchain to the other, right? So you don't have to pay these hefty gas fees and move it here once, move it there once. And I think that would make it a little bit more simple because, you may be buying some crypto that's on a different blockchain and moving it around to your Coinbase or whatever. I mean, it can get kind of complicated. I think.
There's multiple ways to look at it, really. But if you are, there's two types of people that get involved in this. If you're just trying to invest, and you're not trying to use it in your everyday life, then a couple times practicing doing some things, you'll have it down. But it's when you start getting into the level that I'm at, like I play a crypto game, I use crypto-based social media. I have DeFi, which is I have my tokens locked away, providing liquidity on an exchange to earn higher interest yield. So I'm doing a bunch of really complicated things. But once you figure out that small first step, the rest of it all seems to follow right in line. And they're making it simpler and simpler every year. Like
you don't need to learn about DeFi until you have enough crypto over time to accumulate. So it's not like this rush to learn it all tomorrow. It happens slowly over time.
Yep. Yep. Exactly.
I mean, I'm learning. Don't get me wrong. I've got some in liquidity as well. I mean, it's not like I'm completely ignorant about crypto, but I have kind of gotten a little bit stumped when I want to move it around a little bit, and especially if I want to get it into my bank account, I have to pretty much bring it over to Coinbase to make that happen.
That is one of the things, and this is interesting. This is probably the biggest bottleneck in the industry is the fiat off-ramp. What I really like that one of my favorite projects Cardano is building is they're building a peer-to-peer escrow so that you can on and off ramp to fiat peer-to-peer. I'm not exactly sure how the technology is going to work out, but there's people actually working on all of these things. But I really believe in the very near future, you're going to be able to just pay with whatever crypto you have. They'll just take it at the counter. There's companies that's all they do is they just help businesses hook up to take crypto payments.
Yeah, for Bitcoin, I had it in Cash App, which was really easy. I just sold it and
is really easy.
Went straight into my account there, and then I have a Visa card that I can use, and bam, simple. I like simplicity, and it doesn't seem to me that it's completely simple yet.
No,
there's a website.
It's getting
there. I forget the name of it, but it'll buy anything on Amazon for you via crypto, right? So you can pay them in crypto, or you basically swap your tokens to their token, and then you shop anywhere on Amazon and say, I want to buy this. You spend their token, and they send it to your house like 2 days later.
Yeah, there's even ones that will allow you to, like, for example, Sheeb, Bitcoin Cash, Litecoin, I believe, are actually, they have deals with point of sale companies, where the point of sale companies, all they have to do is turn it on at your location, and now you can do it, and it goes through the system. You don't have to do anything as a company. So once they get that friction reduced to the point where it's just point and click, it's the future.
And the gas fees now are nominal. They're pretty much nothing. The time it takes for me to transfer Ethereum is minutes, if not seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I do like, I don't use Ethereum at all. I'll be honest. The amount of money that I started with early on, Ethereum was not efficient enough. What led me to get in Cardano. It's much cheaper to do transactions. They have a different model of doing their transactions that allow them to stack tons of transactions on top of each other in one official transaction. This one's actually extended UTOX. It's actually what Bitcoin uses.
It's like to say sharding.
Sharding. It is kind of fun to say.
I think I'm just going to have to go to minds.com and check out DOC69 more often.
It's 420. But it used to be 69, but I got older.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Now that you mentioned Minds, I want to talk about like the Minds, Odyssey. There's a million other sites out there that you can go to and use them as your social media, and they will pay you in crypto to use them.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. There's a bunch of different players in this field. Yeah.
So it's almost like when they talk about Web 3.0, it's you post to these sites. You were going to post this meme somewhere anyway, so you go post it to this site, and they pay you in crypto if you get for every like you get.
Well, and that's more of a hybrid between the two, but you're on the right track. Yeah.
I got a question for you. Let's say you're playing your crypto like you are now. Do you think that at some point in time, when it hits that pinnacle, it's going to be almost like a wealth transfer?
Yeah, I do. When it hits the top of this next bull run, which is sometime in mid 2025, from what all the experts are saying, the amount of money that is going to transfer hands at the top is going to be astronomical. I mean, the last time we hit 4 trillion total market cap for the whole industry, we should triple that this time.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I want to get more serious about it. I haven't had time because I've just been focusing on cash flow because the bills have to be paid. But now that I've kind of caught that up a little bit, I want to start focusing again on the crypto because I think there's going to be a big wealth transfer when it just goes crazy. There's going to be a moment where it just strikes. I get the feeling. That's what I keep hearing from people. That's why I was asking you what you thought about that. And I've heard the word wealth transfer, kind of come out of people's mouth a few times. It'll be almost like that, like people that were, just poor. One day they'll be pretty wealthy. Not Elon Musk wealthy, but a nice chunk of money.
You know how many Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis have been bought off Bitcoin money?
Quite a few, and a lot of them returned. Some of these guys that get really super wealthy were just total DJing gamblers, and they don't do well with the money. But then there's other guys who build entire industries after they make their money. Like the guys who started the meme coin Sheeb, The guys in that community are now building out their entire own DeFi ecosystem. They have their own tokens, their own community, and they have all their own stuff that they built themselves. And they did it with the funds that came from that meme coin popping off. And that's the kind of wealth transfer that will happen to everybody in the crypto industry once the mainstream adoption happens.
Yeah. It seems like there's in the crypto arena, there's these people that are like trying to protect other people from making big mistakes. Like I see BitBoy, I think is the guy's name. He's always talking about, we're kind of skeptical about this they're doing some shady things. You might not want to, and then it turns out, you shouldn't have put any money over there. And I like the idea that they're protecting the average person. There's people really doing their research, right? They're not just doing it just to get filthy, rotten rich. They're doing it to actually help and empower other people. And I don't know, I feel like BitBoy's like one of those kind of guys. And I know you're probably that kind of guy as well. But is there like
the reason I do the show? That? Yeah,
but there's a network, right?
Yes, there is. I think there's bunches of guys out there that what we're in this for is not just to make money for ourselves, but to free people financially. We want you, every single individual listening to the show right now, I want you to succeed. Because if you succeed, my world's better. That's what I want for every single human being. And there's no way you're doing it with this government money. There's no way you're doing it when we're almost $40 trillion. And what is it, 33.5, 30.7, whatever.
Ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous.
The amount of money you can't even comprehend that they've printed. I've watched them for my entire life invade foreign country after foreign country and leave it worse off than we got there. I want that to stop. And the only way that stops if we take away their power, and that's that fiat currency system.
So that part of the crypto is really part of the paradigm shift that so many of us truthers have been talking about, this where people kind of are back to watching each other's back, and supporting those people that have other people's best interests and aren't just going to like stab you in the back like we see with the corporatocracy.
Yes, there's a part, but then of course, anytime something good is built, the evil comes for it. And the evil bankers want to bring their tentacles into this ecosystem. And that's actually what my show focuses on. I make sure that I inform you of who the dirty players are and to what projects stay away from because of those dirty players. That's what I do, because I don't want people to get into this and think, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire overnight because some guy on the internet told me I was going to pump my coins. No. I want you to understand that you're taking the first step in the personal responsibility of your own financial freedom. And when I mean financial freedom, I mean controlling the value of your labor.
There you go.
And it's really important, to understand this stuff doesn't happen overnight. It's not like that, but yet it does happen sometimes very quickly. I remember watching Ethereum go from 1,000 up to from $100. From like $50 to $100 to 1,000 to
I remember when the Mr. Ottman went on Timcast and was talking about Ethereum, and it went from something like 800, 600, something like that, all the way up to $1,700 within 2 weeks. Next thing you know, by the end of that summer, it was $4,800. That when it does pop off, when the money comes in, it's pretty exciting. And I think we're definitely in a period of time where those explosions are going to get less and less explosive because the big guys are going to bring their money in at some point, and that's going to be the big explosion.
Yeah, and it's like what it looks like is almost every day you're getting an alert saying, this coin's up 5%, this coin's up 6%, this coin's down 10%. And you're like, oh, it's down 10%. Yeah, but it's way over what it was.
You got to zoom out on those days. You can't watch the daily chart and stay sane.
And people should be aware there's ways to get free crypto to where you've got no risk.
Exactly. That's what I was talking about with Odyssey and Mines and so many other sites out there.
My wife plays little online on her phone games that give her little Satoshis of Bitcoin when she wins. Yeah, I mean, there's hundreds of different ways out there to get involved in just get your hands on some that don't involve you actually committing any cash, just your time.
And if that sounds odd to you at home, think about it this way, right? Like I know with Minds.com, they have been, they basically dedicate 25% of the revenues that they get back to the community, right?
Yep.
So that's real money every day that gets paid out, and it gets sent back to the community, and the community gets that money. So it's not like, well, this sounds fishy or whatever. No, that when you're playing that video game, people are pay to play, and they're doing all that stuff. And
there's ads that run. There's all kinds of different ways that they make money, and they reward you for being a participant in a network. And that's the big thing that cryptocurrency really puts value on, is the network effect and your participation in that network. You know how X pays the content creators for their advertisement, and they give them a chunk of the advertisement money.
I mean, YouTube has been doing it for a really long time, right?
It's the exact same concept, except you're tokenizing and incentivizing the particular actions that you want. For example, on Minds, you make a comment, you get more points towards the system than if you just hit the thumbs up, because Minds wants to drive conversation, engagement. They want you to talk things out. That's why they provide a bigger word limit, right? So tokenization of all kinds of things. We're talking now outside of social media. Just think about the tokenization of healthcare. If you have really good health and you want to not pay a high insurance fee, you can participate in a tokenized plan where you just hold these coins, and if you need to get health insurance, you use those. But that money that you're holding goes into a pot that everybody who uses that system can use, and it's all done on blockchain, secured, that nobody can hack or change. That's completely independent of a third-party person.
So an entire insurance company built on the blockchain that is built by and for the people, and really all the profits just go back to better
paying for bills and better services. Yeah.
That's shocking. You just broke the world right there, my friend.
Every single industry can be incentivized that way.
Right? Add some AI and you've got the future right there in a nutshell.
This is why I am so adamant about people at least doing a little bit of your own research. Just look into it. It's so amazing what they plan on doing. But if we give the people that are in control now this power, it's going to.
If the central bank's digital currency does come into being, they can still have parallel economies, though, right? They can have parallel currencies where Bitcoin still exists, but so does this United States digital currency.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to try to do. I think they've realized. I think the Bitcoin ETF by BlackRock is pretty much the white flag, the truce. Okay, you can exist. We're going to exist. Just don't destroy us, right? That we're going to work together on this. Now, the central bankers don't like that, but BlackRock sees the writing on the wall. BlackRock has a lot of money invested in our economy, and if our economy collapses, they're going to fail. They can't have that.
Well, they're not going to. But everyone around them, all their clients will fail.
Right, exactly. You get my point. Yes, they will fail to return on their investment, I should say.
Yeah, they'll come out smelling like roses, but everyone else is going to stink.
Yeah, and they really, as evil as BlackRock is, they do want one thing to keep going, and that's the money machine.
Yes. I always say every major business in the country just wants one thing. They want tomorrow to be just like today, and they want today to be just like yesterday.
Yep.
And every day, print a new $1 million, and they wake up and do the same thing over and over, and nothing rocks the boat, so to speak.
That predictability is why they like Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And why investors are pulling out of Disney.
As they should.
I love it. Love it. Love it. Yes.
First year, they never had $1 billion film. Like, they didn't have $1 billion film so far this year. It's almost never happened to them. It has, but you have to go back to the 60s.
I lost total respect for Nick Cannon today when he said he spent $200,000 a year on his kids at Disneyland. I was like, man, what? How could you support Disneyland in that way?
And that's the thing, man. It's easy. That's like 2 vacations,
when you got as many kids and baby mamas as he's got.
He's got 12 kids. 12 kids, and he spends $200,000 per year at Disneyland for all of them, I guess, combined.
Add it up, though. That's easy. You need 4 hotel rooms at $1,000 apiece. You need, all the entries, the 1 week passes for 12 kids. That's another $15,000. I mean, you ate lunch, breakfast, dinner.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't doubt he spends it. I'm just saying, I wish he wouldn't. I would like to see. I mean, as evil as they've become, I'd like to see him just collapse. I don't think they're helping anybody.
No, they aren't. In fact, they're helping push along all of this agenda that's hurting everything.
Yeah, and dividing us and hurting our kids. Give me a break, man.
Well, we got about a minute before we have to go to break, so let's wrap up anything you want to say about crypto in this segment. When we come back, we'll talk more about the world. So go ahead, Doc.
Well, the one thing I want everybody out there to do is whatever you do, go home and do a little bit of reading. Find whoever you go to for financial advice. If they don't have a good opinion on Bitcoin, they're not out for your best interest. That's just the bottom line. But do the research, look into it, and tell me if you don't understand it, go find somebody else that is a little bit smarter and you have them explain it to you, because it's worth it. It really just once you start getting into it, it will expose itself to you.
And you don't have to understand how your phone works to know that you can pick it up and call somebody and it works. It does what it's supposed to do. You don't know how
exactly.
A lot of things in life we don't need to know every detail of it to trust that the system is intact and whole and will work for us when we need it. But on that note, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this for hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, where Barry's going to get out his barn in the next hour for sure.
All right, we're on radio break.
I wanted to say, and it won't expose itself to you like Jeffrey Epstein would.
You should have thrown that in there. But no, it once you start reading to it, it really led me down the whole path of researching economics at a level I've never researched economics before. It gave me a greater understanding of what was coming. Like, I have my family completely prepared for this inflation because of studying Bitcoin. We barely had any problems at all. No issues with our food bills. No issue. We've always got a month's supply of food in the house. Now my son's wife had to pick up an extra shift or two to make sure he gets to work and keep the gas in the vehicle. But aside from that, we were able to deal with it, where a lot of and still have some savings. Other people were completely caught off guard, had no idea.
Oh yeah, no, I've been strategizing, improvising, and adapting since the very beginning, and I wrote multiple posts, myriad of posts about, hey, you need to start strategizing now because it's only going to get worse.
Yep. If you don't have a plan, the life comes at you fast, for sure.
And then you see these leftists crying. They're putting out the TikTok videos, and they're, my grocery bill. But honestly, I'm not paying any more money for my groceries than I was before. Now, I don't eat out as much, but I've actually enjoyed that because I get to control what I'm eating, so I'm not gaining as much weight as I was. I'm actually fairly trim now, so that helps as well. I'm healthier.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's two things about the leftist TikTokers. The one thing is that they don't know how to live within a budget. They don't. That's for sure. But
they have to live at whatever their means is. They don't believe in saving. It's like, and then the dinks. Have you heard of the dinks? The dinks are oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they're not breeding, so they don't pass that on to another generation.
I watch these TikTok videos on dinks, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that is like woke-tardness at a whole new level.
It is. Well, that's what they wanted, though. That's what they were trying to program my entire generation with. They wanted us all to be that way.
Yeah, what was it? We got to go to a party and leave early because we want to, not because we have kids. It's like, shut up,
Either way, you're going to the same party and leaving early.
I can't even watch these videos. They're so obnoxious, man. It's like, and then the name Dink. I mean, I guess they like that. I mean, it's just one of those words that just fits them perfectly, I guess.
Well, sometimes the glass slipper just fits, man.
There you go. That's it. And in this particular case, it fits.
Oh yeah, yes it does. I don't understand it though. Like I mean, now like I grew up in a situation where like I had not the greatest extended family. My immediate family was okay, but my extended family was a little rough. And I understood what it was going to be like for kids in the future. Like I could see kind of the cracks when I was younger. Mm-hmm. And I made a commitment to myself. I was like, if I meet someone that I enjoy having in my life, my first wife, and they already have kids, I'm going to take that responsibility on for myself because it's better for society. But these people have like the exact opposite perspective, right? They see this world out there and they turn into these narcissistic, selfish ingrates. They don't have any idea of belonging to the greater society, and I can't comprehend that. I care so deeply about humanity continuing into the future that I sacrifice my own happiness for that. Like I don't understand I don't grasp that mentality.
The chivalry and nobility is kind of gone in a lot of ways. I mean, there's still a lot of us around that believe in that, and want to see that return. And that's why it hasn't gone completely insane. Otherwise, everything would already be completely woke. We fought back. We're still the majority, but we need to send them back, to the rocks from which they crawled out from under. That's where we have to send their ideology.
No, absolutely. It is probably one of the most destabilizing forces I've ever witnessed personally. Like, it no matter what it touches, it destroys.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%. I mean, I've tried to break down wokeness in so many different ways. It's so vast, in its destructive power.
Well, because it can creep into anything. It does, because of the way that they use language, that Marxist technique of making language mean what they want it to mean. They able to worm their way into situations like, for example, the church. Now, I'm not a Christian. That's fine, whatever. But the church should be what the church is supposed to be. It shouldn't be for everybody, because that's what the book says. The book says it's not for everybody. It's only for true believers. That's what the church is for. And the woke mind virus is, now you got, didn't the Catholics put a female priest in? Like, I don't understand how you let something like that happen to your religion. I don't.
Well, it's like I tell people, if you go to a woke Christian church, you need to get out. Like, immediately.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's a retardedness that's worse than the secular version of it, because they put God behind it, which is even worse, man.
Well,
it's called deconstruction. Basically, what they do is they deconstruct, and basically, by the time you're finished with a woke church, they don't believe in anything. They don't believe in the words of Jesus. They don't believe in the crucifixion, the resurrection, the blood of Jesus. They don't believe in miracles. They don't believe in anything. It's deconstruction.
Yep. Well, and that's exactly what the Christian church is like in China. That's what it reminds me of.
It's state-run, isn't it, in China?
Yep. And it's just a propaganda tool. That's all it is. And it seems like that's what's happened. Like, my guess is some of the seminaries got infiltrated by these types at the collegiate level.
Oh no, there is big time. They're so mobilized, man. I've gone up. I mean, and they go into churches and they recruit people to deconstruct. And they go, "Hey, we really see how, influential you are. We want you to, work with us." And they thought, "Oh, you mean, help spread the gospel and, help people and so forth." And that's not what it was about at all. And so you have whistleblowers coming out. You can see a lot of these people, these prominent Christian figures that are exposing the wokeness in the church. And they're very mobilized. They go into churches. The church I went to, I had to leave because they went woke, and they came in and destroyed it. It's down to about 30 people now, and it had a few hundred. It was actually a very thriving church, a very diverse church. We had an international program with people from Burmese and India.
A sister church?
Huh?
Did you have a sister church like that program?
Yeah. We had an international church service that was in the evening, which I really liked it better than the other one anyway. And so it just the wokeness came in and it literally destroyed the entire church. And there's only like 30 or 40 people that go there now.
That's horrible.
And the pastor last week, a friend of mine that used to go with me as well, we all left because it was just terrible. He threw a donut at the congregation.
Man, that's.
And he was like, he goes, we're going to have to face some really tough decisions. I know a lot of you, because there's still some conservatives that go there, and we're going to have to face some really tough decisions, and you might want to throw a donut at me or something like that. And then instead of somebody throwing a donut at him, he threw one at them. And it's like 90%, like 75 and older is who's left. So he's throwing a donut at these poor elderly people. I haven't seen the video, but my friends, he said, next time I see you, I'm going to show you the video. He goes, I couldn't believe what I saw. He literally threw a donut at the congregation.
That's insane. That is insane.
All right, 30 seconds, folks.
Lost their mind do things like that.
Oh, he's nuts. That guy is nuts. Oh, I went out there today. I was driving by the church just because I was driving home, and they had the COVID van out there, testing van.
Jesus Christ.
So I went into the parking lot and took a picture of it because I want to post on social media.
All right,
about how,
get ready for the countdown, because here comes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. Once again, man, the fastest 3 hours in radio. We say it all the time. It's true. We're already
it just flies by.
Yeah, going by quick. So we talked about crypto for the last hour and a half.
Yep.
What a fantastic conversation. I loved every minute of it, Doc. Thanks so much for all the knowledge you shared with us and with all the people listening in. I think everyone is much wiser and hopefully wealthier for having listened to you.
Let's hope so.
Let's dive into some news, though. Some news, politics, what's going on. Have you guys heard about this COP 28 meeting that's happening in Dubai?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Where all the billionaires of the world meet up on private jets to go to Dubai and stay in $10,000 a night hotel rooms to then secretly plan on how to ruin everyone else's life with bugs. Right?
Yes, exactly.
Well, there's also the rumor that there's a lot of prostitutes that they bring in as well. I don't know if that's, proven or not. But that's the scuttlebutt that I hear.
I've heard that as well. So I'm gonna say that's fact.
It's frowned on in a Muslim nation. It's Dubai, You can't do that kind of stuff in a Muslim nation. Come on now.
Well, these are elites, man. They can break the rules, they believe.
Yeah. Dubai is kind of like their playground.
So John Kerry is this guy who ran for president a long time ago and lost?
That he did.
Mr. Skull and Bones, let's not forget that. He's a skull and bonehead as well.
Yes, he is.
He's his title, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate. Special Presidential Envoy. Nice title, right? Did you vote for that in the election? Which one of us? I didn't see that on the ballot. Special Envoy. No, for climate?
No.
Yeah. So, not in the Constitution, not anywhere. This is just a made-up position they gave to some guy that lost an election a long time ago.
And remember, when President Trump was president, Kerry was doing all kinds of weird foreign policy deals behind Trump's back.
Yeah.
That should be treason.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Working with deals with Iran behind his back. Unbelievable levels of treason. Was it the Hatch Act, I think, was the specific, but... Anyway, he vowed, he's really mad. Okay, first of all, cow farts. We all know cow farts are a big deal. We got to get rid of cow farts. Human flatulence. He showed the importance of human flatulence during his speech.
I watched that video.
Have you guys seen that clip?
I did watch that video. It's hilarious.
This is why I'm so irate, and I want to call for such extreme measures because everyone is... What was I?
Well, human farts make up a whole lot more than actual cow farts do. That is an actual factual statistic. I've got the statistic. I'm going to try to bring it up while you're talking, if I can find it, because it's actually quite astonishing.
I would love to hear those numbers because it wouldn't surprise me at all if cow farts, human farts, drastically outnumbered cow farts. I really wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. But he wants to shut down all coal. About a dozen different nations signed on to this. Czech Republic, Cyprus, Dominican Republic, Iceland, Kosovo, Norway joined the Powering Past Coal Alliance, right? So he wants to get rid of all coal in the next 5-6 years. Just get rid of it. That's 22% of our grid. He then went on to attack natural gas. No pun intended. That's another 30% of our production. I mean, they're wanting to shut down 50% of our energy production in the United States right away. No transition to, it's 20% now, let's get it to 11% in a decade. Lose 1% of our dependence every year. We could do it, folks.
And look, it's completely insane because you had the co-founder of Greenpeace talking about zero emissions, which is what we've talked about over and over and again. It'll basically kill a few billion people. I mean, and the co-founder of Greenpeace was saying that today, that if we actually try to do zero emissions, it's going to be a mass genocide to the likes we have never, ever seen. He said these people are lunatics. And it's exactly what we've been saying. They're lunatics. They're psychopaths. And I will not back down on that.
No, they are absolutely. The people who came up with this plan and have pushed it forward are absolutely psychopaths, and the sycophants that they have following along think they're going to get a crumb from it when it's all over and done are just following orders like so many famous people did. But I tell you, what's even more interesting about that COP28 was what the UAE president said. The UAE president was like, look, man, you can't take away our fossil fuels. You're going to put us back in caves.
Yeah. He said that. But then he quickly backpedaled, and the London Guardian and all the leftist media said, oh, no. He misspoke. He said he's so willing to talk about gender and so willing to talk about climate change. I mean, look, every now and again, these people tell the truth. You know what I mean? It is a sham. It is a total hoax to get full control of your life.
Yep.
And here's that statistic if you really want to know. I mean, and again, I can't 100% confirm the statistic, but it says outside of biology, the human impact dwarfs ungulates. Humans contribute 60% of annual methane emissions, contributing to 25% of annual global warming. So what are they going to do? They're going to put, like they did with those cows, you know how they put those little gas bags on the back of cows to collect the methane? Are they going to have us with a little gas, a bag behind our jeans or what? I mean,
Dinks will.
Yeah, the Dinks will because they want to save the planet. You're right.
Get back to COP28, though. This is being held in Dubai. Dubai is a oil-rich town.
Yep.
It's like Houston in the 80s when Dallas or whatever was on TV. You know what I'm saying? It's totally dependent on oil money. Now, you could say that Saudi Arabia is building the line, and they're building all these tourist destinations that are going to be spectacular multi-billion-dollar projects. Great. Do you want to go on vacation, a ski trip to Saudi Arabia to go skiing? It's a novelty. It might be cool to see, but that's about it. Oh, by the way, you can't drink or swear or do anything bad while you're there. They throw you in jail for the rest of your life. So, no, them looking at some sort of a tourism and business mecca, I don't see it. I don't buy it. Once that oil money dries up, those towns will dry up and remain husks on themselves, sitting out in the desert with 10 feet of sand in their lobby.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think they have any intention of going along with this. I think their goal... Oh, I think their goal is to garner relationships. I think they were trying to sell oil. That's what I think. I mean, they reportedly a bunch of the BRICS nations were having meetings while they were at COP28 about selling oil to one another in their own currency. It's all about influence peddling at this point. Like, nobody really thinks the climate thing is going to actually work in the real world. All these people pushing it are doing it just for what Bullhorn said. It's control. They know it's not going to save the environment. Half of the people that put out the numbers for the data sets that they use for the models tell you they pay us for the results that they want. That's how it works.
Yeah.
And they know they're losing because John Kerry said, now, a lot of the nations are not keeping up with their agreements. And I thought to myself, well, nobody here in the United States, as far as we the people is concerned, haven't agreed to jack diddly squat. I'm not playing along with your little global warming scheme. I'm going to keep eating meat. I'm going to keep driving my car, my fossil fuel gas car. I'm going to do everything the opposite of what you tell me to do because you are a fraud, sir. I'm calling you out for the fraud you are. And everybody should be calling these people out for the frauds they are.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're not calling these, because these people are pretend leaders. They're not even as gifted at leadership as the generation before them. I mean, at least the generation before them was able to keep things upright so that the population didn't suffer the consequences nearly as often as these days. But these guys, they don't even care about the population. They just want to push their goal through so that they can maintain their power structure because they see it slipping. All of the things that we've talked about with cryptocurrency apply to many different things. There are technological revolutions taking place that will decentralize power, and if they allow that to happen, they lose their top spot.
Yep.
And they've held it for
really
a long
it at the end of the game. That's it at the end of the day. They don't want to give up their empire of control that they've had for so long, and then they want that full spectrum dominance of global governance as well. And that would kind of put the seal on the deal for them.
The fight would be over at that point. If they get global governance, the deal's over. That's it. It's the end.
Look what they're doing in like Ireland with this freedom of speech bill they're passing, which will basically make it, if you have the wrong meme on your phone, you can go to jail. Things like that.
Yep.
While the heads of Harvard and Yale and all these prestigious schools were in Congress today, basically saying, if you call for imputata, that's okay. It's, you can call for killing all the Jews as long as you don't do it. Right? You can call for it, just don't do it. As long as there's no action behind it, then it's free speech and we'll allow it. Okay, well, that's the other side of the coin, right? So you got these two sides battling over what is hate speech and what isn't, and in some cases, hey, let's kill all the Jews. Well, that sounds a lot like hate speech. I don't know. A funny meme
it's
about
selective enforcement. That's how they operate. Everything about these rules and regulations that these leftist globalists are putting into place, it's being put in place to be used as selective enforcement. That's why we have the two-tier system that we're seeing take place. I mean, they're not going to apply it even remotely the same for them. I mean, they can burn down cities and be let out the next day. Burn down a police station and, that's all right. We'll give you a $500 fine and just don't do it again.
Yeah, that was the Wendy's down in Atlanta. They got a $500 fine the other day for burning down that Wendy's.
That's kind of what I was referencing, but yeah. Not exactly.
You have to know,
just using that.
You said $500. I knew exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, this is the same thing that they do with everything, though. It's not just crime. It's it's racism if you do something, if you're a white male Christian, right? It's whatever you do, it's racism because you have white privilege, so they say. But on the flip side, if they do something that's actually racist, it's fine. It's completely okay. It doesn't, like you said, it's that differential enforcement that is the goal, because that brings the tyranny, that keeps the division.
It's what keeps the division. It keeps people pitted against each other. And I'm always reaching across the aisle to the leftists. I have that olive branch extended, but they really don't. Most of them don't take it, dude, because they're so brainwashed, man. They cannot agree with you. It used to be leftists, or liberals, I should say, and conservatives used to be able to agree on, the majority of stuff. The only thing that separated the left from the right was the wedge issues. That was it. That was it. The wedge issues, and everything else we could work together, but not anymore. It's so night and day that there's no common ground anymore.
Yep.
And the wedge issues
go ahead.
are always the ones that have no solution, right? The wedge issues are like global warming, where I don't see it. You know what I mean? It does. I don't see it getting hotter. Maybe I move around too much. Maybe I don't, whatever. But the Earth seems pretty much the same as when I got here a long time ago.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the younger generations will grow up and start saying, wait a minute. I remember It was way hot. Remember that year in high school? We just sat there on the couch and sweat all day, and it was horrible. Like, I haven't seen a day like that in a couple of years. Like, what's going on? I don't know. They pick issues like abortion that just don't have a solution. I mean,
well,
that could be an
exactly.
solution.
That's the point, though. They pick specific issues like abortion. That's the point. They attack those issues because they know that they drive issues between people, and focus on those issues to keep the divisions going. I believe, my personal belief is this really ramped up when the 2008 happened and the Occupy movement started to join the right and left populists together. Mm-hmm. Once that started to happen, all of this stuff came back. Like, I remember thinking in the 90s we had conquered all of this racial division, and now it's back worse than it ever was when I was a kid.
Yeah. Well, if you think for one second that the government... Go ahead.
When Run DMC and Aerosmith collaborated together to make Walk This Way, I thought that was the end of racism in America right there.
Yeah. A lot of people did.
I think that was
Go ahead.
Beautiful moment. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, if you don't think that the government has been using AI to basically detect trends for decades now, you know what I mean? For 2 or 3 decades at least, they can tell what's coming, you know, and if they see a freedom movement coming and people from both sides of the aisle unifying, if they could see that people wanted to make America great again, they know all these trends, so they come in and they try to start disturbing them before they go completely mega viral. And that's what the AI is in place for. It knows, it can predict the future, basically, because it's taking in more data than any human could ever take in, or a group of humans, right? And it just spits it all out and says, here's what's coming. Here's what's most likely coming. Look at this trajectory of this growth here. In 5 years, this is going to be huge. And so they have to come in with their, chaos disruptors, being the chaos creators that they are, divide and conquer to prevent us from coming into a new renaissance, into a new stage of prosperity, into a new phase of just unity and, prosperity and returning to just being human again. They don't want that, because that's why they brought the phones. That's why they brought the video games. And I'm not against any of those things in moderation, but they want you so focused in on that you have no real life.
Yes. They want to replace your outer life with a controlled inner life. That's what they want. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Sure.
That's again part of the whole push to transhumanism, is so that you will accept the idea of actually not being human in human form. Mm-hmm. That way that you will accept to live in this digital world. Now we're talking 100 years in the future, maybe not, but that's their plans. These are the things that they write about in their really creepy, weirdo papers that they do, MIT science research papers and stuff.
I just have to ask, what if we're already living in that digital world, a la the Matrix, and this is like another digital world in the digital world, inside another digital world, inside another digital world, right?
How many people believe that to be the case?
Well, I would argue that metaphorically that's true. I would say metaphorically, right? because they are altering the timeline. It's not like a real Mandela effect, you know what I'm saying? I don't think people are going back in time, but it's like that because they're changing what would be the normal timeline. Just imagine if the globalists weren't, and the social engineers, these evil, nefarious social engineers were not tampering with things, we would be on a totally different trajectory right now. We would be in a different timeline. It's like right now we're stuck in the upside down in an alternate universe.
They're trying to
metaphorically speaking.
I think they're trying to keep us in a particular time period. They're trying to keep us in the late 90s, early 2000s time period instead of letting things progress naturally, because they haven't got the full control yet. They're trying to use a funny word, retard our progression as a species, because we're evolving past their control mechanisms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they know we're having a mass awakening. I mean, that's, first we had an awakening to their evil and their corruption, and now we're having an inward awakening, a spiritual awakening, and that frightens them as well, because they have a dehumanization agenda. So anything that is pro-humanity, pro-life is totally against their agenda. 110%. It's the antithesis of their agenda. So they have to kill that as fast as they possibly can. They do that by dumbing and numbing the masses down. They zombify them. And they zombify them with the pharmaceuticals. They zombify them with a culture. They zombify them in so many different ways, and people are not even aware of it. They're in a panopticon prison planet already, and they're not even aware of it.
Yep, there are a bunch of people that I know personally who don't leave their house except for when they go to work, and they come home, and that's all they do. They order their food online. They play their videos. They order everything. They don't interact with the greater humanity, and it's devastating to communities.
And pre-shamdemic, when I would walk around and do my jogs and stuff, everybody was outside in the summertime playing. Now there's nobody. When I go on my jog, it's like I'm in a town that there's nobody even around. The Mexican people in my area, they play. The kids play. If it wasn't for the Mexicans in my neighborhood, nobody would be playing. I don't see anybody else playing. I don't see any kids outside.
Yep. There's a lot of neighborhoods like that here in Portland. Fortunately enough, I live in probably one of the best neighborhoods in Milwaukee. It's the Clackamas County, one of the better counties in Oregon as far as it's got a good amount of economic activity, but there's still a very large red contingent when it comes to voting. So their sheriff doesn't put up with any nonsense. The kids play in the streets, they play out in the yard. We don't have the homeless everywhere. We don't have crime all the time. Now you go 4 blocks down the street and you cross into Portland city limits, and it's a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, and that's what I call the signs of life. When you see kids playing and having fun and laughing, that reminds you that life is taking place.
Yep.
Great. We got to go to break. Folks, we'll be right back after this.
And we're on radio break.
Yeah. I got to rein you guys in. We got so much stuff to cover, and I'm like, because you're saying good stuff, but I got a bunch of news. We literally covered, I think, 2 articles so far.
In 3 hours for a 3-hour show.
You even said you weren't going to let us do this. You even said you were like,
"No, you're telling everybody we're going to cover the news at some point," and we just
Well, we've been stuck on the whole, the COP28 thing. It's kind of all revolved around that.
I have an idea.
I think everything we were saying is kind of about that.
Really, I have an idea, CS. How about this? All right. We take the 3 hours, all right, and then you pick a guest like a doctor, and then you just let Barry have the 3rd hour, all right, with your guest. Nah, I'm kidding. Guys are rolling tonight, doing good.
It certainly flows. The time has just flown by.
It is.
It's definitely
tonight is going really fast.
And another thing is too, we're in such a weird, peculiar time in the world today. It's not like normal either. So, if we get off a little bit, I understand what CS is trying to do. I think he's totally right. But I also kind of think it's such a weird time. Yeah, it's just like no other time ever. Can you even think of a time that's been like this?
The only time I could think that was anything like this would have been during the very beginnings of the colonial period. There's just so much going on in that time. The technology changed so rapidly. We went from using, swords and shields within 25 years that everybody had guns. It was definitely.
You think that's amazing? Think if you go. Think about this. Think. If you think that's amazing, think about this. About a little over 100 years ago, we didn't have air flight.
Yep, exactly.
All right?
Exactly.
And now we got planes that go supersonic speed, Mach whatever. Probably, we probably have some that can go Mach 6 or 7 or better now.
Oh, and we got some unmanned stuff.
And that's the ones that we're seeing. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the ones that they have in case shit hits the fan. But you look at it that way and you say, wow, it's amazing how technology has really. I mean, we've even seen it with the internet. I mean, from the very beginning. Yeah. I remember working on a mini computer that took a whole room that you had to change it out with these big magnetic discs that were like bigger than your LPs from your record player. I think they were like 30-inch discs. We had to change them out. And anyways, we got 30 seconds. Yeah, it's amazing. And then I can do like 100,000 times more with the computer I have right now than I did back then.
Yep.
And we still can't get to the moon or Mars.
Yep.
And then there's AI.
And here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome back to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. I swear to you, this is the fastest 3 hours of radio, and I'm not lying. We're already like wrapping into the final segment here. So what good times were had tonight. I'm enjoying it. Let's talk about AM radio, because we are on AM radio. We're on FM radio, but a lot of our audience is on AM. I have listened to AM radio my entire life. I've always loved it. It's got gigantic reach. In other words, a medium-powered station can reach many hundreds of miles out in the distance, and when you're driving down that highway, you can tune into that channel and listen to it for a good, 2-3 hours when you're on a road trip and hear your favorite host and what they have to say. But a lot of the new car companies are not including AM radio in their vehicles. It's not an option. They're just not putting it in.
That's absurd.
BMW, Ford, Mazda, Polestar, Rivian, Tesla, Volkswagen, Volvo, and more are going that route. Why? Why would they deny this to us? You know what I'm saying, guys? So, I don't know. Give me your piece. Barry, what do you think of this?
It's all about disempowering the people, because on AM radio, you have a lot, conservative talk show stuff. You have a lot of more what they would call controversial, talk show stuff. I can remember, I'm sure that like during his prime, Michael Savage was plastered all over AM radio, And so they don't want to have those alternative voices out there, I think. And it's all about disempowering the masses, and we've talked about this before. You're going to need that AM radio for emergency situations as well. So it just doesn't make any sense, other than they want to take the power away from the people. They don't want people to hear different opinions as well. Notice how it's all a hive mind. Everybody has to think the same, agree the same. And that's nonsense.
No, I think that's a big part of it. I do. I think that when you're talking about AM radio, you're talking about another one of those things that is free. It's free to use. If you can build yourself a radio, you can make an AM radio station, and you can get your word and piece out there. There's a lot of factors that go into it as far as running a radio station, but a small little transistor radio that a guy built in his basement out here in Portland ran a pirate radio station for 20 years. And every time they come and arrest him, they take his radio transistor and he just builds another one and puts it right back up again. You can't do that digital media. You can't do that because they control pipelines with the other medias. I think that's a big part of it. I really do. Control is always their goal.
And we have a reach here with this audience, thanks to our producer, Mark, with DREAGUS Productions. Drake.
That's right.
DREAGUS Productions.
Yeah,
none of this.
Don't say it wrong.
Okay. Yeah. That gives us an audience in the hundreds of thousands of people that can hear what we have to say and what we're tuned into, and can follow the news and everything via what we do. Without that, it's just, if none of the cars out there can hear it, what are they going to do? Download an app, plug in their phone? I mean, sure, you can do that, but it's just not likely they're going to take that extra step. And that audience then goes from, Rush Limbaugh having 3 million people listening to him every day. Without AM radio, it'd have been a few 100,000.
Precisely. Precisely.
So
and nobody likes the mainstream fake news media, the so-called experts, the so-called, people that we're supposed to listen to. Nobody listens to those people. Nobody cares. So they're so hated that they have to do this, because otherwise we would just explode on the scene. And we are exploding on the scene. I don't mean just our show. I mean just people in general with a voice.
Breaking news. Kevin McCarthy resigns from Congress. That's right.
Great.
The former Speaker of the House is resigning. Great. Yes and no. The lead in the House just went down to 220, only 7 votes ahead of Democrats. So we lost Santos this week when a bunch of rhinos voted to kick him. He hasn't been convicted of anything. At a time when, what's the guy on the Democratic side with
Mendez
gold bars? Yeah, he had gold bars and you name it sitting around his house, and like just a trail of everything, and there's no vote to get rid of him.
Yeah, it makes no sense, man. That's that 2-tier system we were talking about.
Precisely.
Well, it's them whittling down the lead that the Republicans hold. And McCarthy here, he's just ticked off. He just is ticked off. He's had it. He's done.
Good,
I get it.
Good.
I could see.
I hated that guy.
So glad he's gone.
Yeah.
He can go hang out with Liz Cheney. They go hang out at Starbucks together.
Yeah, they could go to Fridays and get share a Fridays meal together. I can't stand that guy.
Let's see.
I can't either.
This is from Gateway Pundit. College professor. Higher education has become a threat to America. Okay, John Illis, a professor emeritus at German LIT literature at UC Santa Cruz, in a column for the Wall Street Journal, declares that higher education has become a threat to America, and he is right. So, end quote. I could read through some of his article or his op-ed, but you get the point. He's talking about the woke armies, everything, that colleges need to be defunded all the way down to the bare bones and then rebuilt from the bottom up to start serving their students again instead of serving the DNC, more or less.
Yeah.
The mainstream, all these things, they're all serving the DNC, the CIA, the Justice Department, all of it.
Mm-hmm. And
well,
yeah.
I mean, no arguments here. Like, the one thing I will have to say, though, is I think that the big problem with the universities is student loans. Student loans. Get rid of student loans, half of these kids couldn't go. And most of them shouldn't be there. That's just the reality. Like, the ubiquity of student loans has allowed a bunch of kids, universities, to target a bunch of kids that don't really belong in universities with terrible degrees and saddle them with a bunch of debt, and then they get to reprogram them. And so if everybody can't go to college, that limits them. You know what I mean? Like, they actually had to pay for their own stuff.
Let me propose something to anyone. Let's say you're 18 years old and you really want to get into advertising. Okay, you could go to a school, but you're going to have $150,000 in loans to repay when you get out. Okay, instead of going to school, go to an advertising agency and say, I will work for minimum wage. I'll live in my parents' house, and I'll work my butt off for you every single day. And then spend the next 4 years in that agency. The guy that comes out of college you're going to be interviewing those guys. You're going to be the one deciding which one of those they hire, right?
Exactly.
You're going to be so far ahead of them with real world experience that they're going to be kissing your butt.
No.
You won't have 150 grand in debt. You'll have 150 grand in the bank if you play your cards right and work hard.
I made sure to tell my oldest son that when school started to get really frustrating for him, because he's a free thinker, has me as a dad. That's kind of how that goes.
There you go.
So at 16, he was like, I just don't want to do this anymore. And I was like, okay, well, that's your decision. I mean, okay. Well, he had some rough times, did some silly things, went and, did some stupid stuff. But now, at 22 years of age, with all that life experience, he learned that he really loves cars. And now he is the general manager of a Jiffy Lube at 22 years old. Fast track to be in management.
And people don't get it. They think Jiffy Lube, that's a nowhere job. Well, no, it's not. It's a multi-million-dollar corporation. It's a billion-dollar corporation.
And you become regional manager making six figures.
Oh yeah, and benefits and everything. Yep.
Retirement, the whole nine, and that's a real career.
Yeah,
where you actually aren't. You're not going away, even if they switch to electric cars and robots. You're not going away. They need somebody to manage the robots.
Yeah. Well, even an electric motor needs lubrication.
Exactly. If you can have a skill like that, you're never not in need.
Well, this is why people are checking out, because the corrupt establishment, they really have become so corrupt because they've gained so much power, and they don't really have a whole lot to offer too many people. I mean, I guess if you're going to be a medical doctor or something like that, you do need college. There's certain things you're going to need college for. But I'd say half the people that are going are not really benefiting from it. They're getting this huge debt, and they have no benefit for it.
Precisely. I'm a victim of that. I went and got a stupid, worthless degree, and I've regretted it ever since.
When I was a broker, my goal every day was just to be like one of the first ones in there and one of the last ones to leave every day. You know what I mean? I just wanted to be that guy that was there. You show up early and I'm already there pounding the phone. I'm already there doing the work. You know what I mean? I'm already there. And then when you go home and you have dinner, by the time you're done with dinner, I'm still there doing my job. And that took me so far, so fast. It's just, you do that extra mile and people get it. They realize you're calling them, you're cold calling them at 8 o'clock at night. They're like, what do you still do at the office? Well, I've got motivation. I've got, a family and yada, yada. I need to get this done. Like, are you in or out? Well, I'm in, and you make the sale. That's how you get ahead. You work harder and show up harder than anyone else. And I guarantee that 4 years of doing that for any successful advertising agency, you're going to get noticed. And you're going to get raised, and you're going to get promotions. And by the time that 4 years is up, you're going to be so far into that industry that somebody coming out of college, I was just watching this girl talk about how she's a waitress at a sushi bar because she can't make anything close to what she makes being a waitress in the industry.
Yep. Many such stories. Many such stories.
Yeah,
for sure.
And she's got all this debt and yada, yada. And, it's a sob story, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, as things get suckier and suckier, that opens up the door to creative solutions. And we've got a lot of creative minds in America. And that's the good news, is there are creative solutions coming forward, and we're creating a parallel economy. And I think that's going to eventually take over theirs, because they don't have anything to offer us, man.
They don't have anything to offer. Yeah. Yes. All the opportunities are on our side. All of them. If you want to make something in your life right now, like, honest to goodness, if you are 18 to 24 years old, if you want to make something out of your life, there's never been an easier time. You have zero competition. These people don't know how to work hard. They don't know how to go get it. They don't know anything about real life. You are in the same exact position that people that are 30 years old are. And you got plenty of years to learn on the job. Go get it, and you'll have it. Like, this is the time.
Just know it's going to hurt. You know what I mean? You're going to come home at the end of the day, and your back's going to hurt, your legs are going to be sore. It's just hard work, but go get it.
Yep, absolutely.
But you're also going to be safe. You know what I mean? When your buddies who work in the office all day meet you up for a basketball game, it's all done and said, right? You're going to you're going to roll them.
And another thing is, people are not necessarily buying, the typical American dream. Some people think that, having a typical American dream is just having a moderate income, but having free time they can spend with their family. It's all about, what do you personally value? You know what I'm saying? What is important to you? And I think more people are getting involved in charity as well, because that's important to people, because that's where your humanity is. And that's how we connect with each other, is by doing good deeds and doing good things for other people.
Oh yeah, there's so many of those rails that we can go down. And really, just to close up the loop on that point, is not just charity, not just getting good jobs, not just everything that you want in life is actually right out there. Out your door to go get. Everything that they're telling you is not true. It's not true.
It will lead you astray.
I know a guy, good friend of mine. He's really good at working on electrical, stuff, especially in RVs, right? For him to come out, and he's booked out as far as he can see. It's $50 just to show up, right? Just for me to get to you, $50 flat. If I walk away, it's still $50, and then $100 an hour after that. To basically take his little, what do you, the little pokies that you put on the end of an electrical outlet, and you say, okay, I'm getting a charge here. It's this much. I go here, and it goes down. So there's something in between here and here. What is it? Oh, look, that cord's not set up right. Okay, there you go. Fix that. Off you go. $100 an hour to do that.
Yep. And there's tons of jobs like that are in desperate need of people to fill them.
Mm-hmm. People are pissed off at him because he can't get there quick enough.
Yeah, I would not be surprised that he's booked out and can't fill out his whole day. I guarantee.
And he shows up and everybody's mad because they're like, "I've been waiting a week. What's the problem?" This, it's like, okay, calm down. As long as you're willing to pay me, right? Yeah, okay, then let's fix this today.
Right. That's a great problem to have in that industry, really.
Anyway, let's move on. Barry, you broke a massive story on Sunday Night Show. Mm-hmm. You broke it before any of the major news hit it, as far as what I watch, about the quote-unquote hero health worker turned whistleblower faces court after he exposes shocking number of deaths linked to COVID vaccine. He shouts to supporters in the gallery. This is in New Zealand. Yeah. So 56-year-old employee turned whistleblower Te Watuora, New Zealand's public health agency, was targeted by police raids. So, yeah, I mean, this is a big story, bro. You broke it on this show.
It's huge. It could very well be that beachhead moment that we were looking for. I've said in the very least, it's if it's not a beachhead moment, it's going to be one of those things that will lead to that, because when you see someone have that kind of courage and bravery, and I've been talking about this on social media because I'm a trends forecaster. That's what I do. And I said the whistle. I mean, I just typed in whistleblowers on my search, and I had like over the last year, like 20 posts about the whistleblowers are coming. And here's when they're going to come out. Here's how they're going to come out. And then once they start coming out, they're going to start coming out more and more and more. So he has now set the tone. He has now set, this trajectory for more to come out, and it is going to happen. And I mean, things are going to get hairy because these people are not going to accept guilt for what they've done, because they could wind up in jail for a very, very long time. I've been talking about arrest, indictments, and convictions for a long time. They are coming. It's just a matter of time. Now, the deep state, all they can do is basically prolong their defeat. They cannot defeat us unless we capitulate. And I don't see capitulation in our repertoire. I don't see that in our playbook. I think that we have more resolve today than we did before. I mean, we've been through the pandemic. We've been through all these deaths from the vaccine. We've been through the lies and the deceptions and the hate, the divide and conquer. I mean, a stolen election. I mean, we are stronger now than ever. All of us here have more resolve in our pinky than they do in their entire fiber. They cannot defeat us, but it will get hairy before we get our victory.
Right? They're terrified. Yeah. They're terrified.
Absolutely terrified.
They know that we know that they tried to depopulate the planet. There are people out there who know the truth that are now going to start speaking it because of this man.
Yeah.
Yes, Barry Young, in case you don't know. Barry Young, guys, do your DuckDuckGo search. Barry Young, he's the whistleblower. Just put that in DuckDuckGo, and you can learn all about it. He's got the data, the statistics, and it's horrifying.
Yeah, and he was in a really unique spot where he was basically the only guy that got to see this data. He was an intermediary. He basically built the technology that paid out for the shots. Every time a shot was given to somebody, the payment would go to a provider. Well, he built the system that made the payments to the providers, and he got to see the raw data unfiltered in real time. And he could see the shot going out in payment and the death certificate coming in. He could match them up by name. And he's posted the data. He's talked about it. This really is very dead on here. This is a beachhead moment. It absolutely is. This guy has broken the case. He has proved what we've all been trying to prove with little statistics here and this. He has the actual proof.
and the mortality rates were massive. So, I mean, anyway, but let's move on a little bit. Again, I promised everyone we're going to cover some news. So I wanted to kind of cover some of the big stories that came out this week. Hunter Biden's business entity, Owasco, made direct monthly payments to Joe Biden with receipts. This is, again, Gateway Pundit. This is on top. Now they're scheduling an impeachment vote in the House next week, I think Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. So this is really coming to a head, a beachhead, as we were just talking about. This is a thing as well. Joe Biden today said he may not have run if Trump wasn't on the ballot. He kind of opened the door for, I'm only doing it to stop Trump. So
yeah, he said that I probably wouldn't be running if I wasn't running against Trump.
Yep.
And I will add one this sort of topic and say that the Democratic National Convention is going to be an absolute boat show.
Okay, yeah.
It's going to be a boat show? Are there going to be cute girls in bikinis?
Bud Light's going to be there.
Massive.
Bud Light's going to be out there.
I don't want those ladies. I don't want those ladies.
What's going to happen at that convention is they're just going to simply say, "This is our new candidate. Welcome on stage." Blah 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 blah. Oprah.
Of course. Who knows? Of course.
And people are going to go crazy if that's not like. And then furthermore, what's to stop Republicans from doing the same thing against Donald Trump? Well, he's in jail, so here's the nominee. We just did super majority votes, and here's Mitt Romney. Yay!
I think there's an ongoing battle still going on in Colorado to try to get him off the ballot, again.
Yeah. That the other ones filled pretty miserably, but that one in Colorado seems to be holding on pretty. They got their teeth into that one. I don't know what's going on there.
I mean, they want to control everything. They don't want we the people to have any power whatsoever. I mean, that's really what they're saying. You guys get no power. We decide everything. You guys can't think for yourselves. You don't know what's best. We know what's best for you. That's their mentality.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
In Florida, they're not putting anyone on the ballot in the primary, for the Democrats, other than Joe Biden. No write-in choice, no nothing, just Joe Biden. That's your only choice.
That's not a real election.
No.
You think?
That's not a real election. Sorry.
Biden shouldn't get that like that. Biden shouldn't get that.
Look, as much as I dislike the Democratic Party and everything they stand for, I still want Democrats, as much as they're wrong, to have choices.
Oh, absolutely.
We're not love it that they took from them, and let's do it again this year. And I just want them to get so frustrated that they're like, "This is the most corrupt party." Democrats are saying that.
Yeah.
So keep it up. Keep it up.
Definitely live up to the names.
I just don't even know if he's going to be able there. The media is already planting the seed that someone else is coming in to replace him because they said, in every poll that we took, anybody that runs against Trump besides Biden wins. They were making up these fake and that, which is a total bunch of garbage. And that they're doing that to prepare people so they can steal the election with someone else going up against Trump besides Biden, because no possible way will not even Democrats believe that Biden beat Trump this time around.
Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. There's no way they can run Biden and expect to cheat and win. No way. They have to have somebody else on the ballot. They won't be able to swap the numbers if it's Biden. They won't be able to do it.
Either that or they try to have some crisis that suspends the elections. They're already saying there's not going to be any debates. The Hill came out with that article. So, I mean, who knows what they're going to try. The shenanigans are going to be just off the charts between
next
now
level.
and election.
Absolutely.
Next level, dude.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. But they're truly going to expose themselves like never before. And Trump said we needed that pause. That's the phrase he used to wake people up. We needed that pause, which was the 4 years of Biden.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. Unless it's just a corporation that filed bankruptcy and all that other stuff, which I don't believe at all. And come on, folks. Space Force is going to come to the rescue. Yes.
Well, I mean, with all that put aside, I mean, that doesn't change the fact that people are waking up, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not quoting Q at all. I'm just saying that he's right. We needed that pause. So that now he can go scorched earth. If he did scorched earth if he won in 2020, there would have been probably, the left probably would have rioted and tried to make a civil war happen. But now when he does, and he said, I'm going to be dictator for one day. But if you listen to what he said, it was all legal and lawful stuff that he was going to do. He was going to secure the border, which isn't being a dictator. So he was trolling the media by saying he's going to be a dictator for one day. And you just have to listen to what he was saying. He's not going to be a dictator. He's just going to restore the rule of law.
Well, that's the plan anyway. I look, I don't put any faith in a politician. People I put faith in are people like us. And we're out here doing things. There's people building things. There's people building communities, building parallel economies. I mean, just look at what Minds and Gab are doing. If Twitter ever does collapse because they finally defeated Elon's money bags, we're here. There's still freedom on the internet. And it's not going anywhere.
Here's the thing about Trump is, look, I mean, I'm not saying he's any kind of a savior like people might be trying to make him out to be, but he's the only between the two candidates that will give us a chance to have our breakaway civilization that we're working on. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying when I'm saying, and yes, I do think that he might go scorched earth. Let's just say that Trump is an egomaniac, and that really is his gift. That might be a gift because they made it personal against him. And if he makes it personal, I don't care as long as he's doing it justly and lawfully.
It's the only reason I'm voting for him. That's the only reason I'm voting for him. I want him to take it personally.
I want to see him go scorched earth because it's time, folks, that we stand up for our country. It's time that we take America back. Yep. We have to stand up right now because there is no future if we go through another 4 years of what we're seeing today. There just isn't. Even the prominent liberals are speaking up about it. I think it was Cuomo, right? Chris Cuomo said, look, it'd be hard to get 4 years of Biden. We got through 4 years of Trump. It'd be hard to go through another 4 years of this. And guess what? The Strategic Petroleum Reserve, all the stupid mistakes he made, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. The wars are going to get worse. Everything's going to get worse. But on that note, we're out of time. This has been 3 hours of the Censorship Sucks radio show. And I'll tell you, it goes by like a snap. I hope you all enjoyed it, and we will see you on Sunday night.
All right, we are free and clear.
I wanted to just say 2 words to lead people if they doubt what you were saying. I just wanted to say zero. I wanted to say zero emissions because that is what Biden will bring another 4 years, and that means you will have nothing. You will have nothing under zero emissions.
Look, folks, we are the carbon they want to reduce.
Absolutely.
Yep. Your flatulence is killing more people than ours.
75%, man. That's what the statistics said. I mean, seriously, dude. I can see some kid getting kicked out of school for farting too much for his carbon
100%,
footprint.
Yeah. Get a demerit on his social credit
Imagine you're sitting there, you're looking at your social credit score on the app, and you fart, and it goes down a point. You're like, oh God, really?
Yeah, because it picks it up. Yeah, the phone picks it up. You know what I'm saying?
It'll be able to tell.
You're like, oh, that felt good, and then it goes ding down one. You're like, oh, whatever, man, whatever. It's worth it, man. It's worth it.
Shoot, I can't go to that Foo Fighters concert this week, man.
No. Farted too many times in Miss Smith's class.
Yeah. Which is good. Foo Fighters is woke, so anyway.
Well, they did. They turned out that way, unfortunately. So many great bands from that era.
So many. Showed their
go
true
to the
colors,
country,
didn't they?
Walk last miles there, you know.
Well, good old Taylor Swift, Time Person of the Year. I mean, wow.
They had to manufacture that. The whole Cleese relationship with that was totally to get people to watch the NFL again. Nobody's watching the NFL. That's all fake. I can't stand her. Her music's not that good. I'm sorry. All these people are like, "Oh, she's so great," but no, she's not. You didn't. Yeah. You just don't know what good music is.
The Swifties, man, they're brainwashed. They're not too swift.
No, that is absolutely for certain. Alrighty, guys. Well, I gotta go. I got to make myself some dinner. You guys have a good night. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
All right, man.
It's been a pleasure having you, and thanks for coming in. I didn't tell you it was going to be hours when you got here, so.
Hey, that's all right. anytime on Wednesdays now. Now that I do my show on Sundays, I record my Wednesday show. I'm free on Wednesdays, so anytime you need to fill in, let me know.
Yeah, I will. Can I communicate with you through Skype in the future? Set up an account and.
Yeah, I have. I'll just leave it open. Yeah, I just normally close it. I have one. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because that way I can invite you through there.
Yeah.
You're more private, professional. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely.
Cool.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Peace out, right. I got to set up for the next show, so you guys take care. Everybody out there on the platforms listening in, just give me a few minutes, and then I will get the all-new Cafe Enigma radio show up. To see
everyone else, I will say,
pre-show.
Like, share, subscribe. Thank you for listening. You guys are awesome.
Yep.
All right, guys.
All right. That was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show and a little bit of their after show. So let me set up here for the next show, which will be the all-new Cafe Enigma radio show, where we talk a little bit about current events to paranormal and weird stuff that happens out there. Don't know who we have coming in with us tonight, but we'll have to check and see. Let me get this all connected up. While we connect up, gotta take and clean some stuff up here. Hope everybody's doing well tonight. So far, we're having a great night. Hope you're enjoying what we have for you. And the last show, normally that used to be a 2-hour show, but now we're a 3-hour show. Let go. Let's give you a big shout out. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you. And where you're on Kick. Yep, there is no Swift. They're not too swift. No, they're not. Not too swift at all. But our guys, they're on top of things. They like to try to see what's out there, get going, what's going on. Let's see. Maybe I'm a little too early for Cafe Enigma to be calling. I don't think so. It's right about that time, you know. Oh, I gotta ring the group. That's what it was. Yeah. Skip that other step. Here we go.
Hello.
Hello, Vicky. How are you doing tonight?
I am well. How are you?
Pretty good. Did you get a chance to listen to the show before?
I did. Oh, before this one?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I thought
were
you
we
were
invited to?
No, I thought you were listening earlier, on Telegram.
Oh, I think I was trying to send you some
I sent that to the guys, and they did. I do believe that they did talk a little bit about that at first. About Texas.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yep, got that.
Yeah. That's right. That I sent.
We are all over
that
tonight.
Because I knew you were in Texas.
We're on Facebook, Twitch, Kick, Odyssey,
Yeah.
Rumble, Telegram.
You're moving up in the world,
Odyssey.
aren't you?
I already said Odyssey. YouTube. Yeah, we're on YouTube tonight too. Facebook.
Wow.
Did I say that? We're on X as well.
Wow.
Twitter. Yeah, we've been on that. And Live Space.
I have not heard of that.
This is the second.
Wow.
This is the second week we're going live on Live Space. Hope you all out there are enjoying the shows that I had put out already. And,
wow.
Yeah. And that's not including the our other stuff that we do, with the radio side. That's just the video platform side.
Well, you are really moving up in this job, aren't you? In this career.
Yeah,
actually.
something like that. I don't know if my computer likes me enough for it, though.
It has to.
Big shout out to all our listeners that never chat on Rumble.
Do you still, I thought about this the other day, or actually it was today, and Nancy said that you all chat back and forth when you're on the radio. Is that true and I miss it?
Sometimes, yeah. What happens is, what she'll do is she'll message me like off to the side through Facebook, or sometimes in Skype in a separate chat. I try not to do that because on Skype, because if we got a show going on, then I have to switch out the what's being displayed for everybody.
I see.
And then people will get confused on what's going on out there, and sometimes what Nancy and private chats about, we don't want everybody else to see or know about. Big shout out to Outlaw B on Kick. Let me give you a big shout out in the chat as well. Outlaw B.
Outlaw B. Who is that?
One of the people that I follow on Kick that's followed me and also listens into the shows.
Wow.
Yeah. And we probably have out there Jared Lee and My Nickel and a few others, and like Marco DJ. He got a bunch of mods that come in there for me that help me on Kick and over on Twitch. Yeah, in case I get some numbers and people get rowdy. Keeman's probably over on Kick, and we probably have Miss O the Horror. She is a mod over there. Both of them are mods, as well as Cecilia Adams. Yeah. Listening to us on Twitch. And I don't know how many, I don't know who's on Facebook because they don't chat with me. It's like, unless they drop something in chat, and the chat there is really laggy at times. I don't get it for a little while if they do put something in. I don't know why, but that's just how it is. And Josh Who TV, yes, all the folks over on Josh Who TV, thank you for your patronage and listening. Wherever, hold on here. Did anybody else join us yet? Oh, there's Big D. Big D in the house. He's all quiet. What's going on, D? What do you want to talk about tonight?
It's Wednesday. It's a great time to be alive.
Big Mama has me doing all these other things, and I'm a little busy right now, and that's all right.
It's pretty complicated keeping all those different sites.
Actually, it's just rhythm.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I find that a lot of this has to do with rhythm. Once I get everything set up, the rhythm is set, and we're good to go.
Yeah, and practice. I guess if you do it enough. How many nights a week? You do it a lot.
I do
Wednesday
it twice a week,
and
but
Sunday.
I do it twice a week. Sunday and Wednesday. There was a time when I was doing it every single day of the week. Like, that was like a while back. It was like when I first started out almost. And then I said, enough is enough. I need family time and other time. This really eats some time up. But, I love spending time doing this. This is something that I really, really like to do. I don't get paid for it, but I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. And I love it just like I love playing my my guitar or, any other hobby. I think I've replaced radio with fishing.
Ah.
Yeah, I used to fish a lot when I was much younger.
Well, you fish for other things, right?
Yeah, fish for topics.
Right. Topics?
Topics,
Yeah.
and hosts and people, so that I don't have to be on air too much, because I'm on the air, but right now talking to everybody, but and you. Mm-hmm. But it's not someplace that I really like as much as I like doing the technical end, where, hey, I'm going to take and get the show going, and I'm going to take and I got hosts waiting on me, and people that are connected to that want to hear my hosts, and I like that.
Yeah.
I like being the middleman.
That's fun. It's very gratifying.
Yeah.
Because that people are happy when they are hearing from. Not that they're not happy talking to you, of course, but it's a lot of fun. It's like being a director of a movie or something.
Yeah, it's like being a director. Really, it is.
Uh-huh. And
where I delegate my time, to make all this happen.
And you also get to, I think it's gratifying if you like people and you like people, because you wouldn't do this otherwise, but you get to showcase people's talents, which is fun, I think.
And I never have to meet anybody in person. I've talked to probably thousands of people over the years doing this, but, there's only like a very, very select few out of all the years that I've done this that I've met in person. I haven't even met Nancy in person yet.
Wow. One of these days,
and I've known her for well over 10 years,
Yeah. And she's such an interesting person.
Yeah.
Like, who we had last week was very interesting. I thought.
A few days ago, I was listening to one of our old shows that I did when she was doing Vixen's Vault. And man, I was like, I can't believe that. Wow, that was such a good show, I can't wait till we get more of them like that out,
Yeah. And, I would imagine, well, there's probably a lot going to be.
There's a lot. There's even a lot that, Dee was on the show, and, they were great shows, too. I've been playing those as well, in between on the streams.
Yes.
A lot of the platforms that you're listening to on right now, you may hear that I will kick on some of the old shows that we've done in the past. I mean, from like my very beginning, when with paranormal parodies, and where it was like a comedy show, and that's how I actually started out.
That reminds me.
Yeah, and then there was Dee,
Did you remember there was a paranormal movie, and it was a comedy, really, and it had Alex Baldwin and Steve,
his brother in it.
No, it was, and they were making fun of the paranormal. You have them, you see them. It was Steve. Gosh, what is his name? But they were like showing how people act when they're asleep and sleepwalking, and you get up and there's no. It was funny. It was
it was a parody of it. Yeah. I don't remember what that was called, but I'm sure Nancy would know.
Well, I know.
No, you don't?
Hi, Nancy.
I
Hey,
know.
Nance.
I don't know what I know, but I know something.
Now, Willie will tell you what he doesn't know, but he will also tell you what he knows that you'll know that he knows.
Gotcha.
Even if he hasn't knows.
So to shorten that, Willie's omniscient. Right?
He wishes. He thinks he's... This year he's actually working for Santa Claus, all right? And the reindeer get a break this year, and he's got the sleigh behind his rocket-powered Pinto.
Yeah. Free Willy?
I'm waiting for the skit to come out. That's what I've heard. I don't know what's going on. When that show comes out, all hell will break loose, and that's just how it is. You got to come in on Sunday nights and just listen to them on like the last hour of the show, because that's when Willie comes in.
Dude, my Sunday nights have literally consisted of me listening to clients and affiliates of clients, and it's been really kind of crazy.
Nancy, you still sound a little congested.
Now, this is congested all over again because we had a cold front go through.
Oh, okay.
And, of course, it triggered every reaction I could possibly have.
Of course.
Oh.
Including, sneezing fits and everything else. So I'm like, great. Awesome.
I'm really surprised I'm as clear as sounding as I am tonight because it warmed up here, all right? Again, it's in like the mid-70s. And people were out there mowing lawns, all right? You know what happens when you mow a lawn? There goes your allergies again.
See, now what happened with us is our temperatures took a nosedive after rain and then mist. Like we went for almost 2 days with really, really interesting mist. And then now everybody's burning. Because it's cold.
Mists. I like how you put that.
Well, it wasn't quite a fog, but it was dense like fog. But it went too long because the sun should have burned it off. And it just was a weird couple of days when that front pushed through. But it had to have been like basically the atmospheric conditions versus the heat of the water. But literally today, everybody and their mother was out burning things. And if there's one thing that will annoy the snot out of my sinuses, it's fire.
Oh, I thought you meant I thought it meant your neighbor's burning tractor tires or something like that.
Oh no! I did have the fire department out here earlier today though, because we have a neighbor with a downed tree who decided they were just gonna light a match, pretty much. And I'm like, I'm literally watching the smoke get thicker and thicker, and I'm like, oh, somebody's gonna call a fire department. Sure enough.
You.
Yep.
On top of Old Smoky.
Well, we got to give them some. We got to give them some leeway. They're Canadian. They're Canadian, and they're new to Florida, and it's like should have just maybe asked somebody whether or not we light things like that on fire when we haven't had a lot of rain. Probably not a good idea.
Oh well, they are Canadian, so yeah, to cut them some slack. They're not used to fires and all that kind of stuff. They could actually be
burning tractor tires too,
Oh Lord, I couldn't believe it. I'm watching the flames grow. Like I could see the flames over here, and I'm like, oh no. I'm thinking to myself, because that tree went down. Oh Lord, not this past storm, but the storm before that. So like in August, the tree went down. So the tree is good, dead, dry, tinder. I mean, and it's on top of grass. So they literally, it was out of control in like under 10 minutes. And I'm like, I'm listening for the fire engines. I'm like, they're going to be here any minute. I know it. Shut up.
How do you like my new background for tonight?
Wait, I got to look. Oh, the dragon.
Yeah.
So why are we going Dragonus? Why are we doing all freaking basically, oh my God, what's the name of that show on freaking HBO? Game of Thrones. Why are we going Game of Thrones, Mark?
Oh, no. I just got on a kick when I was doing my AI art, because that's kind of some of the things that I do in between. And that kicked out, and I'm like, man, that looks so cool. Let me put that up as a banner, and it looks sharp, I think. My son was like,
See,
Dad, that looks just like the D&D dragon Tiamat. I'm like, no, it don't. Tiamat's head's red, the one that talks.
it is kind of badass, but
it looks sharp.
I could like be really mean and download it and skew it and put Chinese sympathizer underneath it. What?
What?
Did I do that?
No, wrong type of dragon. All right, this one has legs. All right.
Wow.
This is a European-style dragon. You can see the legs. All right. And Asian dragons don't have wings. That has wings. All right.
Asian dragons are basically a worm with a cool head.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
It's true. It's true.
Oh my God! You just managed to offend probably the oldest race on the planet. Good job, Mark.
Now what I should have done was probably see, my kids have been, telling me that they're going to get me a Trumpy bear for Christmas for the past 3, maybe 4 years now. All right, I should have done it. Put in Trumpy bear and do that. And see how many people's eyes turned for that.
I don't even know if I want to go there.
Wouldn't it be funny?
Not going to go there.
Victoria, my baby. Victoria, my baby, she's like, Dad, for Christmas, I'm getting you a Trumpy bear. I'm like, oh. She goes, why? She goes, when you're in your recliner, I can pull out the American flag blanket and put it on you.
Oh, Lord.
That's adorable.
When you fall asleep watching the news or shows, I can pull it out and put it on you. I said, I love you. You're such a darling. She's 11 now. I'm like, can't believe it.
God.
Yeah.
Shut up. She's not 11.
She's
oh, my
11.
God.
She'll be 12. Catherine turns 14 next week.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Man, your little army's going to be
Celeste is
resettling.
Graduating this year.
Oh, God. You and Scotty Roberts, man. You guys have your own little built-in armies.
Or sports
if my kids get together with his kids, all right, we could have a kick-ass, like, soccer team or baseball team, any kind of sports team.
Good Lord. Good.
It would be funny. And I can you can just see Scotty's wife, rooting for them. Come on.
Oh God, yeah, Rainy. Oh
yeah, love her.
Yeah, she's a hoot. God, I'm getting so old though. We're all getting old. I keep thinking about how many years I've known some of these people, and I'm like, good Lord, it's over 2 decades for some of them.
I was telling Vicky earlier that I was listening to shows that I produced with you on it like years ago. Yep. And I play those in between on some of these on the streams in between when we're not live on a few of the platforms that people are listening to us on right now. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe you had Rusty O'Neill and Lloyd Arbaugh and oh my God, there were some great people. I mean, we had, and I'm like, and I'll look back again after, about the same amount of time and look at this show, and I'll be like, man, we were kick-ass.
Seriously, is Rusty still around?
Has
anybody heard of him?
I have no clue. I think the closest we ever got to him was the other guy that came in from Australia a few months back.
Yeah.
Joseph?
Yeah. You had Sue Shensky in there too with you. Oh man,
I still have contact with Sue Shensky.
Why don't you bring Sue in one of these nights?
Yeah, I gotta link up with her and see what she's up to. Her, Elizabeth, still have contact with Elizabeth. Vidge. Let's see. My God.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some of them. Like I said, I never broke off contact. I've always had contact with them. Everybody just went to different networks or migrated on, or their lives caught up. Or I think if I remember right with Rusty was sick. Rusty had cancer.
I don't know if he's still around or not. Yeah. Hard to say.
That was years ago.
Yeah.
But that was around the same time.
Yeah, and
Carol
I had a big fallout with him. Not like the Ecker one, but.
I just talked to Don the other day.
Oh my God!
I just talked to him.
Oh man, I like Don, but Don just can't let things go, And I'm like, it's not my fault, and it's like, whatever, It's been how many years now, and you're still gonna do that? Get out of here!
Oh,
come on.
That's Don.
I
talked to Peter Robbins the other day too.
I like Peter, but I mentioned to you before about that. It's like,
yes. You'll be proud of me. I did a show for Lala last. I want to say, was it Friday? Yeah, it was Friday. It was a psychic investigator type show, and she asked me to come on because I do have the ability to touch a picture and get imagery, or sometimes, like I said, sometimes words, a lot of times words actually, and things that just help me.
Mm-hmm.
But I went into that cold. Like, I have other psychics on there, that 2 of which were trained investigators, and literally it was the craziest thing. I mean, we all had like the same information, and we all came in from different aspects. Me, I came in completely cold. I knew nothing about the case. They all had background on the case. I knew nothing about the case.
Here's another person, before I forget, that we should try to get in contact with. Jeff Silman. Remember Jeff? Just keep
was
that in
Jeff
the back
the
of your
one
head.
that I talked about with regarding the Vril? I think Jeff was the one that was very adept and informed about the Vril.
I think so.
Yeah, that's actually a subject that
he has
kind of
Star Clear
revitalized.
Radio, is what he did, and he's a vet too. So yeah, he and I were both Air Force.
Yeah, that's I remember talking to him because he was curious about. I mean, with the Vril, there's so much information there, and it is in the occult range, and you're looking at the Thule and all that of Nazi Germany. But like I said, the thing with the Vril that was very interesting is that they preceded Nazi Germany and they outlived Nazi Germany.
Right.
And they disappeared at the end of the war. But most tracking takes them through Italy and then into Africa, and then they disappear. So I honestly believe they probably headed down over to South America and then down to Antarctica.
Yeah.
I've always said that. I always believe they ended up in Antarctica.
The raccoon is loose. The dogs are chasing it. Where it go? I got the broadcaster running, and we should start right on time.
Wow.
Okay.
The Vril,
we haven't talked about stuff like that in a while. The Vril, we need to get back into that.
Didn't they influence him a lot?
Hitler? Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Maria Osich, who was considered the high priestess of the Vril, she had a lot of influence over the Third Reich. It wasn't just Hitler; it was his officers also.
Actually,
and it was because
she went through Himmler.
Yes, she went through
Himmler.
Heinrich Himmler.
Yeah,
correct.
through the SS.
Building?
It was an actual department of the SS.
Yes. And the thing with the Vril was they were mainly women.
Right.
I mean, their whole upper organization was women. And they were incredibly intuitive, incredibly well-versed on history, said to be in touch with aliens, said to have been waiting for them to come back for them. Very interesting, though, because Maria Ostrich, I'll never forget it, when we were first researching it, and I actually pulled up a picture of her.
She's beautiful.
I know, dude, I could have been her sister when I was younger. I mean, she looked so much like me when I was younger. I even showed it to my mother, and she was like, oh, wow. I was like, yeah, kind of freaky. But they had a tradition, they did not cut their hair, which I find very interesting because I do not cut my hair. I do if I absolutely have to, like I'm sitting on it and it's yanking my head back, then I'll trim it, but I won't cut it short. And they didn't do that because they felt their hair was an extension of their psychic abilities. Now, what I found interesting about that is that's also a belief of the Native Americans.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Native Americans, the males, kept their hair long. They believed it helped them track. That it was an extension of their senses.
What about the Chinese? Because they don't cut their hair either.
Yep. It's interesting when you start looking at it, how many races do not cut their hair. It's like sacred to them. Even the South Americans, the tribes, if you remember right, if they cut the braid, it was considered death.
Yeah, that same for the Asians. You didn't cut their... That was an insult. It was like really bad if you did that.
Yeah, because they spent their whole lives growing it, and it was an extension of their senses. So it's, I found that interesting that the Vril were the same way. They just, the women, their hair was literally down past their ankles.
Yeah.
And the leader, no one ever knew what happened to her.
Maria Ostrich, yeah.
Yep. She
disappeared.
Was missing after
like I said,
the war.
You can follow them. Yep, you could follow some of her migratory pattern when she left Germany. I mean, we know she was in Italy at some point. We know she was in Africa at some point. And my theory is that she jumped off to South America, probably took a boat from Africa to South America, and then jumped down to Antarctica.
New Schwaben, yeah.
And she didn't show up at CERN, right?
No. No.
Did you go to CERN? Aw.
No CERN. No CERN for you.
Discern somewhere else. Mm-hmm.
Intro is playing right now.
He was quiet. Yes,
no, he's there.
Is he? Is he contemplating?
I don't know. He's blinking though, which tells me his mic is now unmuted.
Oh.
I see you blinking over there, D, in your little tutu. I see you.
All right, 30 seconds. Who's taking us in? D?
Yeah, D is.
All right. Get ready for a countdown, because it's coming up any second now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Da 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 da. Hey, it's another all-new Cafe Enigma. I'm your host, Big D, coming to you live from the Double Wide Underground Bunker in an undisclosed location right here in Franklin, Georgia. Hey, it is now 9:30 on the East Coast, and it's the 6th day of December. We are rapidly not only getting close to Christmas, but we're coming up on the end of another year. Now, for young people, you're probably saying, oh, thank goodness. For older people, you just went, what?
Really?
I got my co-host with me tonight, Nancy. Hi, Nance.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you tonight?
I'm cold. How are you?
Cold.
Yep, that's about right.
It's supposed to get down to 23 here tonight.
Oh, you can have it.
Ooh.
I think we're going down to 39, but yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Needless to say, old people don't like cold weather.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's so funny you're saying that, because when I was outside earlier, locking down all the animals, and believe it or not, cold weather for us means heaters for the birds, big time. But as I was walking across the pavement, you know how sometimes you feel like you have flat foot, like if you jump down too hard, your feet hurt. my feet were aching because they were so cold.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh God, I hate getting old. Oh, dear God.
Yep. Yeah, I know. It's a lot of people just don't realize when the weather turns and Nancy can't wear a bikini, she's just not.
She has to resort to her tutu, right?
And does that mean extra bubble wrap?
No. Hey guys, I'm going to tell you right now, I've got a flannel tutu.
Right.
And I
don't know how to answer that.
That in my long underwear. Hey,
I don't know how to answer that. I just don't.
Just let it fly. Just set it free and let it go.
Or let it snow.
Let it snow. Let it snow. Let it snow. Hey, we've also got Vicky with us tonight. Hi, Vic.
Hey.
How are you doing, hon?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
And what's like up there with you?
It's cold. It's been freezing and cold and just as nasty here.
Yeah, well, Do what?
I didn't say anything.
That was feedback.
Oh, was that Oh, okay. Feedback. Yep. And our producer down in Texas is Mark, as usual.
That's
the guy
me.
that tames the raccoons and feeds the squirrels.
Yeah.
And don't mess with Texas.
Yeah. And it's a pleasure for all you guys and gals listening to us tonight, not tuning in to the RNC primary debate.
You know what's really sad? Most people don't even know that the last RNC primary debate is on tonight. You know, those people don't care that the last RNC primary debate's on tonight.
I was going to say, what's sadder than they don't know it's on is they don't care it's on.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know why they keep pushing this, storyline that there's actually a competition right now going on in the RNC, because there's not. There's not. I don't know anybody who's I haven't had one person come up to me yet and said, well, I'm going to vote Vivek. No.
Look, what was it? The Senate was number 2 in the lineup with 18% the last time I saw?
Yep. The only one that even had a spit shot was Ron DeSantis, and he sparked real quick.
Well, as funny as you should say that, I just was reading an article earlier this evening. Hispanics, Kamala, whoever, that woman that's vice president.
Kamala?
Yeah. Hamilton.
Kamala, yeah. Carmel or whatever, I don't
know.
Camel toe.
She's been around so much, nobody knows how to pronounce her name.
She pronounced it right.
Camel
the lady
toe.
with the tutu. There you go.
There you go. Camel toe. What?
Oh, that's going to get us kicked off of YouTube. Anyway. And
she was just describing a breed, how you check the size of breed of specific Saudi Arabian camel. That's all.
A specific vice president. That's all.
Nancy, do you remember the song that I acquired by that same name?
Yes, I do.
Da, 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 da. Do you know I still have that?
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. You want to play it real quick?
Not on the air.
Listen, Mark's panicking. He sat back in his chair and then dove for his mic. No, not
That's because he tried to give me a segue out, and I brought her right back around again. And he's just like, I'm going to kill her when we get on break.
That's right, people. This is live radio. You can hear things you would normally hear on regular radio. You won't hear a lot of what we talk about on regular shows. And you won't be able to witness Mark having a heart attack at least 3 or 4 times during the show. So
Mark is now struggling with the machine, thinking, how am I going to edit all this out? This is too long.
No, how am I going to come up with 2 hours of an hour and a half of radio when I only have like 30 seconds to deal with?
It's not
God!
Song for y'all going to hear down in Texas. Claire.
Okay, that's really naughty. Back to the news.
Back to the news. Hey, let me get started here real quick. Guys, I said this on a show 3-4 weeks ago, and I'm gonna bring it back up because I've been seeing a lot more of it. Have you noticed the mug shots of these people being arrested for things? Have you looked at them closely? Because there's a difference between a bad person and an absolute evil person. And some of these pictures, now I have no joke, folks, in my career, I have actually looked into the eyes of death and wondered if I was going home that next morning. These people scare me. It is.
Are we talking about mugshots or political candidates? I'm just going to ask that.
No, political candidates you get about 90% of them. You just post a end of a northbound mule, and then they all look
camel toes.
Yeah. We're going to get back to her in just a second because she got slapped right between the eyes today. But no, what I'm saying is, if just touch on it for a minute, folks. If you are not noticing the evil in the world, then you have your head in a bucket. Folks, something bad is happening. We got district attorneys and judges turning violent criminals loose on their own recognizance. All right, now, son, I'm going to trust you. I'm going to let you go because you told me you were going to come back to my courtroom on this day. Yes, sir, I'll be back. Right after I commit the same heinous crime 3 more times. Y'all keep your head on a swivel, folks. Things are getting crazy out there, even in my little corner of the world. Starting to see some. I've been talking to the po out here, and they even they are recognizing that some things are changing. So y'all, and especially if you go to town or go out for the night, go out and have a good time, and you get near a big city, keep your head on a swivel. All right. Anyway, enough of that. Hey, girls, ladies, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let me be.
Yes.
Wow. Folks, y'all don't know how good my job. I do this job for nothing just because I have these women on my show. I mean, we're talking hot.
He's just looking for peanuts at this point.
The only complaint I have about doing the show right now is we're not all in the same studio. So, I'm sorry, I digressed for a minute. I went off. I'm sorry, I went bye-bye for a minute. Beware the SEC's creation of natural asset companies. Have you guys seen this one?
Yep. I was reading about that earlier.
They're going to tell both private and commercial landowners what they can and cannot do with their property.
Yep.
In other words, they are being set up by the New York Stock Exchange. And this is what gets funny. What was it? On September 29th, the SEC, at the request of the New York Stock Exchange, proposed a rule that would create an entirely new type of company called a natural asset company, or a NAC. I saw that, and the first thing that went through my head was nasty company.
Well, actually, I'm thinking they have a knack for removing your money from your pocket and any value you might have had.
Well,
definite knack for doing that.
Yeah, according to the proposed rule, these companies will hold rights to ecological performance. These companies would be given license to control lands, both private and public, and would be required not to conduct that, and would require that these lands not conduct any unsustainable activities such as mining that lead to the degradation of ecosystems. Now, and they're going to force the landowners to pay these companies. Now, I'm going to ask the question that immediately pops into my mind: what could possibly go wrong?
Well, considering not even 20 years ago, if you had a farm and the farm next to you had license to plant Monsanto crops, and those crops got cross-pollinated with your crops by bee, by wind, however it happened, you lost the rights to your farm because it was an ecological issue as well as an intellectual property rights issue. So you just tell me how bad it can get.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on who's running what their goal is. I mean, right now they're trying to put meat on a whole different level where it's so damn expensive you can't afford it, and they're pushing bugs for our diet. So where do you think it's going to go?
Well, let's stop. I'm going to make a connection here. Again, I'm just the average guy, and these questions pop up and things come into my head when I just see stuff like this, much less think about it for a minute. This sounds like the World Economic Forum is behind it.
You think?
Yeah.
This, let me remind everybody, ladies, this reminds me of them saying, when nobody owns anything, we'll all be.
It's 2030.
Yes.
It's 2030.
It's no wonder.
Yep, nobody will own anything, and you'll all be happy. And as we're speaking, they're building. You know how in Japan and China and some of the Far Eastern countries, they're building the micro apartments, where it's basically a cubicle with a bed slapped in it and a microwave.
Oh yeah.
And now they're building those in California, in the bigger cities.
Yep.
So it's stack and pack. They're stacking everybody into the 15 minutes. They're going to pack the cities as tight as they can get them. And honestly, people, you got to look at that as a herding technique, because that's exactly what it is. They're herding you into different tribes and different areas that they can control, where if they shut the power down, everybody suffers equally. This is why they're trying to buy out rural America. They're trying to buy up all the land they possibly can.
See, this says right here, China, for example, may be able to invest in ENIGMA, one of these new companies, and effectively be a stakeholder in our national parks. Russia could assume control of lands currently leased to produce oil and place them off limits for future natural resource development.
Little insider information, though. Basically, the UN has owned many of our national parks since Nixon, since '73, because under the UN charters of 1973, basically anything declared a World Heritage is owned and maintained by the UN. Well, guess what? Almost all of our national parks are World Heritage sites. I'm not lying. Go look it up.
And that's what we've been preaching here, folks. A lot of you have not been keeping up. A lot
of we know why Clay calls them the mother weffers, and he does.
Yeah,
mother weffers. Go ahead.
I've had people actually look at me, read something like this, read something that happened about something that happened 6-8 months, a year ago, and go, "Well, when did that happen?" Dude,
when you were in diapers.
We were talking about this a year ago. No, here's what they said a year before. Oh, I don't keep up with that crap. They're going to do what they want to do, or understand all that politics stuff, or politics, law are too boring.
Yep.
And it's designed that way. Always has been.
Well, hold us off the old standard. Like I said, that was the same time period that the UN came in with the World Heritage Sites and the Biodome declarations, because biodomes are also UN territory, no matter where they are. So yeah, you should have. Like I said, I don't understand. It's kind of, it's almost like when in 2012, that's the I can't think of the acronym off the top of my head now. The NDAA 2012, National Defense Authorization Act.
Yeah.
When they passed that, and there were so many little idiosyncrasies in there. I mean, posse comitatus went hasta la bye-bye.
Yeah.
Things like that in the NDAA 2012, and yet nobody says a word. The Patriot Act back in 2001, when the Patriot Act was passed, the Patriot Act pretty much killed the Constitution, and nobody said a word. You know, 2011, Obama gets appointed chairman of the Security Committee for the UN. He was the chair of security for the UN. By our Constitution, a president cannot serve on two different government councils. And the UN is considered a government.
Ooh.
So, again, nobody brought it up. Nobody said a word. Because every time it has been brought up, like, let's say the health insurance nightmare, Obamacare. Let's just talk that. What happened when people mentioned the fact that it was more than slightly unconstitutional, and it goes before SCOTUS, who SCOTUS looks at it and says, okay, well, all right, so we can't use the word penalty because that would make it unconstitutional. So we're going to use the word tax, and bingo, you're constitutional. Well, here's the problem with that. And everybody said, yay, SCOTUS saved the day. All the liberals around doing their little tutu dance. Here's the problem with that. By our Constitution, SCOTUS can't do that. SCOTUS' job is to review law and declare whether it is legal or not legal. Is it constitutional or not constitutional? They're not supposed to rewrite it. If it gets rewritten, it has to go back to Congress. It has to go back to the House, and then go back to the Senate, and then get signed by the president all over again. Did anybody ever see those steps get taken? Because I didn't.
Nope. What they were trying to come to, and this is where do you see the majority of people in this country actually come together, was when it was revealed that they were trying to make Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, a single payer insurance.
Yep.
In other words, everybody in the country was going to be covered by the federal government, and it was going to be a tax for you to pay every year. Yep.
Would that be something like what they have in Britain? Like, you know.
Yeah, which is an absolute nightmare now.
Yeah,
It did great, and then it ran out of money. And literally in England, you know, if you get cancer in England, first time around, you're going to get the treatment you need. It may take months to get to see a specialist, but you'll get it. But if you go into remission and then get diagnosed again, pretty much they give you a bed and home care till you die. Because there's no going back through the treatment.
Yep.
It's not covered. And I've always I knew several nurses who worked in England, and they used to tell me what a nightmare their system is. And I know the British are very proud of their healthcare system, but it's a nightmare.
I've heard British people say it's awful because you have to wait for.
They go to Canada. They come here and they go to Canada to get their healthcare.
Yeah.
Kind of like we go to Mexico to get our healthcare because it sucks.
To give you an example, Sherman, let's go in the Wayback Machine for a minute. Do you remember years ago, we were taught, everybody was, Canada has this wonderful healthcare system. And people were being told how great the healthcare, and we had Canadians going, no.
I think only Democrats were saying that, though, as far as
here's
the
one, guys. We were talking about that. And I actually had a lady tell me Canadians, citizens, are saying the exact opposite of what you're being told in order to pass the Affordable Care Act. And she looked at me and she said, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm going to just let that one sit for just a second. Canadian citizens saying their healthcare system was not that great and they didn't know what they were talking about. Because her member of Congress told her that it was so great in Canada, how wonderful it was, that the Canadian people were full of bull, didn't know what they were talking about.
Oh, okay.
And you wonder, some of you wonder why we promote testing to get a license to vote? Oh, it's incredible. It's incredible. And it's getting worse.
Look what also happened in Canada. I mean, everybody's bank accounts are hooked in a certain way. And when, those truckers went on strike up there, anybody who supported that trucking strike, they were striking down, they were shutting their bank accounts down.
Yeah.
And now actually you're seeing that here too. It's not widely reported, but if you Google it, you're going to be amazed. You'll be floored by the amount of people whose accounts are just randomly shut down. No reason given, because in the very fine print in the contracts with the bank, it gives them the right to shut you down for whatever reason they feel necessary. And it can take months to get your money if they shut you down.
Yeah.
And it's been happening a lot.
Or we had it happen that do the online bill pay thing, I don't know if you all do that. And last month, none of them went through. It was pending. So guess what? The other credit card and different companies slap you with, those extra fees. And, the electric company threatens to turn off your thing because you didn't pay your bill and we went and checked yesterday and it is pending. So, and I said, is that because of Basel IV? And she said, the lady that we talked to said, yes. So they have to keep more of your money, 15% on site. So yeah, that makes sense.
Well, hey, since this is kind of...
I was going to say, I got to take us out to first break, guys.
Go ahead.
We're already there, folks. We are already at our first break. I can't believe how fast this evening's going by. Hang in there. Get yourself something to drink. Grab a pillow, maybe. Actually, I would say milkshake, but it's a little too cold. Maybe some hot cocoa, some hot coffee. Nah, you won't sleep. Whatever. Get yourself something to drink. Go to the bathroom. Come back. Sit down. Settle in. And turn it back on. We'll be right back with more of the all-new Cafe Enigma in just a few moments.
And we're on radio break. Good job.
Yeah, that you cut in there and said it was time to go to break, and I'm going, what?
Yeah, it's going fast. This whole night's going really quick. I mean, I would think that, now that censorship's got 3 hours back to back, well, not back to back, but on Wednesday, it would be slower. No, it went so fast. They talked crypto.
How are they doing with that?
They actually, he had like 17 things he wanted to talk about. Headlines he wanted to talk about. Only got 3 out because they talked crypto.
Oh yeah.
And they had
crypto's all over the place.
They
right
had
now.
one of the guys that from Minds that it's pretty well connected. Dr. 420 from Minds, and they were kicking ass with it. They taking names and they were explaining, about Satoshi and wallets and the whole deal.
Yeah, I have a feeling though it's interesting because I know there's two different camps when it comes to Bitcoin, and of course those who are invested in Bitcoin love Bitcoin, and then those of us who are kind of seeing Bitcoin for what it is.
Yeah.
Don't love it so much. But I think Bitcoin is going to pop a little bit higher, and I think it's going to crash epically. I really do, because I think it's going to be tied to too much criminally that's going on right now.
Well,
yeah, I agree.
There's
I think you're right.
two camps that they talked about: central bank type, and then Bitcoin style. All right, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, and a few others. And apparently, BlackRock's buying Bitcoin real big.
Yeah, they're trying to do. BlackRock's getting ready to release an ETF.
Yeah. Yep. And they talked about that.
And
yes.
Yeah.
It's basically a stock market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Value to the coin.
Yeah, and you can buy Bitcoin on the stock market, but it's not yours. All right.
Correct.
That's the key.
The problem with BlackRock is they've been saying they were going to do this like the last 2 months, and every time they say something, it pumps Bitcoin.
Yep.
And then it doesn't happen, and then Bitcoin drops. But I'm telling you, Bitcoin's already been linked to the activity over in the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's been linked to Epstein. It's been linked to a lot of very illegal things.
Yeah.
And I said to somebody, I'm telling you, Bitcoin is going to crash and burn. It's going to crash hard. I said, because people are hiding their money in there. A lot of bad players are hiding their money in there.
Yep. And we're talking about how many people bought Rolls Royces with
on.
Bitcoin and things like that, and then the ones that had to return them.
Oh God.
Return the Rolls Royce. Because at first they were doing real great, and then it's up and down. It's like one of the biggest chances that if you don't want to go to like Vegas, you can play Bitcoin.
Yep. Well, actually, and I try to explain to people, because people say, we could just buy a few Satoshis, and I'm like, you understand
30 seconds.
that? Like, even if that thing bolts up to like $500,000 a coin, you're still only gonna have pennies on the dollar with a Satoshi. You really are.
They're talking about it going up to $1 million a coin.
It'll never go up that high. It can't. Like I said, I know they can dream that it will, but it's not going to.
I forget
Too many bad players
who they
invested in it.
About that. Anyways, we're getting ready for a countdown. Here comes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we're back for the second installment of the all-new Cafe Enigma tonight. First of all, let me jump in here real quick and thank all the people on all the different channels that are making us more and more popular every week. Waiting on my check. So that's all right. Money order, check. You can go get one of the Best Buy cards and send it to me or something. That's fine. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
You'll tuck it in your tutu, right?
Yeah, I'll put it in my tutu.
He'll tuck his tutu. Now, actually, he'll scrunch his tutu up and tape it to his face and go, ho, ho, ho. Just saying.
Now I'm scarred for life.
I know. I knew that was going to do that to you, Mark. I had to do something, though.
Oh.
Touche.
Speaking of things that might be embarrassing, I don't think it is. I understand that the first of the year, the new catalog comes out for see-through bikinis.
That's just not right.
Is that under the tutu department?
No, actually, and the woman who started that trend is with us.
Oh, get over yourself. Dork. What, do you think I'm not listening over here? Oh, I am so going to Georgia. Except it's going to be, instead of the devil went down to Georgia, it's going to be the Wiccan went up to Georgia. She was looking for an ass to beat. Yep, really? What? No.
Manipulating the assets? Is that right?
Yes, there you go. There you go.
I knew that's got to come out someday.
Do what, Vic?
Oh,
no,
you don't want me to go there. Does he, Nancy? No.
What? My middle name is Did you know that?
What?
All right, you shouldn't have laughed at her. Just saying. Poor D. D, see, now this is what happens when a rooster walks into a hen pen. I'm just saying, brother. I'm just saying.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what. Here's the thing, folks. For years, folks have been trying to embarrass me. Can't do it. I'm very comfortable wearing a tutu. So you just have to, By the way, speaking of tutus made me think of a little tidbit of information I came across. You know who Craig Ferguson is, right?
Yes.
No.
He had the hottest late night talk show.
Oh, yes. Okay.
In fact, he was outscoring Jay Leno.
Mm-hmm.
He's Scottish, and he had a kilt made up out of the red, white, and blue. He is that proud to be a part of this country.
Wow.
That's nice to hear.
That is very nice.
I found that out the other day, and I thought that was great.
Can we trade him for all the Whoopi Goldbergs? Just, we'll take him. They can have Whoopi.
I let Whoopi just go because I looked the other day, and the 8 people watching The View are happy.
The 8 people.
Do you know at what?
Whoopee cushion, right?
They never show the studio audience, do they?
Yeah,
you're right.
They haven't done that since before COVID, actually.
That's because, they started having a studio audience that my understanding is about half the seats are empty.
You think? That's because they suck.
Well, I mean, when 90% of what comes out of your mouth is stupid, that's to the point that liberals don't even watch the show.
That's pretty bad.
Speaking of talk show hosts that are making a stir, have you noticed the row that Bill Maher has caused?
Yep.
He is supposed to be uber left. And even he is calling them on their hypocrisies and idiocies. But that's okay. The right isn't any better. These bozos act like we're trying to do this for the American people. No, you're not. Folks, anytime you hear a politician tell you it's for the good of the country, it's for your own good, it's for the children, or it's for the economy, run.
Yeah.
Do not walk, run to the nearest exit. Speaking of running for the nearest exit, how many people we're probably gonna see if Mark can start a pool on how many people or celebrities do you think are going to threaten to leave the country again if Trump is elected president again?
I don't think we're going to have to worry about that. I think they're going to leave the country whether they want to or not.
Time when Bush got elected, how many people threatened to leave the country?
Oh, God, when Trump got elected the first time.
Yeah.
How many people threatened to leave the country?
Do you know, to their credit, some actually did try to leave and go to Canada and were denied entry.
Yep, I remember that. I do remember that.
Canada said, we don't want you up here. How bad is it when you want to leave your country and the country you're wanting to go to says, no, we don't need your BS up here? That's bad.
It's pretty bad when you're a celebrity and they say that.
Yeah. Speaking of celebrity, guys, we have celebrities that die in the news all the time. And we just had a couple this week passed away. And I got to thinking about this. Why do we, when a celebrity dies, why is there suddenly this big outpouring oh my God, I don't know what we're going to do without so-and-so now and making movies and things like that. If a doctor found a cure for a brain virus that saved 1 million lives, he passed away and everybody go, well, we hated it for the family, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
If a firefighter dies in the line of duty, people go, oh, that's sad. What's on? What game's playing tonight? But you let a movie star or some type of celebrity like that pass away, and Lord, we are inundated with the documentaries.
Yep. But literally within days after their death, that's what gets me.
Well, see, what they do is if you're you have a celebrity status, they've already done a documentary on you. They're just waiting for the last 5 minutes.
Even Betty White. Betty White died, and literally that same night, it's like they were waiting. Like, we have this in backup. What, she's 90 how? Yep, let's put it in backup. What's his face from Friends that passed away recently?
Yeah.
Literally that afternoon, I was like, there's no way you put something like that. Nobody saw that coming. You don't put things together that fast. And now they're just dropping like flies.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it seems like every day I'm opening my browser and another one's gone.
Yeah.
Between that and athletes, I don't know which is more prevalent at this point.
Yeah.
But get this. Years ago, we had a police officer get killed in the line of duty here in Georgia. This police officer made law enforcement in Georgia one of the, it was like a celebrity status. He went to work, made 3 drug busts before he had lunch. This guy, and went to other departments all over the country, and I understand in a few countries in Europe, teaching them how to, identify and handle and do all this stuff. And he's from a little town called Villa Rica, Georgia. And they found him on the side of the road next to his police car, dead. He'd been executed. The procession started at a church that was less than a mile from my house. And when the last car left the church, the beginning of the procession was in Dallas, Georgia, 9 miles away. And they were showing it on TV, and they were talking about it, and preempted that with the buses carrying the Falcons to the airport so they could go to the world. I can't even think of the name of it now.
Super Bowl?
Super Bowl, thank you.
There you go.
Now, I get that going to the Super Bowl is a big thing, but they preempted a 9-mile funeral procession of a cop that had taken so many drugs off the streets just so they could fly a helicopter and watch 5 buses go to the airport. Well, they're turning on to this street. They're now going down here. Oh, look, they're turning right onto another street. People,
sorry.
People, our priorities are getting really, really screwed up. So they really are. Now, don't get me wrong. These people that have passed away, my prayers and condolences go out to the family. I get it. Okay. But if your life is wrapped up to the point that you have a nervous breakdown because your favorite celebrity on some TV show died.
Yep, there's a problem.
You know?
Well, don't forget, too, I mean, here's what's really sad. Some of these celebrities, people, I mean, it's less impacting for them to lose a family member than the celebrity.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so that should show you really what a PSYOP television really is, because they're literally controlled by literally controlled by it.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, if you're one of these people we're talking about, you can tell everything, you can recite everything about that actor since the day he or she was born, but you forget one vital project. That actor doesn't even know you exist.
Yeah, but again, thank you to things such as social media and, all the ways we communicate on the internet now. I can't tell you, I mean, literally, I have worked with people in what I do for a living who really, honest to God, believe they have had relationships online with some of these celebrities.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's scammers. It is scammers. But
Well,
they 100% believe that it's the celebrity. Why? Well, because social media told me so.
Yeah.
No.
You can't lie on the internet.
I mean, but it's truly sad because, I mean, I had, oh God, one like totally heartbroken. And it's like, but it was a scammer. Look, Nigeria is at the end of the IP. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
That's not them. They don't live in Nigeria. They live in LA. So it's kind of problematic. Nope. But you can't shake them of the delusion.
And
Really? They still believed you? Or they didn't believe you?
No.
Oh, that's
Nope.
sad.
But again, some of this is also because of some of the pharmaceuticals that people are. There, a lot of people are on pharmaceuticals. A lot. I mean, whether it just be for a daily blood pressure, all of those pharmaceuticals, every single one has a side effect. And
Lots of
sometimes
side effects.
oh my goodness. And like I said, sometimes the chemical buildups in your oh my God. I mean, it results in delusions. It results in basic eccentric behaviors. It literally is a tailspin. You put that in with social media and then television, and oh Lord, you are off and running. We have literally created our own funny farm in our backyard.
That's right. Ask your doctor about taking our medicine. Just remember, it may cause bleeding from the eyes, snot from your ears, leakage from your anal opening, and or death.
Yep, delusions of grandeur.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, it's so funny because every time I discuss the subject, I hear the song in my head. They're coming to take me away. Come take me away. And I look around and I think this is about half the population of this country right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, am I going to have to give up my Prozac? Oh.
What was that commercial they had on years ago? Where'd you hear about that? Oh, I found it on the internet. You know, they can't lie.
Right.
This is your brain. This is your brain on drugs.
Drugs. Yeah.
And this is your brain on the internet.
Oh, totally away
Thanks,
from
Obama.
You brought that up, Nancy. That's your brain?
Uh-huh.
We did a skit on that. Now you remember this fellow who used to run for president, don't you?
Daniel Carvey.
Computer company ran for president.
Oh, Lord.
He always did the flip charts and always did, Hussein.
Oh, Lord.
Real quick trying to think of his name.
It's not Dana Carvey.
It was years and years ago.
Ross Perot?
Ross Perot, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Now, Hussein, this is your brain. Flip the chart. Now, this is your brain after we shove a Scud missile through it.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yep. God, you even sound like him a little bit. That's scary.
I never thought Ross Perot would make a better president than anybody else, but I thought, boy, it'd be entertaining for 4 years.
That or we all fall asleep because he was entertaining if you listen to the words, but the drone of the voice was like, oh, Lord.
That's right. He had that little Texas drawl to it,
Yep.
He wasn't very big, man. He's probably about 5'4", 5'5".
He was itty bitty.
He was a little fella. Would have been a hard target to hit. But
that's bad. And what's really bad is we're all old enough to remember Ross Perot.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah. He owned EDS, which was a computer company. They did some work for our fire department when we first went computerized. We call it Ed's Computer Service.
Ed's Computer Services.
So,
That's pretty funny.
these were some of the dumbest. These people could not get a job with IBM or any other reputable company, so they went to work for EDS. Anyway, getting back to what we were talking about. But, folks, our priorities in this country are screwed up. That's the only way I can put it. We have young people who walk into light posts and signs and out in front of traffic because they can't quit looking at their phone.
Yeah. Oh my God. We have an entire generation of people who basically have an imaginary currency that they put an imaginary value to that now trades with that imaginary currency and value.
Do you know I've never seen anybody out of all the Bitcoin people I've talked to, I have never, ever seen anybody, and I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but I've never seen them pull cash out. Nope. I've never seen them buy anything. Supposedly you can use Bitcoin to buy stuff.
You can. In fact, they have cards. They have MasterCard. Was it MasterCard? Yeah, I think it's MasterCard that worked the deal. No, it was Visa. Visa worked a deal with some of the platforms that carry wallets where it just loads to a Visa card.
Yeah.
Or you can go to a Bitcoin ATM and basically transfer it onto your bank card. It's not hard to do. I mean, it's the currency is they put value to nothing. I mean, Bitcoin it's a bunch of binary. There's nothing there that should put value to that.
You know,
That's why I always said I thought it was a psyop. I thought it was the CIA.
See,
how far could they push it?
See, if you take Bitcoin here, we think somebody cut a coin in half.
A hay pence.
Yeah, 2 bits.
That'd be Willie. You know, he gets paid in bits of coin from me. All right, only bits of coin.
Only thing Mark has sent me is 2 pieces of a penny.
See, I first heard about Bitcoin in 2010 going into 2011 when it first was conceived. And I think it was you could buy them at 11 cents a token, if I remember right. And I remember the first time I heard the name Bitcoin, I was like, Bitcoin? What, do they bait it and spit it out? I mean, what? What's the name of this thing? And I remember showing it to Raphael, who had worked financial crimes at one point for the government. And he's like, oh, there's no way they're going to get around the government on that. There's no way. There are some really strict treasury laws in place. But they managed to. And again, like I said, I hadn't gotten my degree yet, but I'm very versed in computers. I always have been. I'm versed in technology. I'm versed in what these things are. And I'm like, so let me get this right. Some really smart Japanese dude wrote code. He put together something we call the blockchain, which is actually just a really good way. It's logistics. It's a very good way of accounting for logistics. Okay. So he created these nodes, and let me get this right. That little bit of coding that he did has value. And, you know, then I remember Raphael, he didn't buy it because he said, there's no way the IRS is going to nail this to the ground. And it didn't happen. That's when I started thinking, oh no, this is the government. What are they doing? I remember thinking that, and at the same time we were, you know, the big talking points were the ACA and how they had tried to get microchips built into the ACA. So in other words, Obamacare, the initial, right before it was passed, there was a draft, and that draft was literally dropped the week before they passed it. Because somebody went public and said, oh, by the way, the federal government's bought 350 billion microchips, and everybody who has Obamacare is going to have to be microchipped. That's part of the deal. It's written into the bill. And yeah, all the Christians in the country went, mark of the beast. And yep, the bill got trashed and we got the existing bill. But my thought processes are going, well, gee, that would work out really nice, wouldn't it? You got a microchip in people and you have a digital currency. I wonder how these fingerprints are going to end up when people finally figure this out.
Why don't you just shove a leash up my butt?
Pretty much. And then you find out that almost, when you really understand Bitcoin, you realize that the Bitcoin, he who owns the Bitcoin is not necessarily the king. It's he who mines Bitcoin that is really the king. They have the control. The miners do.
Okay, correct me, Nancy, if this is a wrong statement. Because what I know about Bitcoin, I could write on the back of a postage stamp. Something never smelt right about it, and I never got involved in it. But I had a guy tell me that dealing in Bitcoins today is kind of like Amway.
Yeah, it's a pyramid scheme.
A great picture of it, but the people who were the first ones in it are the only ones that are actually making money.
Not just them. It's the miners. Because there's only here's the thing, there's only a finite amount of Bitcoin. There's a set amount of them. They can't be reproduced forever. So what's out and what's been being mined, that's all there is. Okay? The miners have control of how it's mined, when it's mined, and when it's going to be put on the market. Now, the fun part about that is that almost all of the mining for Bitcoin was being done in countries like Iran, China, and states in the United States like Delaware, which is, guess who's from Delaware?
Yeah.
It's the financial seat of our country in a lot of ways, and people don't realize that. All of our credit card companies are housed in Delaware. I mean, there's a lot more going on in Delaware than people understand. So to know there's a lot of Bitcoin mining going on there, that is not a comfortable feeling. And, like I said, it is the black market from hell. Like child trafficking is rampant through Bitcoin. And they know that. And they're not allowing it so they can catch the traffickers. Oh, no. They're seeing how much money they can get away from our idiot butts and then shut it down.
They're not using it to fund the, Ukraine and stuff?
Laundering it through the Ukraine. They'll use the launder. We send our cash over, it gets converted, and then it comes out the backside. It's the same thing going on right now with the war in Gaza. I mean, they just connected a huge amount of Bitcoin transactions going in over there through Dubai and Saudi Arabia and ending up in Gaza. I mean, and the same thing on the Israeli side. It's just a very not so obvious way to launder money.
Right.
It's kind of like art. I always tell people that the greatest way we used to launder things, or people, the criminal element used to launder their money, was through art. I mean, do you really think something that looks like Bobcat Goldthwait threw up on it is worth, $100 million? No, it's not.
So that's like Goering like that and hoarded all their artworks, right?
Well, again, then you're talking. I mean, that's actual archaic art. That's historic art, and it can't be quickly forged or repetitioned. And I mean, now, like I said, nowadays, hell, they package artwork up, put it in digital form, and sell itty bitty little binary pieces of it, and people buy it because they're idiots.
Yeah.
Now, are these, when you say mining? Is it
mining?
I always thought mining. Yes. Is it happening wherever they have the computers? I mean, if a computer person made this?
Yes, no. I mean you can run a mining rig.
Like on Three Gorges Dam, do they have a mining?
It takes $50,000 to start out as a miner. All right.
Oh, guys, we actually have to take it out to break. I just looked down.
Okay.
Oh, Lord, we are 3 minutes late. Folks, we will be back in just a few minutes with more of the all-new Cafe Enigma talking about stupid Bitcoin mining. We will return.
That's what I had heard, was that it was in the bottom of
Yeah, there was a
All right, we're on radio break. I knew I wanted to jump in for a
very
reason.
large setup under the Three Gorges Dam. Now, you forget China outlawed Bitcoin about 4 years ago.
Okay.
But I think they did it as a basic red herring, because as far as I knew, they were still mining. I do know they're mining in Iran, big time, because I know somebody in Iran.
Well, they do it because the government can invest in it, all right? Yep. But the individuals in China can't, all right?
Correct.
But,
and
Iran, if you look at countries like Honduras, it's been a okay thing for them, I guess, because now they're actually seeing something in return. I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about El Salvador.
Or El Salvador.
That's El Salvador. Yeah. But like I said, you've got, I mean, I think you're familiar with Kave, aren't you, Vic? He's in one of our chats.
Yes.
Okay, so
I see.
Kave is in Iran.
Uh-huh.
And he's not the only person I am aware of who's said this to me, but they're telling us that basically they're mining so much Bitcoin in Iran right now that they're shutting down the power in the villages to resource the servers so they can be mined. And it does. I will tell you, it takes a tremendous amount of power to mine Bitcoin. It's one of the things that we've always made fun of, the green people who are all, I'm new, I'm a millennial, I'm invested in Bitcoin, save the world, save the environment. I'm like, you are really, if you support Bitcoin, you are pretty much melting down the environment, because you're sucking all the energy out to mine Bitcoin.
Right.
I mean, it is one of the worst crypto tokens to mine. It takes tremendous energy to do it.
Yeah. All the people that I know are doing something other than that. They're into Ethereum or, other stuff.
Well, what I'm watching for is for Tether. And I keep telling people that when Tether goes down, Bitcoin's going to go down too. When it goes completely down, Tether will take Bitcoin with it.
I thought we were told a long time ago to get rid of Bitcoin.
No, that's not necessarily what happened. There's a lot of anons who think like I do. And we're people who've been on computers pretty much since we were born.
Okay.
And all of us kind of saw the red flags with Bitcoin. Almost, I mean, literally, I don't talk to too many anons who think Bitcoin's a good idea.
Right.
There are a few, I'm not going to lie, but there's not a lot. I can tell you that we mainly think it's a trap. And it's going to end very badly.
Right.
We do see the connection. Obviously it's connected through Ethereum, because Ethereum is kind of a base of Bitcoin. There's a couple of them that connect in through Ethereum, actually. But again, when one goes, they all go. Anything connected is going to go. That's why when XRP came on the scene, when Ripple came on the scene, and they got targeted by the U.S. government, they got targeted by the SEC when they were no different than the bigger players, the bigger swingers, Bitcoin, Ethereum, but only they got targeted. I was like, okay, so that's the legit one. I remember, I think you were in the chat when you said that one's legit, because they're trying to shut it down, which means it's a threat.
What is about the one that starts with an A?
Which one? There's a couple of
30 seconds.
Yeah. Is there did you buy some?
Are you talking Algorand?
Maybe.
Yeah, I have Algorand. I have I have XRP, I have Algorand, I have Stellar Lumens.
And
I even have Shiba Inu.
Get ready for a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And we are back with the third and final segment of the all-new Cafe Enigma. That's right, folks. It's winding down. Winding down. And it's been a potpourri from the word go. In other words, just my personal opinion, if you're dealing in Bitcoin, you're That's like building a house on quicksand.
Yep.
You know, you want to deal in something substantial? Go in your basement and count your gold bars.
Mm-hmm. Or silver.
Silver ingots.
Mm-hmm.
Bags of diamonds.
Not just that. If you really, I mean, because if it gets that bad, where we are forced back into that mode or that system of trade where gold and silver carry the actual value and the weight, then you've got to start looking at the fact that, okay, we are in a bad place when we don't have a currency. So, I would be stocking up on spices, on salt. I mean, on some really basic commodities that you can actually trade if need be.
Salt
because, yeah, I mean, because these are things that if there's no shipping, because right now what's being attacked, and again, this is coming from the cyber end, I can tell you our supply chain is under massive attack.
Uh-huh.
It really is. They're getting hit. I can't even tell you how hard. It's bad. And eventually that's going to cause major problems with shipping. It's already causing problems with logistics. It's going to cause major problems with actually getting things from point A to point B. That's just a matter of time. So unless you're sitting in an area that has salt mines, you best have backstock of some of these things because they're necessic for your survival.
Yep. Really is. Salt. You wouldn't think so, but go get your salt.
Yep.
That's why, salaries. The Romans traded in salt.
If you don't, go ahead. I was going to say, if you don't have flour or stuff like that, learn your local flora and fauna and what tree, basically nuts or acorns, or it depends on how you define, but some of them can actually be broken down and melded into a flour. I mean, because again, these are things that I'm telling you guys, you can ignore if you want, but you will be thankful if you have some of this stuff in backstock. I mean, soaps, stuff like that, things that are not easy. I mean, creating soap is great for somebody who knows what they're doing. If you've never done it before, good luck. Have fun.
Yeah. I remember reading about the pioneers. They used to take the ashes from, the campfire and try to, with the fat from the animal and lye. Yep. Make that soap.
Yep. I mean, you have to, we take everything for granted.
Exactly.
We really do. And it's when you really stop and think about it, and, you think, oh, well, salt. Why would I need salt? Well, because you have to have salt. Your body has to have it to balance. As much as they told us that would kill us, they're still telling you that salt's going to kill you. Cut salt out of your diet. You actually have to have salt in your diet, period. Yeah.
It helps.
And even water, like we have a hand pump for our well. Why? Because if power goes down, there's no other way to get to the water. And if you think I'm drinking city water after the fact that they just last week, like 7 different states got hacked. Their water systems got hacked. And this is after it during COVID. A city close to me got hacked, their water system. That was Oldsmar. That's not even 20 minutes away from me. I mean, their city water got hacked, and it showed how easy it was to breach or infiltrate the water systems where a poison, anything could be induced very quickly.
Yeah.
Just because the system was hacked.
Mm-hmm.
And so to know that they didn't do anything to bulk up their systems and get hacked to crap. At the same time, the nuclear energy computer. I mean, it enrages me because it tells me they're going to let this happen. This needs to happen according to their plan. They're going to let us completely shut down. And then they're going to try to bring the UN in and say, one world order, here we go. We're going to turn the lights back on. Well, you're the assholes that shut it off. I mean,
yeah, but that's the bad guys, right? And
yep.
That's not written in stone.
No.
No.
You'll know the difference between the good guys and the bad guys. If the good guys take it over and turn it all back on, it's going to be, guess what? Sovereign nation. Get the hell out. Goodbye, all you UN vehicles that shouldn't be here. Get out. You're going to see basically a perp walk about 80 miles long coming out of Washington. if the right people win.
Right.
I mean, but again, they are so deeply embedded into every aspect of our daily lives. I mean, I was just saying to my daughter today, I had to write a letter to her. She found out the other day that the the degree she's been working for in college, while she can get the degree, she won't be able to be gainfully employed by her career because there are certain things she did in her youth that disqualify her. I mean, there's no getting around it. It disqualifies her. So I'm like, so let me get this right. None of this was said to you. You are 3 months away from your degree, and nobody ever said this. This was not part of the prerequisites. She says, well, they just did an orientation last week because they couldn't do it because when we started school, it was COVID and everything was online. So they didn't do an orientation. I was like, so all that money that your Pell Grant and your hard-earned income went into for these credits that are now useless to you, that's you're just going to kiss that off? I was like, oh, no. I helped her write a letter to her dean at her school and basically said this was a bait and switch. That's a bait and switch. That is criminal. Okay. I said some of the requirements that they had, I said, it's so stupid. I mean, you could not have ever have taken any prescription pill ever from somebody else that wasn't part of your script. So in other words, even an antibiotic, if somebody said, oh, you have your tooth is infected, you have amoxicillin 500, just take my amoxicillin. You're not allergic, right? But if you had taken that amoxicillin, they give you a lie detector test. And that's illegal. You know that. I know that. It's illegal. So I helped her. I said, now you need to mention in that letter that everybody commits 4 felonies a day, whether they know it or not. You break 4 laws a day because there's so many damn stupid laws on the book.
Exactly.
And basically, are you going to explain to the federal government why their Pell Grant was misused and why there was no heads up on this? So my daughter, they actually offered her a scholarship to make up for the credits so she could get a different degree.
Oh.
But, oh yeah, because it scared the hell out of them, what I wrote, because it's true. It is a bait and switch. Like I said, how could you go 2.5 years in college and you're almost there. You're months away from graduation and suddenly you find out the career that you were studying for is now off limits? That's insane. That is insanity. Theft. Literally, because I said, even when you transfer over, you're going to have to go another year now because she wants to go into education now. I'm like, yeah, that's going to be another year because now you're going to have to disregard the credits that can't be used and add in, and this, Vicki, she was going for forensics. So you have to disregard the specialty science credits and go for more general education credits, which is crazy. But again, that's a sign of our times. There's people complain about they don't want to pay off the student loans. And I kind of laugh because I'm like, the student loans shouldn't be where they're at.
Right.
There's no way people should be paying $55,000, $100,000 for a couple of years of freaking education with instructors that are online or on TVs if they're supposed to be in person because they'll like zoom in to their classes a lot. There's no way. And nobody has called that out. I'm like, where's our government officials saying, hey, we need to get control of what they're charging? This is insane. But no, we need to forgive student loans. Well, I don't know. My thought of a loan was they always do their due diligence as a lender to make sure you were getting value for the money you were being loaned.
Well, have you read that book by John Grisham about the student loan thing? About the law schools and all that. And I mean, it's a racket that the government is making tons of money on. That's the whole thing behind it. It has nothing to do with the kids getting, an education or, whatever they're lending out. I don't know. It's a racket for the government. And that's why they don't want to have the forgiveness.
It's not even, listen, the forgiveness actually does not bother me. It does not bother me because you know what? I think it's a shit product. I think these people got hoodwinked
a big way. Exactly,
And
they did.
now they're on the line for life through their taxes for a
Mm-hmm.
crappy college education that doesn't even get most of them 2 feet out the door,
Mm-hmm.
especially the liberal arts. That one grinds me to the bone because those are some of the most expensive degrees and they're positively worthless. They
Yeah.
are worthless. So it's like, to me, make this responsible. You want that debt paid off? Take their endowments.
Yep.
You know, Harvard's got something like a $260 billion endowment. Freaking okay. How about you offset those loans? Because that's insane. That's a sick amount of money.
Yeah. No, but it's a racket. The government's the one making all the money off this. It's a
Oh,
racket.
yeah. Oh, they make the money off the interest from the loans. They make the money
Yep.
off the payments. They make it everywhere. And it's just not feasible.
And they're just screwing the people. Yeah, you're right. And the kids on for more than they would pay for a house.
Oh,
It's
easily.
just, easily. Yeah. And no, it's crazy.
Yep. Even
And
doctors. I mean, doctors are paying back their medical school loans for decades.
they do that
And
on
they,
purpose. Yep.
yeah, they make big money, and they're still and not only that, you get done with college, and 90% of the careers you choose to go into, you now got to get a certification on top of the college degree just to work in the field, or you got to get a license.
Let's not forget that college educations are so expensive because you're being taught by an old hippie in most cases.
Or Elizabeth Warren, who seems to think she's Native American.
Yeah. They're being paid anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000 a year to be there 1 day a week.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of them don't even go. They Zoom in. Like I said, they get on Zoom and have, basically they do the big screens and they show up on the big screen and they literally teach through the computer into a classroom.
Yeah. Actually, the people that make the most money are the football coaches. They're the ones that get the big money. That the guys that, are teaching, the specialty, the forensics, those kind of things, they don't make as much as you'd think.
Well, it's not even, listen, again, people are going to make their money in however they're going to make it. Mm-hmm. But the amounts of money that they charge per student, per class, mm-hmm. and that's not including the books and everything else that go on top of it.
Exactly.
There's
all
a
the
lot
student fees.
Yeah, there's a lot of schools now that require the students to buy brand new books. Like they're not allowed to go to the college shops anymore.
Dirty. That's dirty.
Yeah, they have to buy them brand new. Why? Because, somebody may have written in the old book and given answers that shouldn't have been in the old book. And it's like, what? So, yeah. And even online, because I can tell you when I was in college, and that's not too long ago. I mean, that's 8 years ago now? When I was in college and I had online courses, I mean, we had to pay for our labs. We had to pay for our sectionals, which were considered books, but they were basically supplied online. And it was not cheap.
Mm-mm.
And I remember thinking, but I already paid for the course. Why am I paying for extras on top of the course? Why was this not all rolled into what I paid for the course? Why am I paying for labs and stuff like that? That's part of the course.
Yeah, you got to get the money on the lab fees.
That's it. And to me, it's BS. It's like, like I said, it's like licensing. Then you come out and you got to get your licensing. I have 2 certifications. Those certifications aren't permanent. I got to renew them.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, because you have to retest. Why? Yeah.
Well, and the lab fees, I guess, from when I went through school and back in the dark ages, we actually went to a lab and actually did these in a lab, whereas opposed to, watching it online.
Oh, you click it.
Mm-hmm.
I just paid, what did I pay extra on my tuition? Oh, look at that, an extra $334 to click a link. Oh, that's awesome. Because it costs them that much to put that link in there, let me tell you. So yeah, it's like I said, it's aggravating. And I get off pretty easy with my certs. I mean, they're expensive, but it's every 3 years I got to recertify. That doesn't really bother me, but like even with Ralphie's job, I mean, holy crow, those are yearly licenses that have to be updated. Yearly. And it's like, why? Because it's residual. The state gets residual off of it. That's insane. It's insane, and it's a racket, and it really drives me nuts. Especially when you have things like people like down here. I don't know about your state, but down here, a lot of our state agencies are still not. They're not manned. They're remotely worked. So, in other words, our Department of Agriculture, where everybody has to renew their licensing, you have to call and make an appointment so somebody can go into the office.
Yeah. Can you believe that?
And it's like, okay, I'm pretty sure that we emerged from the dark caves of COVID several years ago. And like some people, like, or people and a lot of restaurant people never walked away because they had to be there to provide. I mean, our state agencies can't make up. Are you serious right now?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll need to renew licensing. If they don't get it done, and let me tell you, their systems crash all the time online. So if you're online trying to renew a license, crashes, now you have to go to the Department of Ag. Well, how are you going to go to the Department of Ag if you have to call and make an appointment so somebody can meet you at the Department of Ag? It's freaking crazy. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
We're not under COVID restrictions anymore, and yet these people get full pay.
Yeah.
Just drives me nuts.
Yeah, and it's like my son had graphic designer. He had to design a program for the nursing department over here, and so that they could take their labs or be tested online. So they would have actually one student maybe do, and the rest of them would be, online clicking away and what their answers, and then the instructors would be looking at all their answers at one time. So it's a little bit different than each person going through and demonstrating his skill. So
again, that's to me, that's not a measure for success.
Exactly.
That's for damn sure. It's actually a recipe for disaster, to be very honest with you. But yeah, it's just the way they want to do things. However, they can cut out labor or cheap it down, or I mean, I'm thinking down here, a lot of it is because they don't have to keep the air conditioning going in the Department of Agriculture, which is a pretty big building, believe it or not. But if it's not occupied, if it's not being used, basically you don't have to keep the lights on. It cuts down on their power bill. But, what a waste of space. Take that building if you're not going to use it, and, use it to house some of the new homeless in the state of Florida. They can afford the rent, and they can't afford to buy a house.
Hey, guys.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting down to...
We still got 5 minutes, boo.
I know. But I just wanted to jump in here real quick.
Jaw.
And tell both of you how wonderful it is to do a show with you two.
Because you can sit...
You're waiting for a punchline. There is none.
Because you can sit in the back seat with the car neutral.
And listen to the lady.
Only if y'all are in the back seat with me.
Oh, ew.
Good one, Nancy.
Oh.
That's why I don't own a Volkswagen or a Pinto, baby.
Not the Pinto that's going to be driving the Santa Claus this year, according to Mark. I'm going to put that out there.
The poor Pinto, the car that caught more crud than any other car in automotive history.
Well, Willie's backup car is a Pacer, so I don't know. Between the Pinto, the Pacer, and the Gremlin, I'm not sure.
No, I got one more. The Yugo. Do you guys remember the Yugo?
The monkeys can't read Russian, all right, or whatever language that brand come in, all right. So that's just how it is, you know. They have to throw a wrench somewhere because they're monkeys, you know.
Listen, for all of you that are listening on the different platforms that we have here, thank you for joining us tonight. Remember that you can come back here and find other great shows. Absolutely. A lot of entertainment to be had here. Mark works very, very hard, and there are several great shows. So look them up, stay in touch, drop us an email. You can reach me at www.biteme.com.
Really?
I tried to get that, and they wouldn't let me have it.
La 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 la.
Even tried spelling it with 2 E's.
4 and 20 blackbirds baked in a pie.
No, listen, hey, ladies, tell everybody where they can
Bite
find
me
you.
with a BYT.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Tell them where they can find you, Nancy.
Well, okay, guys, you can find me on multiple platforms. On Telegram, I am under the always faithful nickname Wiccan Vixen, WICCANVIXEN. I am all over the place in Telegram, multiple channels, including the Parlor Hub channels, the Game Theory channels. In fact, I'm part of Miss Vicky's channel. Such a time as this. For such a time as this. It's a great channel. On Facebook, I'm under Charlotte Pegnata. Don't ask. I'm not going to tell. On Twitter, I am under Rider on Storm. And I think I covered the 3 major platforms. I'm not really on Twitter, guys. I'm there, but I'm never there. I really don't like Twitter. Facebook, I just post a lot of news. But Telegram is, if you actually want to catch up with me, that's where I am definitely the most active.
Hey, Vic, where can they reach you, hon?
On Telegram, for such a time as this, and on Twitter, Booklander21.
You had to think about that, didn't you, Vic?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
I wanted to say Outlander, but I didn't. It's Booklander.
Vixen, isn't that a female fox?
It is.
Yes.
Because she's foxy.
And I work with her, so take that.
Damn, everybody puts sexual connotations to it. It's
What?
more about the viciousness with which I protect my cubs. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying she's a great co-host, and she's a great host. And I get to work with her.
He just wants Christmas presents. This is a Christmas push. I know when I'm being set up.
Let's get out there, read, educate yourself. Make the difference. It starts with one person, and eventually that one person becomes a group. Get out there, realize that people are lying to you, and just because it's your representative in government, they're not the only good one out there. Get out there, read, educate yourself, do something nice for somebody. It'll make you feel better. Remember, God loves you, so do we. Talk to y'all next week. Bye-bye.
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 All right.
Bye-bye. Bye.
For everybody out there that's still listening, stick around for the after show.
I'm going to be dipping because I am literally freezing, and I'm going to jump in a very hot bath and feel my entire body burn until it actually warms up a little bit.
Are you not going to let all the little critters in your bed with you? Does it keep you warm?
The critters are already in my bed, but I was outside for most of this freaking broadcast because my little dog is coughing because